Chapter 18-19. Outside Bailiang Pass there was the sound of horse hooves. It was like the sound of an old chick, endless and had been ringing for 20 years. Inside the pass there was the sound of reading. It was like the sound of an old phoenix. The sound of reading came from a new academy. In Liangzhou there was a new White Horse Academy. Unlike the previous Green Deer Cave Academy, which was located in the mountains and forests, this academy was built in the downtown area of Liangzhou. Yao Baifeng, who had just returned from the capital, was the first head of the academy. Not only did the Qingliang Mountain Palace gift 6,000 scrolls, but the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, personally bestowed a plaque. Bailiang's Dao administrator Li Gongda, the new Liangzhou provincial governor Lu Dongjiang, and the Yuzhou provincial governor Huang Yan all personally gave books to the academy. For a time, the officials and nobles of Bailiang followed suit. This allowed the White Horse Academy to complete an unprecedented feat on the first day of the academy's establishment. There were 10,000 scrolls in the library. Thus, the library was named after 10,000 scrolls. At the same time, Yao Baifeng created a new sage hall in the academy, sculpting the statues of the sage of the Zhang family and the 10 sages and 36 sages. At the same time, Yao Baifeng set up a monument to start the academy. He emphasized that scholars entering the White Horse Academy should preach and seek benevolence. Therefore, he didn't teach the imperial exam's art, which was the foundation of the imperial exam. This was obviously contrary to the study of the imperial exam. Other than Yao Baifeng as the headmaster, the renowned White Lotus of Mount Longhu, Baiyu, and the former provincial governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji, were both deputy headmasters. The mountain master of Green Deer Cave Academy, Huang Shang, and other great Confucian scholars of the Central Plains, who had rushed to northern Liang to take root, also promised to come to White Horse Academy to give lectures on time. It was even rumored that Chancellor Wang, who had led thousands of scholars to northern Liang, had also promised to contact Shangyin Academy and promised to recommend a Mr. Ji Shang from Shangyin Academy, which was known as the source of all the scholars in the world, to teach in northern Liang. As a result, White Horse Academy, which originally only accepted 80 people, was flooded with people. They had no choice but to make an exception and recruit 200 young scholars. The number of local and foreign scholars in Bailiang was roughly the same. Lu Dongjiang, the official of Liangzhou's parents, was even more enthusiastic. Supporting the White Horse Academy was the first thing he did after taking office. He opened the door to all the affairs of the academy and even treated the lecture hall of the academy as the official residence of the provincial governor. He went to the White Horse Academy every 2 or 3 days. He even allocated 600 acres of fertile land under the name of the Lu family and gave it to the academy in the name of Liangzhou. This made the officials of Bailiang, who had a lot of complaints about the Lu family, look at the Lu family in a new light. Even the deputy administrator Song Dongming, who had been estranged from the Lu family, once again invited Lu Piao, who had once been famous for his calligraphy, to a private banquet. At the beginning of autumn, a carriage slowly drove to the downtown area of Liangzhou city. The carriage was very ordinary and there were no retainers following it. The coachman was a middle-aged man who didn't look like a coachman. The curtain of the carriage was lifted slightly, and the man in the carriage quietly looked at the scene on the street. Some shops had changed their signs and some stalls had disappeared. Some restaurants were still selling green ant wine, and some inns had taken over their father's business. When the carriage passed by a newly opened shop, the carriage slowly stopped. The coachman quietly waited for the owner's orders. He didn't dare to speak without permission, reminding the people of the academy that they were patiently waiting for his arrival. The young man holding the corner of the curtain looked at the shop. He remembered that every time he returned he would go there to buy a big bag of spiced beef wrapped in oiled paper. He had met Miss Hehe there. At that time he had never thought that the old owner of the shop was Huang Sanjia. At that time Hehe's strange big cat was still alive. He remembered that he had reunited with Miss East and West in this area. It was also the first time he saw the little monk from north and south who wanted to become a Buddha and burn his saraira. There was also a monk from Mount Lantua who insisted that he go to the western region to dual cultivate with the white-clothed bodhisattva who would become a goddess at the gate of Xiangfan city in the future. At that time he thought that she was an old cow eating young grass. She was too shameless and he was too disadvantaged, so he didn't agree. Later on he regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. However, when he thought about it now he just smiled and let it go. The female bodhisattva with a head full of black hair was different from the girl who he mistook as a banished immortal when he first met her when he traveled the Jianghu. These beautiful women, when they had the chance to get close to someone, they would lose their feelings of love. When they saw her they would still think that she was pretty, but they didn't need to have her. When they didn't see her they wouldn't miss her. He put down the curtain and said softly, "Steward Song, let's go to the White Horse Academy." Steward Song was the chief steward of the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang in Beiliang. In Beiliang he could be said to be the only one. The carriage stopped at the gate of the White Horse Academy. When Su Fengyan got off the carriage he suddenly asked, "Are there not many assassins who broke into Mount Qingliang in recent years?" Song Yu stood respectfully beside the young lord. He bowed slightly and said calmly, "Your Highness, it's probably because those stupid Jianghu people have finally become enlightened. There hasn't been a single assassination in Mount Qingliang this year. It's very peaceful. Many people in the mansion are not used to it." Su Fengyan smiled and said, "It's indeed less fun to fish. By the way, it seems that there are also fewer wanderers who show up in public?" Song Yu laughed softly and said, "It's too difficult for the Jianghu masters to show off their skills in front of your highness. The White Horse Academy didn't mobilize a large force to welcome them." Su Fengyan stood on the street, looked up at the plaque of the White Horse Academy and said with emotion, "I never thought that there would be a day when an academy would open in Liangzhou." Song Yu said, "It's all thanks to your highness. Not everyone in the world is blind or has their heart stuffed with lard. Justice is in everyone's heart." Su Fengyan nodded solemnly, "Song Yu, your flattery skills haven't dropped at all these years. Compared to other people's flattery, it's always better to be honest." Song Yu, who had followed his highness for as many years as Su Fengyan had been his highness, smiled brightly. He seemed to remember the absurd times when he was at his highness's beck and call. Song Yu's flattery skills hadn't decreased, and in recent years his temperament had improved even more. In addition, he was familiar with the temperament of this young lord, so he wasn't dissatisfied with the White Horse Academy's lack of activity. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a boring thing. Besides, he knew better than anyone that the leader of the Beiliang cavalry next to him had been very kind to the scholars in recent years. Otherwise, this White Horse Academy wouldn't be able to be established. There were not many rich and powerful vassals in the Liang dynasty, but there were quite a few of them, like the audacious Zhao Bing, the prince of Yanqi, or Zhao Yi, the prince of Guangling, who used to be at the height of his power, who could make those learned scholars gather together and teach in their territory. Jinggan Circuit had the Green Party in the imperial court, and it was in the hinterland of the Central Plains, which was close to the Shangyin Academy. But they still couldn't establish a decent academy. Song Yu glanced at the scene around the carriage. In fact, in addition to their carriage there were 4 or 5 other carriages, which also didn't show the style of the rich and powerful. Song Yu knew that in addition to the lord, there were actually 6 or 7 generals who came to the academy at the same time. It was not a coincidence. Under the proposal of the deputy headmaster of the White Horse Academy, Su Beiji, every once in a while, they would invite the generals to teach the scholars about the battlefield. Not to mention that this had never happened in other academies, perhaps even in the ancestor of the World Academy, the Shangyin Academy, there had never been such a strange thing. In the eyes of the scholars they were just boorish men. How could they reason with the scholars? Although these carriages didn't look amazing, the horses were all plump and expensive horses. To be precise, if they were placed in the Beiliang Frontier Army, they were either the best or the second best. Because they were originally from the 2 pastures in Beiliang, Xianli and Tianjing, but they were not supplied to the border army through special channels. For this kind of thing, whether it was the old King Liang, Su Shao, or the new King Liang who was next to Song Yu, they all turned a blind eye and never looked into it. Those old generals who had spent most of their lives on the battlefield, had more than 10 good horses at home after they retired. What was wrong with that? It was said that among the old generals of Beiliang who came to visit the White Horse Academy today, there were 2 senior deputy commanders, Wei Taizhan and Lu Yuanji, who had returned to the border army not long ago but didn't have any actual power for the time being. The 7 or 8 generals who had all been exposed to the smoke of war, were the first batch of old soldiers that Su Beiji invited to the White Horse Academy with great hospitality. It was true that in the current Beiliang officialdom, especially the civil officials, perhaps only the 2 young officials, Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang, could invite these old guys. Even the administrator Li Gongda couldn't do it. Even the nominal deputy administrator Song Dongming, who was in fact the leader of the civil officials in Beiliang, couldn't do it. As for the relative of the emperor, Lu Dongjiang, the provincial governor of Liangzhou, couldn't do it either. Because if one were to say something harsh, in fact, among the civil and military officials in Beiliang, only these 2 young people were the true ministers of the emperor. Iron Buddha General Ning Amei, Yuzhou General Huang Fuqiu, and the infantry deputy commander, great ancestor Gu, were still inferior to these 2. The backbone of the White Horse Academy was actually not the literary grandmaster of Liang Yao Baifeng, but Su Beiji, who had successfully retired from the position of the provincial governor of Lingzhou. Song Yu, as the former steward of Wutang'an and now the chief steward of the entire Mount Qingliang, was of course the young lord's trusted aide. The most important thing was that Song Yu was still young, in his early 40s. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't have the opportunity to be a senior official of the Su family for 3 dynasties in the Beiliang. It was easy to imagine how important his position was. This had nothing to do with whether this man was an official or not. Even the gatekeeper of the prime minister was a third-grade official, let alone the chief steward of a king's mansion. Therefore, Song Yu was very satisfied and grateful to the Su family. Song Yu slowed down slightly and followed Su Fengyin to the White Horse Academy. Chapter 1820. A young scholar in a green robe hurriedly walked out of the gate of the White Horse Academy. He looked around and was slightly stunned when he saw Su Fengyin and Song Yu. He was a scholar from Huainan who had recently studied at the academy. He was not one of the people who had followed Chancellor Wang to the grave. His ancestors were classmates with Yao Baifeng. They had studied together under Mr. Jingyuan in Shanglua County. Because of this, his grandfather asked this grandson to come to Liangzhou when he heard that Yao Baifeng was hosting the White Horse Academy again. Because of his honest and gentle personality and profound family knowledge, the old Yao Baifeng asked this young man to help him with some trivial matters. Today, when the group of Beiliang military leaders came to visit, it was mostly him who led people into the academy. The White Horse Academy also received the news from Mount Qingliang at the last minute that the Lord was coming. This was naturally a big deal for the young scholar. However, the attitude of Yao Baifeng and Su Beiji made him a little confused. They were indifferent and only told him to lead the way when he saw the Lord. However, the young scholar was inevitably troubled. He didn't know the young lord, but he soon felt relieved. Presumably, when a powerful lord of Liang came out, it would be amazing. To be honest, he was very curious about the legendary young lord and also somewhat admired him. There was a popular saying in the Central Plains, Southern Song Dynasty and Northern Su Dynasty. It was said that West Chu Song Yushu's splendid articles and Beiliang Su Fengyin's charm and bearing were both peerless in the world. It was quite like Southern Xie and Northern Li, in the spring and autumn period. The young scholar looked at the man in a white robe with only one retinue. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was most likely Su Fengyin. However, how could such a simple person be the lord of Beiliang cavalry who had successfully stirred up the general trend of the world? Su Fengyin went up the steps and saw a simple wooden frame at the door. A string of exquisite jade hooks was tied to the horizontal railing to hang the swords. Su Fengyin had once promised Mount Master Huang Shang when the Green Deer Cave Academy was first established that no matter which martial artist of Beiliang wanted to enter the Beiliang Academy, no matter their official rank, they would have to take off their swords. At this time there were 7 Beiliang swords hanging on the wooden frame. Battle swords with jade hooks hanging on the wooden frame. Su Fengyin walked in front of the wooden frame and looked at the battle swords. Most of them were old and not a single one was the newest Su 6 swords. One of the battle swords had a severely worn scabbard. It could even be called a unique first-generation Su family sword. Even in Mount Qingliang, there was not a single first-generation Su sword. Even though Su Shao had sent people to the Central Plains to buy such battle swords at a high price, there were still no results. This was because the first-generation Su swords were not forged in large quantities. There were no more than 7,000 of them. Secondly, the conditions at the time were harsh and the forging process was very crude. This resulted in the battle swords not being of good quality. Many of them were damaged on the battlefield and could not withstand more than a few battles. At that time, Su Shao had led his troops on expeditions everywhere and fought many bitter battles. He was even worse than a stray dog. He did not even know whether he could survive or not. He was used to the life of fighting. As for whether the sword was forged by himself or not, it really did not matter. It should be known that during the war, even Su Shao himself had directly taken off the enemy's armor on the battlefield and put it on himself. When Su Shao was alive, he only liked to brag to Su Fengyin about his great achievements. He said that he had won many battles and defeated many famous generals in the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn. However, he never told Su Fengyin about how many hardships he had suffered in those years. He did not even mention a word about it. Many of these things were heard by Su Fengyin a long time later when he chatted with people like Chu Lushan and Yuan Zuozong. Sometimes, Su Fengyin would also think that if he had children in the future, he would also have the opportunity to wait for them to grow up slowly. Probably like Su Shao, he would only tell them that their father had defeated many martial arts masters in his life, but would not tell them how many injuries and how much blood he had lost in those life-and-death battles. Father and son in the world were generally like this. I have never been a father, so I don't know the hardships of my father. When Su Fengnian slowly took off the sword at his waist, he turned to look at Song Yu and asked with a smile, Steward Song, will your twins who have just turned 10 years old be tired of your nagging? Hearing such a question out of the blue, Song Yu, who was extremely clever, was still a little unprepared. But soon he smiled and said, Of course, every time I tell the two children how many great figures their father has seen, they always snort at me and want to cover their ears. But when I tell them about the great deeds of the Lord, even if they have heard it too many times, they will still enjoy it. Chapter 1821. Su Fengnian had seen this pair of beautiful siblings a few times in Mount Qingliang. Different from the elder brother who was already an official and the second sister who was married to Lingzhou, they were lively and naughty. They liked to run up and down the mountain. It was said that they had a good relationship with the young lady that Qin Shiliang brought from Gangnam-do, Huyen Daguan's daughter, and the little green robe that Yu Groom left in the prince's mansion. They often played together. Once, Su Fengnian was walking on the long embankment in the middle of the lake alone in the morning. A group of children were squatting by the lake stealthily, fishing for carps with the crude fishing rods they made themselves. There were already 4 or 5 fat carps in the small wooden basin. As a result, he bumped into them. He deliberately coughed from afar. Song Yu's youngest son immediately overturned the wooden basin, told everyone to throw the fishing rods into the lake and then ran away. Su Fengnian, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, could only help these troublemakers retrieve the fishing rods and wooden basins from the lake and stay where they were. The carps in Tidehark Lake had an extraordinary origin. They came from a natural pond at the top of a mountain in Liaodong. In the eyes of Qi cultivators, these carps were not ordinary creatures. They were born with golden scales and carried the luck of the mortal world. The carps in Tidehark Lake were said to be worth 10 gold per tael. They had always been the dream of Beiliang's civil officials. The generals who followed Su Shao in the early years were all uncouth and had no interest in these things. Yan Jieshi, who had not betrayed Beiliang and went to Great Peace City at that time, also disdained to ask for them. Only Li Gongda shamelessly asked Su Shao for a few. Su Shao waved his hand and said that he would catch as many as he could and bring them home. At that time, Li Gongda, who was already the military governor of Feng Province, really went to catch them himself. In the end, he caught 7 or 8 carps and brought them back to his own pond. It was said that the pond already had 100 carps. Of course, Su Fengnian and Li Hanlin both knew that Li Gongda would smile from ear to ear every time he looked at the pond, not because he liked those carps, but because those carps were all living silver. When the young scholar heard this conversation, he was shocked. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was really the king of Beiliang. He was the one who led the Beiliang cavalry to block the million-strong army of Beimang. After Su Fengnian removed the cold saber from his waist, he gently hung it on a jade hook at the edge of the shelf on the left. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but in this way, all 6 generations of the Su family's war sabers were gathered. The young scholar was a little frightened. He quickly bowed and said, Dai Yuanjie of Fengtang County greets the king. Su Fengnian said in surprise, Fengtang County of Ji Province? Who is Mr. Jiaoan to you? Are you the distant grandson of the Dai family? Dai Yuanjie was even more surprised. He hadn't expected that a grand vassal king would have heard of his grandfather. Their Dai family had once been a wealthy and influential family of the old northern Han. For the past 300 years, the family's descendants had been ranked according to the 8 characters: indifferent and clear aspiration, tranquil and distant. When it came to Dai Yuanjie's generation, it just happened to be the distant character. However, the Dai family was the same as many other wealthy families of the spring and autumn period. Following the conclusion of that unjust battle, the Dai family had fallen into decline. The family's descendants scrupulously followed the rules set by Mr. Jiaoan, studying but not becoming an official. The Dai family's library, the 800 Iron Sword Library, was one of the 6 great libraries of the spring and autumn period. In particular, it collected over 100 types of rare books, as well as innumerable copies and copies. After the old northern Han was destroyed by Su Zhao's troops, the Dai family's library, which had always been open to outsiders, was no longer open to the public. Even the family's descendants couldn't rashly enter the library to read. This well-learned young scholar raised his head and replied with a stern expression, "It is my ancestor." Su Fengnian's expression was somewhat awkward. Half of the Tide Listening Pavilion's rare books were extorted from the 800 Iron Sword Library by our Su family. If you have come to Beiliang to ask for those books, I will have someone organize them and do my best to return them to you. This was the first time Dai Yuanjie had heard of this secret. His grandfather had never mentioned this matter to him. For a moment he was even more embarrassed than Su Fengnian. He was just a weak scholar. How could he have the courage to come to Bailiang and settle accounts with this northwestern vassal king? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "The books will only be collecting dust in the tide listening pavilion. It would be better to return them to your Dai family. However, let me say this first. The books can be returned, but the prerequisite is that your Dai family library must not keep them to yourself. You must open them to the descendants of other clans and scholars from other places. You can first discuss this matter with teacher Jiaowen. Of course, this is a presumptuous request. Teacher Jiaowen might not agree, but it won't affect your studies at White Horse Academy. You Dai Yuanjie can relax. If it really doesn't work out, I will gift those books to White Horse Academy under your Dai family's name. You can also mention this matter to teacher Jiaowen in your family letter." After weighing the pros and cons, Dai Yuanjie felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He bowed once more and said with great admiration, "Your Highness is magnanimous." Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. He held back some of the words he was about to say. In truth, Su Xiao had relied on knives to borrow the books back then. It was only because the Su family still had hundreds of thousands of knives that the matter of returning the books had become so voluminous. In truth, the Su family was in the wrong in this matter. It was just that Su Fengnian didn't want to talk about this with a descendant of the Dai family. No matter how good a book was, if no one read it, it might seem valuable, but it was actually the least valuable. However, Su Fengnian had also heard many strange words from Huang Longshi from Miss Hehe. This Huang Sanjia had said that the scholars of the future would be too relaxed about studying. They would instead pay less attention to the painstaking efforts of the predecessors. As a result, there would be the helpless sigh of, "The ancients have already explained everything." Su Fengnian followed the young scholar into White Horse Academy. The young scholar glanced back for no reason. That wooden frame. After the spring and autumn period. The 6 knives of the Su family. Arranged here. Chapter 1822. The White Horse Academy was built according to the old system of having a lecture hall in the middle and a study hall on the left and right. The 300 scholars lived in the 60 study halls on the east and west sides. There were only 19 teachers teaching in the academy all year round, including Yao Baifeng and Su Beiji. The vice headmaster Baiyu still needed to take charge of the official affairs on Mount Qingliang. However, the academy planned to invite more than 20 temporary lecturers this autumn and winter. There was a long list of names, enough to be described as a spectacular lineup. There was Huang Shang, the head of the Green Deer Cave Academy, Song Yin, the new provincial governor of Yuzhou who advocated legalism, Wang Shihua, the great scholar of Huangnam County who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the 3 talents of provincial governors, Chang Sui, the eldest brother who once studied under Han Guzi in the Shangyin Academy together with Su Weisheng, Su Huang and others. It was said that there was also Yu Wei, the master of music who was currently serving as the teacher of Ji Shang in the Shangyin Academy. Su Fengnian walked slowly with Dai Yuanjie and finally stopped in front of the library. Yao Baifeng, Lu Yuanji and Wei Taizhan, these meritorious old generals sat together to bask in the sun, while Su Beiji led a group of young scholars of the academy to bask in the sun. Yao Baifeng, who had stepped down from the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College, looked hale and hearty, unlike the rumors of Liang Imperial Court, who had resigned due to illness. In fact, even Su Fengnian didn't know why Yao Baifeng would take the initiative to leave Graydon City, and why he didn't spend the rest of his life in the capital, but instead returned to Bailiang. It should be known that the Yao Family Academy was reputed to be able to compete with the entire Imperial College. Although this was an exaggeration, no one doubted Yao Baifeng's lofty reputation in the literary circles of Liang. In fact, in the past few years in Graydon City, Yao Baifeng was almost the only one who was willing to speak up for Bailiang's military and political affairs in the imperial court. Su Fengnian believed that if he hadn't disobeyed the emperor of the Zhao family, then with Yao Baifeng's reputation and knowledge, he would have long been able to rise to the center of power in Liang, standing shoulder to shoulder with Huan Wen, Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, instead of staying in the imperial college that had a clear reputation but no real power. Moreover, after Yao Baifeng had followed Yan Jieshi into the capital to become an official, many of the Yao family's younger generation followed suit. Now that Yao Baifeng had chosen to enter the White Horse Academy in Bailiang, even Su Fengnian felt a little worried for the old man. So much so that when he was discussing matters with Song Dongming on Mount Qingliang, Su Fengnian suggested that Yao Baifeng could only be a lecturer and not be the dean, in order to help the old man reduce the rumors in the Liang imperial court. As the prime minister chosen by Yuan Binshi in the past, Song Dongming, who was well aware of the deep and shallow waters of Liang's officialdom, also supported this idea. However, in the end Yao Baifeng still tactfully refused. He jokingly said, "I'm not young, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." He insisted on personally becoming the head of the academy. Mount Qingliang, or rather Su Fengyin, couldn't dissuade this venerable scholar, and could only let Yao Baifeng take charge of the White Horse Academy. Seeing Su Fengyin's arrival, Lu Yuanji and Wei Taizhan, the two deputy commanders of the Beiliang frontier army in the early years, did not dare to take advantage of their seniority and immediately stood up to welcome him. This was especially so for Lu Yuanji, who was unaware of the fact that the younger generation of his family had run amok in the countryside. On the eve of Su Fengyin's succession, Lu Yuanji had been scolded by his former colleague Lin Dofang to the nose. Fuming with anger, Lu Yuanji rushed back to his mansion, and the first thing he did was to summon all of his unfilial descendants, who were all respectful in front of him, to the ancestral hall. With an attitude that showed that he was not afraid to kill the wrong person, he made all of the younger generation of the Lu family kneel on the ground and personally whipped each of them 100 times with a leather whip. 7 or 8 people fainted on the spot, dripping with blood. The women of the Lu family outside the ancestral hall were so scared that they did not even dare to cry out loud. When 3 of the 7 stewards of the Tianfu were beaten to death, the study companions of the younger generation of the Lu family all packed up and left. From then on, the Lu family became very strict. Lu Yuanji even closed his door and refused to see any guests. It was not until the commander of the left cavalry, He Zhong, suddenly sent word to him that he and his old men were to return to the frontier army that Lu Yuanji finally showed his face. Otherwise, this old general probably did not plan to have any dealings with his former comrades in this lifetime. These generals of Beiliang, who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period, had made great contributions, were unruly and difficult to tame, and refused to be restrained. This was naturally the truth. However, there was one thing that was different from many of the founding heroes of Liang, and that was they harbored an indescribable and deep-rooted complex toward the Su family, or rather toward Su Shao. If Yan Jinchuan, Yang Xinxing, and Ma Lulong, these great generals of Liang, helped the old emperor to conquer the Su family's country, then Yan Wenluan, Wei Taizhan, and Lu Yuanji, these valiant generals, followed Su Shao to conquer the Su family's country. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was very simple. Su Shao shared weal and woe with them, went into battle together, and fought together. There was not only the friendship between a ruler and his subject, but also the brotherhood of fellow soldiers who exchanged their lives for his. In the imperial court, it was difficult to understand, and it was the hardest to see the true heart. On the battlefield, in the moment of life and death, it was the easiest to see one's nature. Before and after the infamous Su Fengyin became the king of Beiliang, undercurrents surged. The original commander of the cavalry, Zhong Hongwu, was killed. In private, it was said that it was not killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, but killing the tiger to warn the wolves. From this, it could be seen how swift and fierce the atmosphere in Beiliang was. When Su Fengyin led the Lingzhou generals as the heir, even if Su Shao was still alive and controlled the Lingzhou officialdom, there was still that disturbance. After Su Fengyin greeted everyone, he saw the old soldier of the Lotus Seed camp, Lin Dofang, and suddenly realized that the Su family's first-generation war blade must have been this one-armed old man's treasure. He remembered that in the early years Su Shao had mentioned it many times, saying that if there was still a first-generation Su Dao in the world today, it would most likely be the one that he personally gave to Lin Dofang as a token of the marriage between the two families. However, later on Lin Dofang did not have any children. After this first-generation general of the Lotus Seed camp became disheartened, he also disappeared without a trace in Beiliang, so the marriage could only be cancelled. The current general of the White Feather Light Cavalry, Yuan Nanting, was from the Lotus Seed camp. That time, when 600 old soldiers came to the capital to send His Royal Highness off, Lin Dofang, Yuan Nanting, and the current commander of the Right Cavalry, Jean Partridge Zhou Kong, had both appeared. Dai Yuanjia brought over 2 chairs for Su Fengyin and Song Yu. After Su Fengyin took the chairs, he did not rightfully occupy Yao Baifeng's seat in the middle. He just casually placed them next to Lin Dofang and sat down. As for the head housekeeper of Mount Qingliang, Song Yu, he simply did not take the chairs. He smiled and shook his head in refusal, holding his breath and standing in the distance with rapt attention. Yao Baifeng took all of this in. He smiled slightly and then his expression turned serious. He went straight to the point and asked, "Your Highness, May I ask if Mao Qingliang has interfered with the incident in Guangling Road's spring snow building? The sun of early autumn was warm and gentle, but after Yao Baifeng threw out this question, even Lin Dofeng, Wei Taizhan, and the other old generals felt their hearts palpitate. Their originally leisurely sitting postures instantly became stiff and tense. Su Fengyan's expression was as usual. He gently shook his head and smiled. I would like to have some connections, but unfortunately I don't. Yao Baifeng stared at the young vassal king's slightly long and narrow eyes, speechless for a long time. It seemed that he did not catch the clues that he had expected. The old man sighed and said to himself, the signs of a chaotic world. After only a short 20 years of peace, how did it degenerate into such a situation? Su Fengyan's expression was still tranquil. He asked with a slight smile, does Mr. Yao think that other than the Mang border where the smoke of war is rising everywhere, even the Central Plains is in turmoil and chaos? Yao Baifeng was stunned and then he smiled bitterly. Your Highness, there is no need to be so sarcastic. This old man asks himself and has never felt that for the stability of the Central Plains, the Bailiang soldiers should die at the border. Chapter 1823. Su Fengyan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, today's chaos in the Central Plains is hard for the imperial court to absolve itself from the blame. Liang removing the feudal vassals and suppressing the power of the local generals are two things in the right direction, but the specific methods used are too cruel. For example, Yan Jinchuan and Yang Xinxing, these old men who hold military power, are undoubtedly loyal to the Zhao clan. And that Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, actually didn't need to die on the battlefield at all. On the contrary, these people are the source of Li Yang's vitality. Letting them die of old age and illness, although sloppy, is far better than using a deliberate Guangling war to cleanly seize power from the dead. Also, the civil and military officials of Li Yang are not fools. If my father's evil title is still within the acceptable range, then the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's failing in his old age is especially bitterly disappointed. The current Son of Heaven can't be called a fatuous ruler, he should be called a ruler of resurgence. All kinds of measures such as building a new pavilion, making an exception to promote Yan Jinchuan, and so on, can be considered to have greatly comforted the civil and military officials of the imperial court. Unfortunately, there are some things that as a subject, Zhang Julu can do well, but as a ruler, Zhao Zhuan may not be able to do well. At the very least, he doesn't have enough time. Su Fengyan calmly said, now the chaos in the Central Plains, where is the chaos? It's just the chaos in the people's hearts. Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, died with a grudge. Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong, retreated gloomily. The King of Jing and Zhao Sun, trembling with fear, took Meitai and city. The Duke of Guangling, Zhao Yi, tarnished his own reputation to seek hereditary succession. Then the Duke of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, marching north is also within reason. The military generals of Liang, not to mention those old men like Yan Yang, among the younger generation Lu Xingxiang, Kainan, Tang Taizuang and so on, I believe these people also have some indescribable hidden pain. If Zhang Julu hadn't died, even if he had already left the imperial court and retreated far away from Jianghu, or even if he didn't end up losing his reputation, the Central Plains definitely wouldn't be in chaos today. Yao Baifeng's face was filled with pain as he said with a trembling voice, no matter what, the people are innocent. Wei Taizhan shook his head slightly while Lu Yuanji rolled his eyes. These Bailiang veterans who had survived piles of corpses all snorted disdainfully at this scholarly attitude. Su Fengyan said calmly, ever since the founding of the Great Qin Empire for the past 800 years, there have been constant wars. Which dynasty's people are not innocent. Moreover, the teacher's words of, no matter what, were too understated. Even if the Emperor Zhao Zhuan had thousands of excuses as long as he was still sitting on the dragon throne, this disaster would have to be borne by him. Just like how I, Su Fengyan, blocked the Beimang's horse hooves and didn't allow them to drive straight into the Central Plains, I don't care if the imperial court doesn't care about my good intentions. If I couldn't block them and lost the Second Battle of Liangmang, I wouldn't care if I was cursed in the annals of history or if the people of the Central Plains were to curse me behind my back. Su Beiji, who was crouching not far away and flipping through books to dry them, turned his head and coughed heavily. He said unhappily, these big words, bullshit and unlucky words don't say too much. You the king of Bailiang don't care but I Su Beiji do. Also Teacher Yao is the dean of our White Horse Academy so you'd better be more polite. Su Fengyan was speechless and somewhat deflated. Yao Baifeng laughed loudly and said happily, it's fine it's fine. Today your highness is willing to say these unpleasant words. This old man whose neck is buried in the yellow earth is very happy very happy. Lu Yunji chuckled and said, of course. Our prince is a true Bailiang man, an honest man. He's never said the bullshit bureaucratic words of the Liang imperial court. Lin Dofeng laughed and scolded, Your Highness's ancestral home is Jinzhou of Liaodong. Moreover, you weren't born in Bailiang. You Lu Laosen have flattered countless times in your life, but you've never been able to show your face. Lu Yuanji wasn't afraid of the heavens or the earth, and he respected and didn't fear General Su Xiao. He was only afraid of Lin Dofeng, his old brother who had gone through fire and water with him. Otherwise, in the entire Bailiang, only Lin Dofeng had rewarded Lu Yuanji with a few punches. If it weren't for Wei Taizhan and the others desperately stopping him, Lu Yuanji would probably have been kicked countless times. Wei Taizhan wanted to say something but stopped. Su Fengyan's eyes were sharp. He said gently, Old General Wei, if you have something to say, say it. Wei Taizhan gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, Your Highness, is our Bailiang really going to rely on those young people? Are we going to leave the 300,000 cavalry and the survival of Bailiang to the war in Liuzhou? This time, it was Yao Baifeng's turn to cough. He secretly threw a glance at Su Beiji. After all, the scholars of the academy who were drying books nearby were all crooks and honest folk. They had to be careful when dealing with matters at the border. Su Fengyan waved his hand and smiled. It's fine. Talking about this now won't reveal military matters. Su Fengyan looked straight at Wei Taizhan. Before Xie Shibian left for Liuzhou, he asked me a question in private. Do you hope that the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang will all die in battle outside the pass and then wait with a clear conscience and regret for the fall of Bailiang's 4 prefectures? Or should I take a gamble? Maybe I'll bear the infamy of 1,000 years and be scolded as a border protector who doesn't understand military affairs but is greedy for merit and advance rashly, and be regarded as a classic example of an armchair strategist by the historians of the later generations, fighting for a chance of survival for northern Liang? The group of old generals fell into deep thought. Lin Dufang was the first to come back to his senses. With a serious expression he said, If your highness says so, then I didn't come here in vain. When I go back I'll drink 2 pounds of green ant wine. I'll put aside my stomach full of curses for now. If I lose I'll go to Mount Qingliang's steel forest and point at that tombstone. I'll pick up the things in my stomach and curse again. Lu Yuanji said resentfully, Lin Dufang, you're cursing your highness like that? Lin Dufang said fiercely, Since you're the king of Bailiang and you have the world's strongest elite troops, then it's natural for you to win a great battle. In the past, the general even conquered half of the Central Plains. Why can't your highness stop the Baimang barbarians now? Yao Baifeng's face was filled with disbelief. Was there such a logic in the world? Su Beiji gloated, Old General Lin's words are sincere. Wei Taizhan, who had the most peaceful temperament, hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Old Lin, we haven't even drunk yet. Why are you already talking about drunken talk? Your highness, don't lower yourself to the same level as this stubborn bull. Old Lin has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, among us old fellows, when we're not in front of your highness, he's the one who protects your highness the most. Lin Dufang, who was exposed, glared at Wei Taizhan. Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes and smiled sincerely. He joked, Old General Wei, I know. After all, Old General Lin almost became my father-in-law. It would be strange if he doesn't side with me. Lu Yunji said, Your highness is so handsome. Look at old Lin's ugly appearance. Even if he has a daughter, she's definitely not good enough for your highness. Lin Dofang, who had long been accustomed to punching and kicking Lu Yuanji in his military life, almost wanted to kick Lu Laosan, who had nothing good to say. However, the young lord and Yao Baifeng were present, so he managed to hold himself back. Su Fengyan suddenly said softly, Mr. Yao, I have a suggestion. Can the White Horse Academy arrange for some scholars to go to the private schools in the villages outside Liangzhou City regularly to give lectures to the poor children? The content of the lectures doesn't need to be too detailed. First, it won't delay the scholars' studies in the academy. Second, the children won't understand the profound content. Because I hope that the future scholars in Bailiang can understand the local customs of the Central Plains as early as possible. I hope that they will know that there are many strange things in the world outside their hometown of Bailiang. I hope that they will have the ambition to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Therefore, the scholars of the academy can give lectures at will. Even if it's just casually telling the children about the local food of the Central Plains, it will be fine. Su Fengyan was silent for a moment and said tentatively, Maybe it's a little overkill. If the scholars of the academy are not willing to do it, I can give the Tide Listening Pavilion's collection of books as a reward for the lectures. As soon as the words came out, Yao Baifeng was in a daze and didn't say anything for a long time. In the open space in front of the library, the young scholars helping to dry the books in the autumn sunshine might not be able to hear the content of the conversation, but everyone could see the scene. An old scholar sat at the head of the table with a clear conscience. The generals of Bailiang who had killed countless people sat on his left and right. A king who had the power of 300,000 cavalrymen sat quietly on the edge. Then the young people saw another scene. The Confucian grandmaster who had students all over the world slowly stood up and bowed respectfully to the young king. He lowered his head with tears in his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "I, Yao Baifeng from the White Horse Academy, greet the king of Bailiang on behalf of all the scholars of Bailiang." Chapter 1824. Today, since the opening of the Great Peace City Spiritual Cultivation Hall, it welcomed a small court meeting with the most people. Head of the Secretariat Qi Yanglong, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Zhao Yuling, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Huan Wen, Assistant Minister of the Minxiao Province Huan Wen, Assistant Minister of the Left Scattered Cavalry Chen Wang, Minister of the Ministry of Personnel Yin Mao Chun, Minister of the Ministry of War and General of the Southern Expedition Wu Zhongshuan, Grand Secretary of the Hall of Wuying Wen Shorin, Grand Secretary of the Cavern Pavilion Yen Jieshi, Commandery, Prince of Changshan Zhao Yang, Duke of Yen Country Gao Shizhi, Marquis of Huayang Song Downing, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Tang Taizuang, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights Jean Lanting, and so on. The former Qingzhou General Hong Lingshu, who had been transferred to the capital to receive the title of General Pacifying the South, the current Jidushi Kainan of the two Huai Dao, the Administrator Han Lin, and Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong, who had gone to Jizhou to take charge of the northern border defense, were all unfamiliar faces. They were all gathered in one place, the civil and military resplendent. After leaving court, the young emperor of Liang Zhao Zhuan changed into a set of casual clothing from the Jiangnan Weaving Bureau. Although it was not as glorious and majestic as the court and auspicious clothing, it had the unique charm of Jiangnan. The central plains were plunged into chaos. The hundreds of thousands of elites that had left Nanjiang were like a hot knife through butter. They passed through 4 provinces, sweeping everything before them, and crossed the Guangling River almost without any resistance. In the capital of the old West Chu, they faced off against the Liang Imperial Court north and south. The spring snow building incident caused the careful planning of the court in Guangling Dao to go down the drain. Not only were the 2 civil and military leaders of Guangling Dao prisoners, more importantly, a large group of Liang generals and officials who surrendered to the Jiangshi of West Chu were all controlled. This caused Zhao Zhuan to almost completely take over Guangling Dao without any bloodshed. The good situation that Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, and Yan Jinchuan had worked so hard to build up, became a wedding dress for someone else. Guangling Dao was once again corrupted. It could even be said that in one night, Zhao Zhuan almost owned half of the country. It was just that whether it was the morning court at the Wuying Hall or the small court meeting at the Recuperation Hall, the young emperor was not as flustered and exasperated as the Liang officials imagined. Not only was he calm and composed, he even did his best to conceal it and still revealed an appearance of eagerness. It was clear that this young literati emperor still had the valiant blood of the previous Zhao rulers flowing in his bones. At this time, the Zhao clan's emperor had in his hands an edict issued by a traitor to the world. The content was treacherous, listing the various crimes that he, the new Liang ruler, had committed after ascending the throne. Including nepotism, unfair rewards and punishments, using traitorous officials and internal strife within the Zhao clan, there were a total of 10 major crimes. The young emperor gently put down the edict and raised his head with a smile. It is said that this item is the work of that Song clan's eldest grandson? Northern Su, Southern Song and Southern Song clan descendant Song Yushu. His literary talent was outstanding, and even the great peace city officials had long heard of him. Tantanan, who had once personally praised Song Yushu, shot a glance at the inscribed board in the Recuperation Hall. Then he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "This kid can only write this kind of article full of hostility in the hands of an ordinary man like Zhao Bing. It is a pity that he is an unpolished piece of jade. If he had taken up a post in the Liang Imperial Academy or one of the newly established 6 pavilions, he would definitely be able to write an article that would be immortalized for generations to come. Not only would he be able to help the people, but he would also be able to secure a place in the literary world." The young emperor nodded. "It is a bit of a pity. Not long ago, I promised Attendant Yen that I would definitely recommend this Song clan jade tree born in Jiangnan's scholarly circles. I reckon it will be delayed for a while." The Attendant Yen that the emperor spoke of was, of course, the new noble of the Imperial Academy, Yen Qiji. Currently, the Imperial Academy had recently built 6 new offices in the 6 departments of the Jianghu province. Servants of all ages were assigned to different classes to prevent the most noble officials of Liang, who were regarded as the prime minister, from becoming a chatterbox. Yan Qiji was temporarily in charge of the affairs of the 6 departments. Although he did not have the title of an official, his path of advancement was already very clear. Compared to the first 3 who had taken up posts in the 6 departments, Li Jifu, Gao Tingshu and Wu Congxian, Yan Qiji was already showing signs of gaining the upper hand after striking. And the words of the young emperor revealed too many things that were worth thinking about. Other than the obvious intimacy he showed to his brother-in-law, Yan Qiji, the fate of the Guangling Path Song clan seemed to have been decided at this moment. Since it was only delayed, then the Song clan, who had first joined the remnants of the Jiang clan and then joined the rebel lords, would still be able to escape after the rebellion was quelled due to the presence of Song Yushu, a young talent in the emperor's heart. Their path to promotion in Liang's officialdom would not be blocked and cut off. It was believed that after today's small court meeting, the Song clan thousands of miles away would be able to quickly hear of the thunderstorm from the palace and would most likely be relieved of a heavy burden. The young emperor looked at the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taihuang, who was seated at the back, and asked gently, "Tang Taihuang, when will the Pillar State leave Liaodong and enter the capital? Does the Ministry of War have any definite news?" Tang Taihuang was somewhat anxious and answered carefully, "I only know that the Pillar State has replied to the Ministry of War that the 2 Liao borders are urgent. Beimang's Eastern Front Commander-in-Chief, Wang Sui, has been making a lot of movements recently and seems to have the intention of mobilizing troops. The Pillar State must make proper arrangements before leaving." The young emperor made a sound of agreement and comforted him. "Order Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of War to draft a document and inform the Pillar State that there is no need to rush to the south. The 2 Liao borders have always been the most important matter in our dynasty. We must not lose the big picture for the small." Tang Taihuang accepted the order in a deep voice, but his heart became heavier. The more amiable His Majesty was, the less confident he, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who had the word party-oriented plastered on his forehead, felt. There was a saying in the great peace city officialdom called, "After Gu Jiantang the Ministry of War had no luck." This was referring to the important people in charge of the Ministry of War after Gu Jiantang. Almost none of them had a smooth career. Minister Liu Baijie was first transferred to Guangling and then became a captive of the King of Yen in the Spring Snow Building. Assistant Minister Su Gong was first sent to Liaodong. In name he was helping the emperor patrol the northern pass, but in reality he was excluded from the officialdom of the capital, especially the center of the court. Liu Xingxiang had led the southern expedition as an assistant minister, but from start to finish he had very little military service. If it were not for the fact that he sent troops without permission later on, he probably would have become the laughingstock of the world. As for Chen Zhibao, between the 2 ministers Gu Jiantang and Liu Baijie, he had been granted the title of King of Western Shu. Originally he had been favored greatly. In the end, he had mysteriously rebelled with Zhao Bing of the southern border. In the end, it was not a good ending. It was not easy to live in the capital, and it was not easy to be an official in the capital. Tang Taihuang glanced casually at Kai Nan, who was standing slightly in front of him. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Last time, Wei Dong, Dong Gong, Huang Gong, and the other old subordinates of General Gu had come to the capital and parted on bad terms. This time, Kai Nan had no intention of visiting Tang Taihuang. She stayed at the Lianhui road station in the capital and lived in seclusion. The young emperor turned his head and smiled at the Minister of Rights, Sima Puhua. In the 3rd year of Xiangfu, the Ministry of Rights had been raised to the same level as the 2 ministries of civil service and military affairs. It was higher than the 3 ministries of civil service, and labor. Sima Puhua naturally enjoyed many of the benefits of Liu Daolin and Yuan Gua, the 2 former ministers. It was not without reason that the current emperor was viewed as a literati emperor by the Central Plains. Although he did not necessarily look down on military officials, it was clear that he valued civil officials. The relocation of the Hanlin Academy and the elevation of the Ministry of Rights were clear evidence. The young emperor looked at the high official of the Ministry of Rights and said earnestly, "The examination will be held at the beginning of spring next year. The Ministry of Rights has an unshirkable responsibility. Have you decided on the candidates for the position of president and vice president?" This time, the scale of the spring imperial examination has expanded greatly. The number of scholars is unprecedentedly large. Minister Sima, you still need to provide a detailed constitution as soon as possible. Other than the fact that I will personally look through it, the Ministry of Rights might as well hand the constitution over to Tantanon, Minister Yin, and the other seniors who have presided over the spring imperial examination many times. The old man, who was probably the most hopeless among all the ministers of the Ministry of Rights in Liang, said in fear and trepidation, "Your Majesty, the spring imperial examination that is held once every 3 years is related to the continuation of our dynasty's cultural heritage. Although I have been in the Ministry of Rights for many years, I have never had the experience of presiding over the spring imperial examination. Moreover, in terms of experience, I admit that I am far inferior to Tantanon and Minister Yin in terms of familiarity with the operation of the spring imperial examination. In terms of knowledge, I am even inferior to the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs and Grand Secretary 1. In terms of ability, I am also inferior to Qin Xiaobao and Minister Yen, who are young talents in their prime. Your Majesty, I do not know how to choose the President and Vice President together with my colleagues in the Ministry of Rights. It is not that Liang is a talented person, but it is just like hanging a large bead curtain at the door of a small house. It is a dazzling lineup that is truly too much for the eyes to take in. I do not know how to choose. Therefore, I dare to say that Your Majesty has personally selected the candidates for the spring imperial examination." Tantanon listened to the heartfelt words of the Minister of Rights behind him. He could not help but turn his head and look over, giving him a thumbs up. This flattery had flattered many people in an instant. Chapter 1825. In response to Tantanon's gesture, Sima Puhua smiled foolishly. His eyes were sincere and impeccable. The young emperor gathered his sleeves and smiled slightly. "I will not add to the matter of the candidates for the spring examination. It will still be decided by the Ministry of Rights. If you have a headache, Minister Sima can communicate more with Tantanon when you return. However, in my opinion, apart from the fact that the chief examiner for the examination needs to be of virtue and prestige, we can make an exception for the specific candidates responsible for marking the examination papers. There is no need to pay attention to seniority. The Ministry of Rights, the Hanlin Academy, and the Imperial College can each choose a few young people to take up the posts." Sima Puhua, whose face was full of admiration, quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise." The young emperor turned his gaze and with great difficulty found Hong Lingshu, who seemed out of place in this small court. After all, Hong Lingshu was an official who had just entered the capital from a local area. Hong Lingshu was also one of the leaders of the Green Party. The Green Party had many ups and downs during the reign of Yonghui, especially after Lu Feiqi of the Pillar of Shanghua chose to marry into the Su family of Beiliang. The Lu family moved to the northwest, causing all the officials in Qingzhou to feel insecure. Fortunately, not long ago, old Assistant Minister, Wen Tai had been promoted from an external post to the Jinggan Dao Administrator. Only then did the people calm down. However, this was Hong Lingshu's first time in the capital, and he was not accustomed to the crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the capital. The young emperor's voice grew softer and softer as he said slowly, "Has General Hong's residence in Tian City been renovated?" Hong Lingshu, who had originally thought that he was just accompanying the crown prince in his studies, was overwhelmed by the favor. "Your Majesty, the residence that the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue helped to arrange is excellent. I did not need to make any changes at all. The family members who came with me were full of praise. Your Majesty's kindness is vast and mighty. I am moved to tears." The young emperor smiled. Assistant Minister Tang put in a lot of thought into this matter. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Hearing this, Hong Lingshu immediately cupped his fists in thanks to Tang Tai's Huang beside him. The latter only cupped his fists in return and did not speak politely. The former was relatively simple and fast, but there was a big bottleneck between the assistant minister and assistant minister. The latter emphasized being down-to-earth and slow, but as long as one became one of the 3 generals of Pingjin, his future would be assured. As long as he could hold on, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and move up step by step. On the other hand, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War still had to go to the local area to take up the position of deputy Jidushi. In the end, they would have to fight for the position of Minister of War based on their own abilities. Both methods had their advantages and disadvantages. However, for Hong Lingshu to be directly promoted from a general of a province to a general of Pingjin was not a very reasonable promotion. It was reasonable because the imperial court needed to use the Green Party in the hinterland of the Central Plains to pacify the people when thousands of scholars from the Central Plains were rushing to Beiliang. Wen Tai, who left the capital, and Hong Lingshu, who entered the capital, were like this. Although Hong Lingshu was a proper outsider, he was not optimistic about the prospects of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Tai's Huang. On the one hand, Wu Zhongshuan appeared out of nowhere. On the other hand, Tang Tieshuang's faction was too strong. Hong Lingshu's identity as the Green Party could sometimes help balance the imperial court. However, Assistant Minister Tang's identity as a general of the Gu Party meant that as long as the pillar of state Gu Jiantang was alive, Tang Tieshuang would not be able to reach the top of the imperial court. The imperial court could tolerate a pillar of state who led the military of two Liao provinces to live under the same roof as a General Tang who led the iron cavalry of Liaodong. However, they would never allow a minister of state Tang to work together with General Gu. Hong Lingshu would not be grateful just because Tang Tieshuang had spent a lot of effort on his residence but kept it a secret. However, the emperor seemed to casually reveal it in public. Hong Lingshu had to think about it carefully. The young emperor picked up the imperial edict again. His expression became serious. He sneered, "Zhao Bing is a vassal of the Zhao family but he wants to be a traitor. I can tolerate the Guangling Path rebellion, I can tolerate the civil and military officials who defected to the Jiang family of West Chu. I can't tolerate the people of Guangling Path who were caught in the chaos of war. However, I can't tolerate Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu." The monarch of Liang paused. "Wu Zhongshuan." The burly Wu Zhongshuan said in a low voice, "I'm here." The young emperor said expressionlessly, "Minister Wu, please explain the situation of Guangling Path to my beloved officials." Wu Zhongshuan said slowly, "Currently the traitor Zhao Bing has a total of 110,000 troops stationed in the north of Guangling Path. In the following half a year, there will be at least 40,000 Nanjiang barbarians entering the north of Guangling River. The traitor Qin Jibao, excluding the 20,000 Shu troops, will have 30,000 Shu troops rushing to Guangling Path. In addition to the original Jinan General Song Li and the original Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan, as well as the newly absorbed remnants of the West Chu rebels, by the end of the fourth year of Xiangfu, the number of rebels will reach 260,000. Currently, the imperial court only has 120,000 soldiers guarding Guangling Path. Although the rebellion of the two kings had already made Great Peace City feel uneasy, when Wu Zhongshuan directly stated the number of troops on both sides, even when Shorin, an important official in the central government, felt fear. Furthermore, the older officials all knew the ability of the Yan King Zhao Bing. He was a martial artist who had once fought side by side with a certain cripple Rintu. There was also another matter that was understood. Beside the Yan King Zhao Bing stood a Qin Jibao, a white-robed war saint who controlled all the soldiers of West Chu. Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang Yan Country Duke Gao Shizhi, and Huayang Marquis Song Downing, these three martial artists who had also experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period were all worried. Zhao Yang was one of the top 10 generals in the spring and autumn period. The more so, the more the old man understood the danger of Guangling Path. Qi Yanglong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "General Gu is leading an elite force south to quell the rebellion, but it is not necessary to immediately enter the battlefield. The imperial court is training soldiers at this time. At present, the heart of the army is not with the imperial court but with the rebel army. Fortunately, the hearts of the people are with the imperial court and not with Zhao Bing and Qin Jibao." Back then, Su Zhao's situation was even better, but he still didn't rule by drawing a river. He was unwilling and unable to do so. Now it's only 20 years later, not 200 years later. The ambitious Zhao and Qin vassal kings are just continuing the game of chess that has already been decided 20 years ago as long as... At this point, the head of the secretariat suddenly fell silent. Tantanan continued, "As long as the Bailiang cavalry does not rebel and continue to hold back the pace of Beimang's invasion to the south, allowing Gu Jiantang to have time to go south to quell the rebellion, the Zhao and Qin kings will be short-lived." For some reason, this "as long as" caused many of the nobles and officials in the Cultivation Divine Hall to feel a strange meaning. If Bailiang was not willing to fight to the death with Beimang and abandoned the northwest, retreated 1,000 li south, and then conspired with the Yan King Zhao Bing on the central plains? What would the imperial court do? It should be known that after when Tai and Ma Zhongxian, the Jidushi and administrator, arrived at Jinggan Road, the matter of the grain entering the cold as expected, was bumpy and slow. Who would have thought that 20 years of peace and prosperity would be turned upside down overnight? It turned out. Unknowingly, the length of the Liang kingdom was once again tied to a person surnamed Su. This truth made most of the people in the Cultivation Divine Hall feel extremely humiliated. For example, the head of the 12 scholars Wen Shorin, the imperial relative Yan Jieshi, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights Jean Lanting and others. There was an extremely vulgar saying in the countryside of Liang, "Without Butcher Zhang, could it be that you can't eat pork?" Now it seemed that it was really possible. Without Butcher Su to help kill people, the official status may not be stable. Wen Shoren, the Grand Secretary of the Wuying Palace, was pale. Yan Jieshi, who looked down on His Royal Highness for many years, was gloomy. Jean Lanting was even more livid. Kai Nan quietly lowered his head, his expression dark and unclear. Administrator Han Lin, whose relationship with Kai Nan had improved greatly after the battle with the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, had a complicated expression. At this time the young emperor smiled. The Su family has guarded the northwest for 2 generations. In the second year of Xiangfu, the Beiliang frontier army contributed greatly, so the imperial court should reward them. Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao, and other Beiliang generals have died on the battlefield. I'm prepared to write a decree to confer titles to all Beiliang generals, including these 2. I also plan to give the king of Beiliang, Su Fengyin, the title of Pillar of the State. The Zhao family's emperor squinted his eyes and looked over. The entire hall was stunned. Chapter 1826. Thank you all for supporting me in my work in the snow during the year-end inventory. As soon as he heard that His Majesty was going to return the title of Pillar of State to the Su family, the Grand Secretary of the Wuying Palace, Wen Shoren, immediately looked extremely embarrassed. This old and stubborn official, who had once become famous all over the world for carrying the coffin and remonstrating Su Xiao to death, began to tremble all over. The leader of the clear stream in the officialdom, who had always given people the impression that he was still vigorous despite his age, finally looked somewhat like a candle in the wind. In the Liang dynasty, although the Zhang and Gu palaces were already like passing clouds, each had its own legacy. For example, when Wang Xiongui, the former Minister of Revenue, became Zhang Lu's successor, even though he was sent to the Guangling circuit, he still managed to win over a large group of civil officials from the spring of Yonghui around him. Tang Tai's Huang, Dong Gong Huang, and other military generals entered the capital from the border. The same was true for the Green Party. The Assistant Minister of Personnel, Wen Tai, and Hong Lingshu's promotions all belonged to the same origin. In fact, apart from these 3 parties, there was another party that was even more secretive and had even more complicated origins. It was the Anti-Su party headed by Wen Shoren, with Jean Lanting, the Assistant Minister of Rights, as his hidden successor, and Gao Tingshu of the Ministry of War as the backbone. These people came from all over the world and had no friendship with their hometown or the same age. There was a great disparity in seniority, and their backgrounds were completely different. The former general of the north, Ma Lulong, was also one of the backbone who did not show his face. These people might have different opinions on many military and state matters, but they always maintained a tacit understanding on one matter, and that was to do their best to suppress the reputation of the Beiliang Su family in the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains. Simply speaking, this group of people had a bone-deep obsession with how to squeeze out the Su family and father. When the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was still alive, he still had misgivings and did not dare to put his personal interests over his official duties. After the blue-eyed woman who had once blocked out the sky and covered the sun in the Liang imperial court passed away and Tantanon broke off with her early on, this group of people seemed to be able to see the clouds and see the moon, and they became more and more unscrupulous in their actions. For example, this time, the matter of the imperial court setting 1,000,000 dan of grain to cool down before autumn, it was precisely because of the spread of these deeply rooted large trees in great and city that they brought back a lot of solemn gossip to Jinggan Road, especially Qingzhou's Xiangfan, as well as all kinds of inside information that did not need to be said out loud. As a result, less than half of the grain had slowly made its way to Beiliang. As for when it would arrive at the granary in Lingzhou, the grain officials who had rested on the grain transport for 20 years naturally had all kinds of skilled excuses to deal with the imperial court's Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, the Ministry of Revenue only sent a few letters every few days that seemed to be strictly worded. How could they really investigate the officials for failing to do their duty? Who did not know that the Ministry of Revenue had always been seen as Zhang Lu's last defensive position? The officials who held real power in the Ministry of Revenue were almost all scholars who had emerged from the spring of Yonghui. Everyone saw themselves as the old Grand Secretary's disciples. When the former minister Wang Xiongui was in the capital, even though he was not very close to the famous Wen Shoren, Wang Xiongui had always had a bad impression of the northwest border. In addition, his son Wang Yuling had formed a deep grudge with the new prince of Liang, Su Fengyin. This was a topic that everyone in the capital knew about. Most importantly, although the matter of the grain entering the capital and suddenly changing its route to the northwest had long been independent of the Ministry of Revenue, how could the Ministry of Revenue, which was nominally in charge of taxes, not really have anything to do with it? To be precise, the entire Ministry of Revenue's hands and feet were very clean on the surface, but many of the Ministry of Revenue's high-ranking officials were not necessarily clean. Once the transportation of the grain deviated from the familiar path of the officialdom, it would inevitably lead to the loss of countless vested interests. Once the transportation of the grain from the capital to the two Liao provinces was divided into 3 provinces and 1 Bailiang, it would become a rule. This meant that the annual dividend of 1 million share of grain would go down the drain. Among the large group of meritorious families in Great and City behind the high-ranking officials of the transportation of the grain were the Duke of Yen, Gao Shi, and the Marquis of Huayang, Song Downing. When the old Emperor of Liang first gave out titles to meritorious officials, according to Yuan Binshi's plan, it was roughly, the civil officials were given power and the military officers were given money. The Prince of Changshan Zhao Yang was also in this group. A large group of manors such as Gao Shi and Song Downing were able to get involved in the transportation of the gold rolling in. However, Gao Shi and Song Downing ate better and did not get a large share. In these years, they had intentionally or unintentionally instructed the people in charge of the transportation of the grain to keep a low profile. The gradual withdrawal of these 2 dukes and marquis also led to the rising arrogance of many other families. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were insatiably greedy. The reason why Zhang Julu's reorganization of the transportation of the grain and the officials was difficult was because these 2 matters had almost offended both high and low levels of the Liang officialdom. Although there was not a strong backlash, it was not very effective. After all, there were no free people in the officialdom. After Zhang Julu was sent to prison, the entire imperial court was as silent as a cicada in winter. During this period of time, there was no doubt that the blue-eyed boy's best friend Huanwen chose to stand on the sidelines and watch with folded arms, and there was also the fact that Zhang Julu allowed Zhang Lu to fall apart. But wasn't it also because of the selfishness of those Liang civil and military officials, who felt that they had no day to see the light of day? Who would think that dealing with the Su family in the northwest would be an easy and pleasant matter? Who would dare to rigidly apply the Liang officialdom's set of rules and regulations to the Bailiang frontier army? Who would have the guts to run to the Northwest Territory and ask the Su family's officials for kickbacks? Who would not be afraid that those Bailiang barbarians' heads would be chopped off? Therefore, one could well imagine the Ministry of Revenue's real attitude toward the matter of the grain going cold. Naturally, they would drag it out as long as they could, slow it down as long as they could. In fact, this strategy happened to coincide with the opinion that when Tai raised to His Majesty the Emperor's face during the small court assembly. Suddenly the young emperor smiled and asked, "Kainan Hanlin, the territory you 2 are in is closest to the Bailiang road. What do you think of the second battle of Liangmang?" Moreover, in the first battle, Northern Liang's first-rate elite cavalry suffered very few casualties. Putting aside the fact that the Great Snow Dragon cavalry remained intact, those 2 heavy cavalry units that had always been kept secret from the outside were also accumulating strength and waiting to set out. Moreover, He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's left and right cavalry did not participate in the first battle at all. On the other hand, in northern Mang, Yang Yuanzhan's entire army was wiped out at Gourd Mouth in Yuzhou. At that time, Lu Kuei's direct troops in Liuzhou on the western front also suffered rather heavy casualties, with nearly 10,000 Chang cavalry completely wiped out. Now the second great battle has yet to officially begin. In the Battle of the Dragon Eye Plains, putting aside the fact that northern Mang's elite cavalry was almost completely wiped out, Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry scattered, and Dongzhuo's private cavalry also suffered serious injuries. This is definitely an enormous hidden danger that northern Mang still has a great advantage in terms of military strength on the surface. I believe that both sides in Liang and Mang will have a new set of considerations on this matter. The young emperor sighed softly, as expected of the Bailiang cavalry, the best in the world. The Bailiang cavalry, the best in the world. This phrase was not unfamiliar to the Central Plains but might not be recognized. Perhaps today was the first time it had been publicly spoken by someone in the officialdom of Liang, and it was from the mouth of the Zhao Emperor. The administrator of the 2 rivers, Han Lin, was more refined than when he was in the capital. His skin was darker, and his aura had become steadier and more restrained. There was a rough and simple aura of the border around him. Compared to Wen Shorin and Jean Lanting, who had been in the court for a long time, there was an indescribable feeling of distance between the 2. Han Lin was one of the dozen or so administrators who had left Great Peace City to take up the post of a major official of a border. He was the one who had been promoted in name and in reality. The court had placed high hopes on him, and he had not been demoted from an important place. Li Yang favored this former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. The emperor of the Zhao family looked at this administrator who would send secret letters to the capital every 10 days through the hands of spies. His gaze was gentle. Han Lin, you've worked hard this year. Han Lin bowed and said fearfully, I have betrayed your grace. The young emperor smiled. You have already done very well. If it weren't for Kainan, I'm afraid you would be the first administrator of Liang to die on the battlefield, and I would have lost an arm. Han Lin, in the future you must not act so rashly. The loyalty of a civil official to the country is never on the battlefield. I have never doubted your loyalty. Otherwise, I would not have let you be the administrator of the border. Other than Tang Taizhuang, who had the title of minister in name, Wu Zhongshuan, who was not familiar with the affairs of the Yamen and was temporarily still the most powerful person in the Ministry of War, all the civil officials in the Hall of Cultivation were confused. Even Zhao Yang, Gao Shi, and Song Downing, who had gradually walked from behind the scenes to the front and regained control of the military power, did not understand why the emperor said this. However, for Han Lin to be able to receive such a direct verbal praise, it meant that this person was destined to return to the central government in the future. Perhaps he could even successfully control one of the 3 provinces. This was indeed something that no one had expected. After all, Han Lin was a student of Zhang Lu in his early years. However, compared to Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochen, he seemed to be lacking in ability. Compared to Yuan Guo, he was also inferior in terms of knowledge. Even compared to Wang Xiongui, he had many disadvantages. Perhaps this was the so-called great talent matured late. There were many examples of people in the officialdom who were proud of their achievements one day, but would be punished the next day. On the contrary, Han Lin, who was calm and steady, had more potential. After a seemingly casual discussion between the emperor and his subjects, the young emperor once again brought up the matter of awarding the young king Su Fengnian as the most outstanding military official of the Great Pillar State. This time the hall was still silent. However, compared to the previous surging undercurrent, the eyes of many of the officials clearly showed a hint of resignation. The young emperor's fingers lightly stroked the imperial edict on his knee. The Ministry of Revenue will draft a constitution and send it to the Hall of Cultivation. If there are some local resistance, the Ministry of Revenue can discuss with Assistant Minister Tang of the Ministry of War. In short, I guarantee that when the imperial edict reaches Beiyang, the grain will cool down before the imperial edict. Chapter 1827. At this point, the young emperor glanced at Gao Shiji and Song Downing. The latter's heart trembled at the same time. When the emperor shifted his gaze, the two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It was an unexpected calamity. The income of Duke Yan's mansion and Marquis Huayang's mansion had long been diluted to the point that it was negligible. Now, the ones who could truly be called the biggest rats in the country were none other than the 3 members of the Zhao family who had the same surname as the country. 2 of them were the elders of the Zhao family who had long been indifferent to the court. The last one was a new member of the imperial family who had recently entered the muddy waters. It was said that the former had tried to rope in the latter, and the latter had suddenly gained power with the help of a certain son-in-law during the auspicious year. Apparently, he had somewhat forgotten himself and his bones had become lighter by several jin. Once he heard that it was such a profitable business with no capital, he had thrown himself into it without hesitation. For half a year the guaranteed bonus was 2.5 million taels of silver. In fact, Gao Shiji and Song Downing had only received around 500,000 taels of silver at their peak. It should be known that the son-in-law of the county king was standing in the hall of immortal cultivation at this moment, and his position was only behind Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, alongside Zhao Yuling, Yin Maochen, and Wu Zhongshuan. But why did the emperor not look at that person, but instead reminded Yan and Song? It was very simple. The young man who had been imperceptibly tricked by his father-in-law was named Qin Wang. In the officialdom of Liang, he had always been respectfully called Qin Xiaobao. He was an important official of the central government and close to the emperor. In terms of the degree of his confidant, perhaps even Yan Jieshi and Yan Qiji, the father and son of the emperor, could not compare to him. At this moment, Qin Wang, the left-scattered cavalry officer of Minxiao province, was expressionless. He held his breath in concentration and no one could see anything strange. Jean Lanting narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up the back of Qin Wang who was standing in front of him. His eyes were dark and gloomy. The Grand Secretary of the Hall of Wuying, Wen Shorin, was not at ease in today's small court meeting. As the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights who aspired to take control of the Liang literature vein, he was also greatly disappointed. Earlier, the emperor had mentioned that the chief examiner of the spring examination would be someone of virtue and prestige. This meant that Jean San Lang, who had little experience in the officialdom, had actually already missed the great opportunity to use the spring examination to become the common teacher of all the scholars in the world. During the Yonghui era, when Zhang Julu and Tantanan, two people jointly controlled the imperial examination, why did everybody like to call themselves Zhang Julu's disciple, Grand Secretary Wanxing? It was not only because Zhang Julu's official position was higher than Huan Wen's, nor was it because of the difference between the positions of president and vice president. The key was that in the end, Huan Wen was only responsible for dividing the rooms and marking the examination papers. Even if the person was personally selected by Huan Wen, he still had to be approved by Zhang Julu. Jean Lanting originally thought that after Qi Yanglong clearly stated that he would not participate in the spring examination and Yao Baifeng took the initiative to pack up and leave the Imperial College, he would be able to obtain one of the three positions of president and vice president. As for whether or not he could take over the position of chief examiner, it was not that Jean Lanting did not covet it. However, he did not expect that in the end it would be such a bleak situation. The small court meeting that followed was mainly to discuss the deployment of troops from Guangling Road. Lu Xingxiang emerged as the biggest winner. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, remained in Jizhou, while Lu Xingxiang became the general of the southern expedition. Compared to last time when he was restricted everywhere, this time the emperor not only personally gave Lu Xingxiang the power to do whatever he wanted, half of the Ministry of War and the entire capital's military strength leaned towards him. He also had the power to control the 14 provinces of the Central Plains, including Jing and Road. In addition, he casually said, "When a general is outside, the emperor's orders cannot be taken." In this way, Lu Xingxiang seemed to have leapt to a position above a Jidushi. After stepping out of the Yangshan temple today, he almost controlled half of the Liang dynasty's military forces. Wu Zhongshuan's expression was calm, but even an idiot knew that this minister of war from a barbaric land was probably cursing in his heart. After the small court meeting ended, the young emperor looked tired and did not keep any of the officials to continue the discussion alone. These officials, who could be called the pillars of Liang, all left in a line. Lu Xingxiang, who was the laughingstock of the capital's officialdom just a day ago, was surrounded by endless congratulatory voices. Gao Shizhi and Song Downing still walked together without any suspense. However, Qin Wang, who had not interacted much with them, suddenly came to their side. He did not say anything, only smiled apologetically. Everything was understood without words. Gao Shizhi and Song Downing waited for Qin Xiaobao to leave. They looked at each other and smiled, without the bitterness in the Yangshan temple. When dealing with smart people, it was more reassuring to know when to stop than to speak with certainty. To be an official in the same court as a scholar like Qin Wang, no matter how high his position was, it was a comfortable and pleasing thing to the eye. It was hard to dislike him. Gao Shizhi joked, "To have such an old father-in-law who only knows how to drag him down, it really is hard on our Qin Xiaobao." Song Downing stared and said softly, "The palace is an important place, you don't even know the words careful? How are you any better?" Gao Shizhi laughed it off. At this moment, Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang suddenly shouted, startling Wen Shoren and the other officials. They looked up and saw a child of 7 or 8 years old appear at the corner. The officials who were familiar with the Changshan Commandery Prince's mansion all recognized the identity of the child. He was Zhao Yang's eldest grandson. Now he was studying in the diligent room in the palace where the Zhao family's descendants gathered. All the children of Liang's vassals were proud to enter the diligent room. The Yangshan temple was located at the intersection of the outer court and the inner court. It was also a top military important place. Logically speaking, even if the grandson of Changshan Commandery Prince was playful and lost, he should not appear in front of everyone. The rule of killing anyone who approached the Yangshan temple for no reason was not just for show. It was no wonder that Zhao Yang was so angry. The old man who had been in the officialdom all his life was really scared. The child studying in the diligent room was so scared by his grandfather that his face turned pale. His little face was wrinkled and he looked pitiful as if he wanted to cry but did not dare to. But soon, a young man in white appeared beside the child. His eyes were closed and his face was calm. He smiled slightly and reached out to touch the child's head. Then he looked at Changshan Commandery Prince Zhao Yang and said, "Don't be angry, old Commandery Prince. I asked Zhao Yuan to help lead the way. I have already talked to the ceremony directorate before. I did not cross the palace's rules." The old Commandery Prince was stunned and could not figure out the reason. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that his grandson had said not long ago that there was a blind chief teacher in the diligent room whose surname was Lu. He was very knowledgeable and knew everything about astronomy and geography. He had a very good temper and never beat people. At that time, the old commandery prince was puzzled that a blind man could be one of the chief teachers in the diligent room. Although Liang was not the great Feng dynasty where even officials had to be judged by their appearance, it was still not normal for a blind man to be an official. There was no harm in him being a strategist in the local area. Later, the old commandery prince asked around and found out that this blind scholar had once been a strategist by the side of the king of Jing and Zhao Sun. During the last years of Yonghui's reign, he had prepared the influential 4 digs and 13 strategies for the Jing'an palace. Later, for some reason he had taken root in Tai and city. Zhao Yang snorted disdainfully at this. He guessed that this blind scholar was just another scholar like Jean Lanting who swayed with the wind. After the old commandery prince heard the explanation of the young man who was the diligent room's chief teacher, he still harumphed coldly with a straight face. He said to his grandson in a bad mood, "What are you wandering around for? Go back to study." The child, who was as scared of the old commandery prince as his father, unexpectedly did not listen to the military order this time. He gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Grandfather, I still have to lead the way for Mr. Liu. Mr. told us that the last 10 miles is the most difficult to walk. The last 10 miles is the best way to see a person's innate character. I've only walked half of it." The old commandery prince, who was used to the obedience of everyone in the commandery prince, was instantly enraged. The power that he had accumulated from half his life in the military exploded. "Little brat, half your uncle. You dare to reason with me? If you have the ability, then don't go back to the commandery Prince Chongshan's manor today. Go sleep on the street outside the gate." The blind young man smiled slightly and said, "Don't scholars study so that they can understand etiquette and act according to reason? Why can't you reason with your elders?" The amiable and diligent room's chief teacher was a stark contrast to the ruthless commandery prince of Zhao. Even many of the Liang officials walking at the front couldn't help but stop and turn around to look. They were all waiting to see what would happen. The old commandery prince glanced at the young man who had no hair on his mouth. He was too lazy to say anything. Then he continued to glare fiercely at the child. "Are you rebelling? How many meals of scabbard do you want to eat tonight?" Hm. Most of the high officials and nobles of Great Pea City had heard of the matter of scabbard rice. It was the trump card that the old commandery prince Zhao Yang used to discipline the children of his family. In reality, even the Duke of Yen and the Marquis of Huayang, who lived close to the old commandery Prince Fu, had been hit by Zhao Yang's scabbard when they were young. He had said that their elders could not discipline them well, so he would discipline them for them. It was a small matter, so there was no need to thank him. Hearing the words scabbard rice, the child's legs trembled even more. The young man crouched down and whispered a few words to the child. The latter nodded furiously and ran away from the trouble. Then the blind scholar from Qingzhou stood and said with a smile, "It is true that the rod produces the filial son. But if a family only has the rod and no poetry, they are fated to be foolishly filial. Even if they have the loyalty of a family, it is difficult to have the loyalty of a country. There is no benefit to the monarch in the country, and no favor to the people of the world." The old commandery prince smiled coldly and clicked his tongue. "You can scare people with your principles. No wonder you are the chief teacher of the diligent room. It is a pity that this king is not interested in listening to your nonsense today. You are a rotten scholar who speaks of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. This king killed many in the spring and autumn war. Now that you are working in the diligent room, this king does not have the ability to make things difficult for you. You are lucky to be born 20 years later." Chapter 1828. The older generation of Yonghui officials all knew that this commandery Prince Chongshan was famous for his outspoken words. Even the teachers of Zhang and Huan had had the misfortune to experience Zhao Yang's spittle. The young scholar still had a smile on his face and stopped arguing with commandery Prince Chongshan. Wu Zhongshuan, who was watching coldly from the side, smiled. He sympathized with this old commandery prince who had outstanding military achievements but was born at the wrong time. Jean Lanting hid her schadenfreude very well. The former arrogant scholar of Imperial College Sun Yin, the current young phoenix of Hanlin Academy Song Kelly, the 10th level chess Saint Fan Jianghu, and the white-robed poor scholar Lu Su, who had appeared out of nowhere, were all viewed by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights as serious problems in the future officialdom. Qianglong, Huan Wen, and Qin Wang all frowned at the same time. Especially Qin Xiaobao, who had become the welcoming autumn official again this year, had a rare angry look on his face. During this period only one person was truly frightened, and that was the former general of Qingzhou Hong Lingshu. Back then the Liu family of Qingzhou had suffered an unexpected disaster. Only a young man who had stabbed himself in the eyes was lucky enough to survive because his official career was destined to be cut off. Later, it was said that he gambled chess in Yongzi Alley and worked as a musician in a brothel. He relied on these two lowly jobs to make a living. Later on, for some unknown reason, smoke rose from his grave and he became a clerk in the palace of the old king of Jing in Jianghu. Then he became the chief strategist of the new king of Jing in Zhao Sun. However, the Liu family's tragedy was never overturned. Some worried people who were involved in the tragedy had probed the Jing palace several times, but they did not get an answer. In the past, Hong Lingshu did not pay much attention to this. Firstly, he and the Hong family did not participate in the tragedy. If they did, they would have eliminated the root of the problem long ago. Even a blind young man would not be left alive. Secondly, at that time he was the general of Qingzhou who had held military power for many years. The small Liu family was like an ant. If Liu Su wanted to make things difficult for his enemies, it was tantamount to challenging the entire Green Party, who was used to huddling together for warmth. The two generations of kings of Jing and Palace did not help the Liu family. Most likely it was because of this concern. A young strategist with no roots or the entire Green Party who was more important, compared to the entire Green Party. It was obvious who was more important. However, when Hong Lingshu saw the young blind man in this important place in the palace, especially when he said, "I have already communicated with the ceremony directorate and have not overstepped the restrictions of the palace," how could Hong Lingshu, who was now an official in the capital, not have wild and fanciful thoughts? This blind man had suddenly become the teacher of a large group of Great Peace City's top nobles. If he harbored resentment and could not let go of the entire Green Party, to the point of taking his anger out on him, Hong Lingshu, the general of Liangping, perhaps it would be difficult for him to cause too much trouble. However, in the end it was definitely not a good thing. If Hong Lingshu had not entered the capital and remained in Qingzhou, far away from the emperor, and continued to be a third-rank general, then perhaps Hong Lingshu would have had hidden worries for the future, but he definitely would not have been as frightened as he was now. Hong Lingshu sighed in the depths of his heart. In the end, it was because the Green Party lacked a voice in the court at the intersection of Yonghui and Xiangfu. Furthermore, Hong Lingshu was not as deeply rooted in the capital as Wen Tai. If it had been the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, Wen Tai, who was more deeply implicated in the Liu family's tragedy, even if he were to face this young blind man face to face, he would not be so uneasy. At this moment, Hong Lingshu greatly desired the title of Zheng, which was a level higher than his own title of Ping. The four great generals of Liang Zheng were Yang Xinxing, Yan Jinchuan, Ma Lulong, and Yang Jian. Among them, Yang Xinxing had already lost his title after the defeat at Guangling Road and was thrown to Bailiang Road as that comical deputy Jidushi. Yan Jinchuan had even died on the battlefield at Guangling Road. After his death, he received a high-standard title, which could be considered a blessing to his descendants. Ma Lulong, who was most trusted by the court, had also died of illness. After all, Yang Jian was old and would withdraw from the Liang army in at most 5 years. The three great generals of Zhengping were all officials with real power and were not empty titles. Therefore, when he retired, there was no such thing as standing in the latrine without taking a shit. Someone would immediately replace him. For example, the current Minister of War, Wu Zhongshuan, had replaced Yan Jinchuan to obtain the title of Great General of the Southern Expedition. During Hong Lingshu's journey to the capital and Wen Tai's journey to the capital, after the death of Liu Feiqi, the leader of the Green Party's troika, the two became more and more like grasshoppers on the same rope. Although they had not met, they had exchanged secret letters. Wen Tai, who was familiar with the inner workings of the capital, had confided in Hong Lingshu about the situation. In Wen Tai's view at that time, excluding the Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang, Hong Lingshu's future opponents were Liu Xingxiang, Tang Taizhuang, Su Gong, Ma Zhongxian, the deputy general of Jizhou Han Fang, whose father was Yang Xinxing's Yang Huchen, the extremely lucky Song Li, and his father-in-law was Gu Jiantang's Yuan Tingshan. Song Li and Yuan Tingshan had already destroyed their own futures and were in cahoots with Zhao Bing and Chen Jibao, the two rebellious vassal kings. There was no need to pay attention to them. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizhuang, was both a blessing and a curse. His success was because he cared about the country, and his failure was because he cared about the country. He seemed to be in the limelight in the Ministry of War, and even the minister Wu Zhongshuan had to avoid him. However, in Wen Tai's eyes, he was less of a threat than Su Gong. This general of Dragon Xiang, who was born in Gangnam-do, was not to be underestimated. As the representative of the Jiangnan scholars quickly elected after Liu Baijie lost power, no matter how bumpy his official career was, it would be difficult to stop his rise. As for Ma Zhongxian, who had both the support of his ancestors and the ability to lead, as long as he left the capital where his family was based, although Wen Tai did not say a word more in the secret letter, Hong Lingshu knew very well that the Jingan road where the Green Party was located would inevitably be a muddy area for this deputy Jidushi. They would not brazenly let him fall. In reality, the Green Party did not have the strength and boldness to do so. However, to slow down Ma Zhongxian's rise for 3 or 4 years was not difficult. As for the younger generation, Han Fang and Yang Huchen, compared to Hong Lingshu, who had been a general of a province for close to 20 years and now had the title of Ping in her hands, they were at a clear disadvantage. As long as these two rising stars did not make great contributions and Hong Lingshu did not make any major mistakes, it was believed that Hong Lingshu would reach the top one step earlier than them. Wen Tai originally did not have high hopes for Lu Xingxiang. In the end, Lu Xingxiang, who was the commander of the southern expedition, only received the empty title of General of Piao Yi, similar to that of a civil official, the pillar of the country. In the capital's officialdom, he had become the biggest laughing stock. Looking back now, Lu Xingxiang's rapid rise and unfailing prosperity could no longer be hidden. Hong Lingshu could secretly compete with Tang Tai's Huang and Su Gong, but she would definitely not try to arm wrestle with Lu Xingxiang. At the end of the secret letter, Wen Tai frankly stated that when facing the enemy on the battlefield, it was a matter of life and death. When it reached a certain height in the court, it was actually a different approach to achieve the same result. You go up, I go down. It was definitely not a matter of peace and light and everyone was happy. There were some words that Wen Tai did not write in the letter. Instead, he had the trusted aid of the Wen family relay them to Hong Lingshu. Do not become enemies with Chen Wang. Be friends with Yan Qiji. Remember to be careful of Lu Su. On the surface, Lu Su's identity in the capital's officialdom was just one of the diligent teachers. At this time he took a few steps forward and made a gesture of looking around. He asked with a smile, I heard that General Hong is also in the small court meeting today. Lu Su happened to be from Qingzhou. Of course, the officials in the capital did not know about the tragedy of the Lu family. They only treated it as a normal reminiscence of old friendships between people from the same hometown. Furthermore, the Qingzhou officials in Tian City had a close relationship. Perhaps the two Qingzhou officials whose residences were in the east and west of the city would meet every 10 days to exchange greetings. In the eyes of the other factions in the officialdom, this was an inconceivable and strange matter. The guild halls in the capital of other provinces were usually deserted, but the 4 guild halls in Qing province were almost always full of guests. Regardless of their status, high-ranking officials, scholars, merchants and rangers, all kinds of people, they were happy and contented. They never cared about the good or bad reputation of the officialdom and scholarly circles, and also never cared about being ridiculed for being a profit-seeking person. Therefore, when Lu Su publicly proposed to reminisce with Hong Lingshu, none of the officials in the capital found it strange. Only Hong Lingshu felt chills all over her body and her heart palpitate for no reason. Once this accidental meeting was spread to Qingzhou, would Wen Tai, the most suspicious old fox, really continue to diligently pave the way for him without sparing any effort? However, Lu Su's smile did not allow Hong Lingshu to shed all pretense of cordiality and reject the invitation. Hong Lingshu could only brace herself and walk side by side with Lu Su, gradually pulling away from the others. Hong Lingshu then discovered that there was a middle-aged eunuch standing not far behind them. The distance was just right. He could see Lu Su but could not hear their conversation. Judging from his clothes, the status of this eunuch in the palace was not low. The moment his gaze met with Hong Lingshu's, it was clearly because of Lu Su. The middle-aged eunuch smiled slightly at Hong Lingshu, revealing some goodwill. This made Hong Lingshu even more shocked. How many people in the court could be treated so cautiously by a eunuch dressed in a python robe? No wonder Wen Tai was so wary of Lu Su and did not hesitate to use a large number of connections in Qingzhou to secretly obstruct Ma Zhongxian's official career in exchange for Hong Lingshu keeping a close eye on Lu Su. Lu Su, who could not see anything in the world, walked slowly. He stepped lightly on the stone path. Every time he touched the edge of the path, he would immediately adjust his direction to ensure that the path ahead was unobstructed. Seeing this scene, Hong Lingshu felt all sorts of emotions. For such a young blind man to be able to achieve what he had today, was it due to luck? Lu Su did not speak, and Hong Lingshu was also unwilling to take the initiative to speak. He and Wen Tai, as the leaders of the Green Party who had stood tall in the Liang imperial court for more than 20 years, were indeed wary of this person, but it was not to the extent of being overly fearful. This white-clothed scholar, one of the diligent teachers, finally said indifferently, "The Green Party has contributed greatly to my current situation. Hong Lingshu was silent. Chapter 1829. Lu Su suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to face General Pingnan Hong Lingshu, who had also made rapid progress in his career. Assistant Minister Wen may not be the culprit for the grudges of the past, but he cannot absolve himself from the blame. I will naturally calculate with him. General Hong and Assistant Minister Wen are old friends, so why don't you tell him word for word? Hong Lingshu's aura did not falter at all. He asked in return, since Mr. Liu and Wen Tai are officials of the same court, and Mr. Liu is a diligent teacher who teaches the meritorious children of our court, do you want to steal the national weapon to avenge a personal grudge? Lu Su laughed involuntarily and then said seriously, a gentleman can be deceived by other means, but it is difficult to overlook other ways. Hong Lingshu was stunned and did not know how to answer. Lu Su said self-deprecatingly, besides, I am not a gentleman. Otherwise, how could I have struggled at death's door all these years, to the extent that the mellow family style of the Liu family was swept away because of me? Hong Lingshu smiled coldly and said, I will help you convey Mr. Liu's meaning. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Lu Su shook his head and chuckled softly. If it's just to ask General Hong to help me convey a few irrelevant resentful words, why would I take the risk of being suspected of forming a clique and meet you right under His Majesty's nose? Hong Lingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Su's words could not be considered unimportant at all. Perhaps the old fox one would not be able to sleep and eat well after hearing it. Lu Su said slowly, General Hong and I have no old grudges and we are from the same village in Qingzhou. In addition, the court is supporting the Green Party. I, Lu Su, will naturally go with the flow. Not to mention the civil officials of the court, just the generals of the court. The scholars of Jiangnan have the right assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong. The Liaodong clan was originally wavering and did not know how to choose between Tang Taizuang and Lu Xingxiang. In the end, after today, Lu Xingxiang is no longer someone they can bet on. They can only choose the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taizuang. Hong Lingshu nodded unconsciously. Lu Su continued, General Hong must have heard that the true leader of Gangnamdo's scholars is the old head of the Gumusu family, the pillar of the state, Yu Jiankang. Not only does this person's words carry enormous weight in Gangnamdo officialdom, he also has a deep relationship with Tantanan who can influence the direction of the court. And Tang Taizuang intentionally or otherwise is distancing himself from Kainan, Donggong and the others. And Su. Lu Su laughed and lowered his voice. Dare I ask General Hong, is it difficult for Wu Zhongshuan, who has the body of a first-rank martial artist, to live for another 20 years? What he meant was that General Hong, who could only wait for Southern General Wu Zhongshuan to die of old age or illness, would have to endure for at least 20 years if there were no accidents. Hong Lingshu's face darkened. Lu Su digressed. The administrator of Jing and Road, not the Minister of Personnel of Great Peace City. Hong Lingshu also laughed. But Mr. Liu is only one of the teachers of the diligent Chief Fang who has a noble status. Lu Su grunted and did not say anything else. Hong Lingshu only saw this young scholar close his eyes and smile intoxicatingly. The young man's last sentence was said in a very low voice, but it was like thunder in Hong Lingshu's ears. I, Lu Su, can recite a secret letter with a total of 682 words. The confidant who sent the letter for the old assistant minister. Lu Su did not reveal the secret, but when he turned to leave, this teacher raised his arm and extended a finger. Then he curled it lightly. After understanding the gesture, Hong Lingshu was instantly covered in sweat. Sima Puhua and Jean Lanting, the two officials of the Ministry of Rights, naturally walked together. Sima Puhua did not even need to look at Jean Lanting to know that the second in command of the Yamen would not give him a good look. There was nothing he could do about it. According to the original conclusion of the people of the Ministry of Rights behind closed doors, they would strongly recommend Jean Lanting to be the chief examiner of next year's spring examination. In addition, Jean Lanting would also promise to look after his two sons. At least one of them would be able to sit in the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College or Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights. However, as the Ministry of Rights became more and more powerful, Sima Puhua's family's threshold was now higher, and his horizons were also higher. Not long ago, he had also established a friendship with the Minister of the Secretariat, Zhao Yuling. Since then, Sima Puhua seemed to have been enlightened. He had the intention to change the situation in the Ministry of Rights where the minister and assistant minister did not understand. The matter that truly made Sima Puhua make up his mind was that on the day of the beginning of autumn, he unexpectedly did not become the autumn announcing official. At the time, everyone thought that this special honor would be fought between Jin Lanting and Yan Qiji. However, almost no one thought that Chen Wang would once again take first place. If it was before this, Jin Lanting was only slightly inferior, then after this, no one in the Liang court felt that Jin Lanting could compete with Chen Xiaobao for the position of future Grand Secretary. Today the emperor had personally said the words of virtue and prestige, which completely extinguished Jin Lanting's desire to take first place in the spring examination. However, no matter how he viewed Jin Lanting as a joke, Sima Puhua, who could not be the minister of the Ministry of Rights for many years, still did not dare to openly offend this person, even though he was already a person who had achieved great merit and was uninterested in the officialdom. When all was said and done, Jin Lanting had displayed such a tyrannical attitude in Beiliang over the years. When he was in power he was praised by everyone and was praised as unyielding and unyielding. However, when he lost power it was a different story. For a person to forget his roots, all of the officialdom in the capital could see it. Chapter 1830. Sima Puhua comforted him with a look of pity. San Lang, you have understood His Majesty's intentions. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I really don't have the strength to. Jin Lanting smiled faintly. His Majesty is naturally more insightful than us officials. If you don't mind me overstepping my authority, I do have a list of candidates. Sima Puhua was surprised. Oh? San Lang, please tell me. Jin Lanting, who no longer had a beard to show his ambition, smiled. The three candidates for the spring examination are Minister Yin, who has been a scholar of the Hanlin Academy for many years, Minister Yen of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Minister Chen of the Left Loose Cavalry, Minister Yen of the Yellow Gate, Minister Yen of the Yellow Gate, and Li Jifu, Gao Tingshu and Wu Tsongxian, the top three in the palace examination. These young talents can all be assigned to different rooms. Sima Puhua habitually stretched out 2 fingers to twirl his beard, carefully weighing the pros and cons. Finally he nodded. This candidate is flawless. San Lang is indeed San Lang. Jin Lanting dismissed it with a smile as if nothing had happened. Sima Puhua secretly glanced at the man beside him. What a good retreat in order to advance. The old minister, who originally didn't think highly of Jin Lanting's prospects, suddenly gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, San Lang, don't worry. When I retire and return to my hometown, it will be time for San Lang to advance in the Ministry of Rights. Jin Lanting smiled but didn't say anything. Sima Puhua said softly, San Lang, my 2 disappointing children will be handed over to you in the future. Please take good care of them. Walking to an open area, Jin Lanting raised his head to look at the endless palace ridges in the distance. He said calmly, if I really have such a day, it's not impossible for the Sima family to have 2 ministers. Sima Puhua, who understood the deep meaning, smiled knowingly. He didn't take it seriously but he was also full of longing. After Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen walked side by side for some distance, Qi Yanglong walked towards Zhao Yang, the commandery prince of Changshan. Tantanan also parted ways and walked towards Chen Wang. Because of the blind scholar, the old royal prince, who was in a bad mood, clearly didn't expect that the head of the secretariat would take the initiative to approach him. For a moment he was caught off guard. In terms of military achievements, this member of the imperial clan was actually more outstanding than Yan Jinchuan and Yang Xinxing. Facing an elder who was a generation older than Zhang Julu and Huan Wen, he still felt some respect. The saying that civil and military officials despised each other couldn't be applied to everyone. Qi Yanglong smiled and said, Commandery Prince Changshan, you shouldn't have said those words to Lu Su earlier. Just the mention of that young scholar made him angry. The Commandery Prince of Changshan said disapprovingly, Don't tell me that brat will complain to the emperor? Besides, your Majesty doesn't have the time to uphold justice for such a trivial matter, right? Qi Yanglong pointed at his chest and sighed, We scholars are very narrow-minded. The Commandery Prince of Changshan laughed loudly. Lord Qi, what are you saying? How can there be scholars in the world who would trample on themselves like that? Qi Yanglong joked. Otherwise, why is there an ancient saying that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge? The Commandery Prince of Changshan was stunned. Then he said in realization, Now that Lord Qi has mentioned it, I understand. You're different from us martial artists. For us, we'll settle our grudges today and never wait a night. Qi Yanglong sighed emotionally for no reason. At the beginning of each dynasty's founding, the imperial court was filled with both civil and military officials. When the dynasty finally fell, the court was filled with civil and military officials shouting without restraint while the military officials could only mutter and moan. The Commandery Prince of Changshan was puzzled. This king originally thought that Lord Qi was helping that brat surnamed Lu. I'm a little confused now. Qianglong smiled. I didn't think much of it before I came to the capital. Now, I'm beginning to feel that there are too few martial artists like the Commandery Prince of Changshan in the imperial court. The old Commandery Prince restrained his expression. Lord Qi, if you have something to say, just say it. If you continue to beat around the bush, this king won't feel at ease at all. It's better to just scold this king directly. Qianglong shook his head and strode away. The two bigwigs of the Minxiao province, Huan Wen and Qin Wang, walked together. Aside from official business, they did not have much of a personal relationship. Huan Wen went straight to the point. Qin Wang, don't be angry if I tell you. Although you and that Sun Yin are both from Baiyang, this old man actually doesn't like you. Qin Wang did not seem surprised. He smiled gently and said, birds of a feather flock together. Tantanan is a straightforward person. Naturally he would like to associate with Sun Yin. For someone like me who doesn't show his emotions, I'm too bureaucratic and crafty. I don't have much elegance. It's reasonable that Tantanan wouldn't want to get close to me. Huan Wen raised his eyes and looked ahead. Not far away, Yan Jieshi and Han Lin were walking together. Kainan was deliberately keeping a distance from Tang Tai's Huang. These small scenes were all part of the study of officialdom. Huan Wen was in a daze. Qin Wang asked, what's Tantanan thinking about? The old man's eyes were absent-minded. He said in a hoarse voice, all the officials are busy. Everyone is smart and calculative. Qin Wang was speechless. The old man turned around and asked, is it true that every dynasty can't escape this calamity? Qin Wang nodded but then shook his head. The shrewd old man grunted. There was no need for Qin Wang to explain anything. The old man put his hands behind his back and said with a wry smile, the smartest people in the world are all here. In the end, the remaining idiots all ran over there. The old man was silent for a moment. In the end, he called out Qin Wang's name. Qin Wang said softly, Tantanan, please speak. The old man curled his lips. If, and I'm saying if, one day someone needs to stand out and speak up for those idiots and I'm already dead by then, can you say a few words? Qin Wang stopped in his tracks. He pursed his lips tightly and did not immediately give a reply. The old man did not have the patience to continue waiting. He walked forward slowly and muttered to himself, how sad it is when there are only smart people like us left in the world. Chapter 1831. A horse-drawn carriage stopped outside the outskirts of Liangzhou city. A young man wearing a saber and a jade pendant alighted from the carriage, carrying a jug of green ant wine that he had just bought. Looking around, he saw persimmon trees scattered on the plains in twos and threes. Clusters of bright yellow flowers hung on the branches, barely making the barren northwest land look like a bumper harvest. The young man walked forward slowly, from time to time looking at the familiar persimmon trees near and far. He remembered that he often slipped out of the city to wander around this place. He was bored to death, so he gave the persimmon trees many nicknames. Half a li away, the tree with a branch that seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws was called Hanging Armor. If you saw it in the twilight, it would be a little scary. The short persimmon tree that depended on it for survival had grown a little taller after not seeing it for a few years. At a glance, it seemed to be more fruitful. Its whole body was golden and very cheerful. The nickname he gave it was Little Yellow Robe. The young man continued to walk along a dried-up stream and finally came to a hut that was not surrounded by a mud wall. There were a few strange crooked elms behind the hut. The hut was empty. The young man walked in front of a tree stump and squatted down. He used his sleeves to wipe off the dust and sat on the stump. He looked around and gently placed the green ant wine on his robe. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Blind old Su, I brought you some wine." If it was during the last years of Yonghui, there would definitely be a blind cripple who would run out and take the wine pot from his hand. He would skillfully open the mud seal and lower his head to take a deep sniff. Then a big smile would bloom on that old face of his, like a persimmon tree in autumn. However, when the old man shared the wine with him, he would always take advantage of him and teach him a lesson. When he had some spare money on hand, he could not waste it casually. No matter how small the copper coins were, he had to save them one by one so that he could marry a wife. The world was big, but marrying a wife and having children was the most important thing. At that time, old Su always hypocritically said that there was a place called Yinji County in our northern Liangzhou, where the women there were the most beautiful. If you, little Su, could get a young woman from Yinji County to be your wife and send a message to me, I, old Su, would go to your family's wedding feast even if I had to walk for 3 days and 3 nights. He remembered that time. After the old man said these words, He carefully asked him if he would find it embarrassing to have a blind old man like him as a guest at a wedding banquet. If the elders and in-laws in your family would dislike it, then old Su would not join in the fun. He would just go back and buy 2 jugs of green ant wine at a reasonable price. At that time, the young man who often brought green ant wine or stolen chickens and ducks to the old man patted his chest and said that his words carried the most weight in his family. When he held the wedding banquet, if old Su did not go, he would get angry with him. He even said that old Su must sit at the main table. At that time, the old man only thought that the young man who often chatted with him was a young man commonly seen in the streets of Bailiang. When he was young, he was like him, the kind of person who never touched the ground. He always floated around and was restless. Therefore, when he heard that he would be invited to sit at the main table for the wedding banquet, he was happy but did not think too much about it. He also did not associate the arrogant young man with Mount Qingliang. There were too many people in the world with the surname Su, weren't there? At that time, the young man always revealed his longing for a place outside of Bailiang. He wanted to be a chivalrous Jianghu wanderer who used the best sword, drank the strongest wine, and found the most beautiful woman in the Jianghu. She would definitely be the kind who was prettier than the women in Yanji County. The old man always sang a different tune to the young man. He used the tone of an experienced person to tell him that he should not be so ambitious. No matter how good the Central Plains was, it was not his home. At that time, the young man also sighed with emotion and said that he also understood this principle. His master who taught him how to read and write at home once said, "For a young man, 10 years is not considered a long time after leaving home. For an old man, leaving home with just 1 step is a long journey." After the old man heard this, he laughed and said that your family's teacher was really knowledgeable. How could he teach a half-baked disciple like you? Sometimes the 2 of them would sit together and chat. The old blind man, old Su, would sit on a tree stump next to them. He would lean on his walking stick with both hands and secretly doze off while basking in the sun. Perhaps many years ago, on the battlefield of the Western Fortress, there was a young soldier from the old barracks. His legs were not crippled, his eyes were not blind, but he also had a similar scene. He would also doze off under the sun. The only difference was that the walking stick in his hand had been replaced by an iron spear. Perhaps there was a large banner with the character Su, not too far away, flapping loudly in the wind. Now it was already the beginning of autumn in the 3rd year of Jianghu. The blind man, old Su, had died long ago. Naturally, there would be no more chatter. The old man did not live long enough to drink the young man's wedding wine. The young man had once promised the old man that after the old man died, he would personally carry the coffin and send the old man off. But the young man did not do it. At that time he was far away in Jiangnan. He did not go to old Su's grave. He only gently poured the green ant wine on the ground in front of the tree stump. When he bent down to pour the wine, he said softly, "Old Su, I secretly bought this wine from the wine seller Shisher. Now that the world is not peaceful and there is going to be a war soon, our Bailiang has begun to prohibit private brewing among the people. Therefore this pot of wine is not cheap. If it wasn't someone familiar, the shop might not have dared to sell it to me. The proprietress's daughter is now full of life. A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I heard that the girl has taken a fancy to a young scholar from outside the city. He is currently teaching at a private school near her home. When I was buying the wine earlier, the proprietress even made fun of me, saying that I was late. Her daughter has actually waited for several years. You see, I really didn't brag to you back then. I told you that the girl had good taste. Otherwise she wouldn't have chosen me." There was some regret, like an old dog lying in the corner of the street whimpering by itself. It was slow and long, scratching at the heart and lungs. He left the wine pot on the tree stump and stood up to leave. The carriage returned to Mount Qingliang. At present, there were 2 places in Bailiang Palace that were famous throughout the world. The Wutangin Palace was jokingly called the Phoenix Pavilion, and halfway up the mountain, the residence of the deputy administrator that Song Dongming presided over, was called the Dragon's Gate. Just as he returned to Mount Qingliang, an official of the Dragon's Gate rushed over in a hurry and reported to him that the deputy administrator had important matters to discuss. When he saw Song Dongming personally standing in front of the low official residence and waiting, he knew that regardless of whether the news was good or bad, it was definitely not a small matter. Otherwise, given the composure of one of the former prime ministers of Liang, he would not be so impatient. As expected, Song Dongming waited until he came closer before turning and walking into the official residence in the middle. His voice was slightly urgent as he said, "The 4 pieces of news have been gathered together. They are respectively related to Liuzhou, the Central Plains, the capital, and Beimang. They are all considered by the prince." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then let's talk about the news from Liuzhou first." Song Dongming nodded and said, "There is an urgent spy report from the military town of the Phoenix Division closest to the western regions. Chao Wei and Xie Shibian have arbitrarily changed the strategy set by the Governor-General and have chosen to take the initiative to attack. They want to take down Zhong Tan's cavalry in one go at the mouth of Mount Miyun." Su Fengnian's expression was normal as he said, "It should be because the monk soldiers of Mount Lantua did not move with Zhong Tan's cavalry." Song Dongming said worriedly, "Even so, the difference in strength between the two sides is not large. Isn't it against the original intention of Liuzhou to use troops to exchange lives in a head-on clash?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "If we are unable to wipe out Zhong Tan's cavalry at the mouth of Mount Miyun, then this battle will be meaningless. It can even be said that their greed for merit has caused Liuzhou to fall into a passive state. But since even Xie Shibian is willing to take the risk with Chao Wei, I believe in their foresight." Song Dongming sighed and said with a bitter smile, "These two fellows are really troublesome." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If they win, there might be an unexpected surprise." Song Dongming understood and said, "That's true. If Zhong Tan's cavalry is completely wiped out, perhaps Mount Lantua will have to reconsider." Chapter 1832. Su Fengnian asked, "What's the news from the Central Plains? Is it that Wen Tai and Ma Zhongxian are finally no longer obstructing the grain issue?" Song Dongming smiled and said, "This can't be considered important news." Su Fengnian was slightly surprised. "There's a change in the situation that's more important than this?" After Song Dongming and Su Fengnian took their seats in the meeting hall, this deputy administrator of Bailiang, who had already been acknowledged by the Ministry of Personnel of the Liang Imperial Court, had a playful look in his eyes. "That king of Jing and Zhao Sun, who was originally loyal to the Imperial Court, has just joined the two rebel vassals." Su Fengnian was stunned where he stood. Song Dongming sneered and said, "Waiting for the right price to sell, this move is really beautiful. I estimate that this vassal king, who is able to judge the situation, has sold himself for a sky-high price." Su Fengnian felt this was absurd and said with a frown, "Could it be that Zhao Bing and Chen Jibao want to push Zhao Sun out to be the emperor?" Song Dongming smiled and said, "Wang Yi is right." Su Fengnian sank into deep thought. If one added the Jing and road in the middle of the Central Plains, and the western Shu and southern Zhao that had long been controlled by Chen Jibao, then the entire area south of the Guangling River was completely united. Half of Li Yang's territory was already in the hands of the three vassals. At this time the king of Yen Zhaobing, who was the first to start the war and had the most power, seemed to be the most qualified to ascend to the throne and rule with Li Yang by dividing the river. However, in reality it was the exact opposite. Zhaobing was the least suitable to change his official robe for a dragon robe. No matter how bad Song Yushu described the emperor of Li Yang in the imperial edict, the entire court, especially the nobles led by Gangnam Du, were still loyal to Great Peace City. Zhaobing was not suitable to stand out, and Chen Jibao, who did not have a proper surname, was even more unsuitable. Thus the king of Jing Zhao Sun became the most difficult choice. In the Liang dynasty that had not yet annexed the Central Plains, Zhao Sun and his son's branch of the Zhao clan were actually far more suitable for the orthodox status than Zhao Heng's branch of the Liang dynasty. After the old king of Jing Zhao Heng failed to seize the throne and was exiled to Qing province, there was a reason for his deep resentment. In the current Xiangfu dynasty, there were probably not many officials who knew of this secret. Before Zhao Zhuan's grandfather ascended the throne, because Chen Wangwang, who was of the same generation as him, did not have a son, the imperial clan court had proposed that Zhao Heng be adopted by Chen Wangwang's branch. However, the process of Zhao Zhuan's grandfather ascending the throne was even more confusing than that of his son, Zhao Zhuan. In the end, Zhao Heng's identity became a muddled matter that even the elders of the imperial clan court could not understand. However, if this old matter was brought up again now, it was better to be early than coincidental. It could be said to be just right. Su Fengnian did not feel any jealousy towards Zhao Sun's meteoric rise, but he could not help but laugh. He thought of that pitiful fellow who had been thrown into the spring god lake by him twice. Did he really give him a dragon robe to sit on the dragon throne? Su Fengnian gathered his thoughts. No matter how chaotic the Central Plains are, that's it. Alright, is there any movement in Great Peace City? Out of habit, Song Dongming used his thumb and forefinger to rub a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He smiled and said, "The eunuchs in charge of the Directorate of Credentials have all moved out. They're on their way to Bailiang with a large pile of fresh imperial edicts and decrees." Su Fengnian said in bewilderment, "A large pile? Song Dongming couldn't help but laugh. Otherwise, why would they need 3 or 4 eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials to go out together? The most important is your title of Pillar of the Country, and the posthumous titles for Lu Jinu, Wang Lingbao, and the other generals of the Beiliang Frontier Army. For example, Great Peace City posthumously made Lu Jinu a first-rank count and gave him the title of Gujing. Other than that, there are also the titles of noble women prepared for Lu Cheng and Yen Chudong. The eunuchs from the Directorate of Credentials have moved slowly, probably because they want to wait for your marriage and hope for a good fortune. From this, it can be seen that the sincerity of Great Peace City this time is like the mud to the clouds compared to the last 2 times. Su Fengyan sank into deep thought. Song Dongming did not disturb this young vassal king's thoughts. Song Dongming looked calmly outside the room, his thoughts flowing. The greatest feeling of this Beiliang civil official was the rise of Lu Xingxiang in the imperial court of Liang. This person was able to be made a marquis and become a minister, not because this old man of the spring snow building was skilled in the officialdom, but because he was too talented and had great military achievements. But the timing of Lu Xingxiang's rise was worth considering. He believed that Lu Xingxiang himself might not be as full of himself as the officialdom of Jingdo imagined. He might even be walking on thin ice compared to when he was the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition. Being in a high position under the general trend, what would happen when the general trend was gone? Would he be able to retire after succeeding? The old prince of Liang Su Zhao's evil title, and the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu's family extermination, were they not examples of what happened before? The 2 emperors of Liang before the current son of heaven Zhao Zhuan each wore 2 dragon robes. One was wise and powerful, the other grand and magnanimous. But it was undeniable that the sleeves were dripping with blood. The 2 emperors were not incapable rulers who would willfully kill the innocent, but when they wanted to kill someone, the person they killed was always the person with the greatest merit. Was Lu Xingxiang not worried that he would become a sacrifice when the new emperor after Zhao Zhuan ascended the throne? Song Dongming finally understood. It was not difficult to make a living in the officialdom of Liang. Great Peace City could accommodate scholars like Qi Yanglong and Huan Wen, who were both talented and virtuous. It could also accommodate scholars like Wen Shoren and Jean Lanting, who were angling for fame. It could also accommodate scholars like Sima Puhua, who only cultivated through official means. But it could not accommodate those scholars who insisted that the people were important and the monarch was not important. Similarly, it could not accommodate people who had no merit. In Liang in the Central Plains, it was easy to become an official for the Zhao family, but it was not so easy to work for the common people. There were many things that even the emperor would be constrained in every way. In the early years, Bai Yin managed the transport of grain and officials. Perhaps this was what the late Emperor Zhao Dun wanted to do. But the complex power that had accumulated around the Zhao family for hundreds of years, or the new nobles who had recently ascended to power in the imperial court, each had their own desires, each had their own selfish motives. It was like a deeply entangled net, covering the sky and the earth, covering the territory of the Central Plains. On this large net, there were all kinds of unimaginably complex situations mixed in. The struggle for imperial power, the struggle for power, the struggle for political parties, the struggle for civil and military power, the struggle for noble clans and cold clans, the struggle for the northern and southern regions, the struggle for the capital, the struggle for the position of nobleman and villain, the struggle for the position of superior and inferior within each government office, and the internal and external struggles between government offices. Therefore Song Dongming recognized Beiliang more and more. Here doing things was relatively simple. But at the same time, Song Dongming also knew that this kind of precious simplicity would quickly deteriorate if the Beiliang Su family was no longer limited to the 4 provinces of Beiliang in the future. For example, between him and Baiyu, between the relatives of the Lu and Wang families, between the young people like Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang and the old generals of the border army, between the outstanding people like Huang Shang and the notorious people like Huang Fujin and Li Mofen, between the cavalry and the infantry of Beiliang, between the elite border army and so on. There might even be a day when a conflict would arise between Su Fengyan and the people. At this moment Song Dongming had mixed feelings. A voice rang by his ear. "Sir Song, what's going on in Beimang?" Song Dongming came back to his senses and smiled. That Beimang princess who goes by the pseudonym Fan Bainu, entered the pass from Ji province and came to our Yuzhou. She reported her name to Huang Fujin and finally, under the escort of the cavalry at Tong Pass, she will arrive at Mount Qingliang in about 2 days. Su Fengyan asked in surprise, "What is she doing here?" Song Dongming shook his head. "I can't guess. But she brought a few retainers with her. They are all Chieshui guards from the Biting King's tent." Su Fengyan said self-deprecatingly, "When did Beiliang become so lively?" Song Dongming was in high spirits, showing off his ability. He spread out his palms and then clenched them. "The ownership of the world is in the hands of Beiliang." Su Fengyan laughed for no reason. Su Xiao loved to hear these words when he was alive. Song Dongming laughed and asked, "Does your highness not like it?" Su Fengyan smiled and said frankly, "There is no one in the world who doesn't like to be flattered." After saying this, Su Fengyan's expression became somewhat lonely. After Su Xiao became successful and famous as he gradually grew old, perhaps the only regret of that old man's life was that he had never heard his son say a single good word about him. Not a single word. Chapter 1833. A group of 500 elite cavalrymen from Tongguan escorted a carriage to the outskirts of Liangzhou City. Captain Xanin Ma, who was personally leading the team, did not meet with the local garrison. Instead, two leaders of the Fushui Fang in Liangzhou City took over and led the carriage quietly into the city. They went straight to the mansion of the deputy Jidushi, where Yang Xinxing, the veteran general of the spring and autumn period, was in charge. A graceful woman wearing a curtained hat walked down from the carriage. However, compared to the women's clothes in the Central Plains, which were called shallow dew by the scholars, the woman's bamboo curtained hat looked coarse and unbearable. She was followed by 3 strong retainers. They looked calm and confident like tigers and wolves. Their hair accessories were strange and they did not look like Beiliang people. Fortunately, the street outside the mansion of the deputy Jidushi of Beiliang Road was empty at this time. Otherwise it would be hard to avoid wild and fanciful thoughts. The middle-aged man closest to the woman looked at the style of the mansion and asked her a few questions in a whisper. After getting the answer, his face was full of anger. The woman with the special identity immediately reprimanded him in a low voice. The burly man was obviously still a little dissatisfied. He muttered and didn't stop. Under the curtained hat, the woman seemed to be helpless. The Chieshui bodyguards were all direct descendants of the Norland officials of the grassland, and the one beside her was even more unusual. She was actually curious about the young lord's choice of meeting here. According to the spies of the western capital, Yang Xinxing, the general of Liang, did not have a good time in Beiliang Road. The mansion temporarily under the old general's name was not supposed to accept such an important military mission. However, since Mount Qingliang had made such an arrangement as a guest from afar, she had no choice but to accept. In fact, the worst situation she expected was that she would not even see the outline of Liangzhou City and the 4 of them would quietly die on the way. Now that the young vassal king was willing to show herself, it could already be considered a good result. Her familiarity with Qingliang Mountain and the northern Liang Iron Cavalry was far from what the 3 proud and arrogant Chieshui guards beside her could compare to. In their entire lives, these 3 people had probably only interacted with the remnants of the southern dynasty, and their knowledge of the northern Liang border army was only limited to some rough military intelligence reports. The person leading the way for them was a middle-aged man with an amiable demeanor. His clothes were decent, not extravagant but exquisitely ironed. Beside the middle-aged man who looked like the steward of the mansion, there was a young maidservant. Her face was delicate, but she had voluptuous breasts, a thin waist, a plump buttocks and long legs. If she were lying on the bed, perhaps she would look very much like a rouge horse. Even the woman in the curtained hat could not help but look at the maidservant, not to mention the Chieshui bodyguard beside her. He did not hide the passion in his eyes. He swallowed and suddenly laughed. He sped up and reached out to touch the maidservant's slender waist. The woman in the curtained hat did not have time to stop him. However, the burly Chieshui bodyguard did not succeed either. His arm was gently held by the middle-aged manager who had turned around and stopped walking. The burly Chieshui bodyguard struggled hard but he could not move. He suddenly felt that he was facing a great enemy. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the manager's white fingers. The middle-aged manager did not look at the Chieshui bodyguard at all. Instead, he looked at the woman in the curtained hat and said with a smile, "This is not your Beimang. There has never been a custom of giving beautiful concubines and maidservants. If you have the ability to make a woman fall in love with you at first sight, then that is true ability. If you don't, this lady, you should obediently restrain the people around you. Otherwise, I believe you are familiar with how Beiliang treats its guests in the past 20 years. After saying these words, the middle-aged man calmly loosened his 5 fingers. The burly Chieshui bodyguard was caught off guard and staggered backward. The other young Chieshui bodyguard quietly stepped forward and reached out to support him. Only then did he stand firm. The Beimang bodyguard, who had lost face, was furious. He reached out to grab the white rainbow saber at his waist that only members of the royal tent could wear. He was about to draw the saber in anger. The middle-aged man remained indifferent towards this. His face was still that calm and amiable expression. He shot a glance at the muscular northern Mang man who seemed to only have muscles but not brains and said with a smile, "If you want to use this to test our prince's bottom line, then as a servant, I can't help but give you a word of advice. This action is meaningless and meaningless." The burly Chieshue bodyguard immediately restrained his irritable expression. However, he still held the beautiful saber and stared at the hidden martial arts master in front of him. At the same time, the bruise on the wrist holding the saber instantly disappeared. It was obvious that the middle-aged manager's skills were not ordinary, and this Chieshue bodyguard who had purposely made himself look wretched was definitely not someone easy to deal with. The woman in the curtained hat asked indifferently, "Sir, you shouldn't be the manager of this deputy provincial governor's mansion, right?" The middle-aged man did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "I am a servant at Mount Qingliang. I do some chores and welcome people who come and go." She suddenly understood. There was more respect in her tone. She smiled and asked, "Are you Manager Song from Wutangin of the Wang family?" The middle-aged man who had served the Bailiang Su family for 2 generations, first signaled the maid to continue leading the way with his eyes. Then he walked side by side with the woman in the curtained hat who recognized his identity. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect Princess to have heard of me." The woman in the curtained hat was Baimang's Qinghuan commandery princess who used the alias of Fan Bainu. She had the reputation of being the best in the grassland on horseback. The story of Fan Bainu and the former Bailiang protector general Chen Jibao, a hero and a beauty, had also been widely spread in Bailiang. She said softly, "The king of Shu has mentioned Sir Song's father many times in casual conversation." Song Yu, the head manager of Mount Qingliang, frowned and did not reply. In Bailiang, perhaps even many of the spies and men of sacrifice who had entered the whisk room later did not know that the old manager, who had been coughing all year round, was actually the same as Tide Listening Pavilion's Li Yishan and the current Chu Lushan, the founder of the whisk room. The reason why the old man at the bottom of the lake had been imprisoned at the bottom of the Tide Listening Lake was because he was no match for Jian Zhihuang. However, the reason why Jian Zhihuang had remained at Mount Qingliang as a horsekeeper was another secret that had long been buried in the depths of the whisk room's secret files. After Su Xiao had been conferred the title of king and taken over Bailiang, countless remnants of the Central Plains and Jianghu people had rushed to Mount Qingliang to take revenge on the Su family. If it could be said that they had not been able to kill the old cripple butcher even after exhausting all means at their disposal, it was because Su Xiao had Su Yanbing and Han Laoshan, Wang Xiu's junior brothers, serving as his personal retainers. Then at that time His Royal Highness Su Fengyin, who often roamed the 3 prefectures of Bailiang, had servants and retainers at his side. If it could be said that the servants and retainers at his side could be said to be able to compete with the other Bailiang's junior brothers who also did not engage in proper work, then it could be said that they were not enough when faced with a true Jianghu expert or top assassin. How could Su Fengyin still be alive and kicking? At that time, Song Yu, the steward of Wutangin, who was an inconspicuous person with a gentle voice and a mild temper, seemed to have been busy paying for His Royal Highness's drinks and wine in his early years, and giving gold and silver plaques to the wanderers who caught his master's attention. He seemed to be a harmless guy who only knew how to clean up after His Royal Highness's mess. This was the truth of everything. Before White Fox's face read through all the secret manuals in the Tide Listening Lake Martial Library, there was actually another person who had accomplished this feat first. This person was Song Yu. Although he had been seriously injured when he was young and had an incurable disease, resulting in his body being only at the level of Level 2 Master, regardless of whether it was his high vision or the various Finger Mystery Realm secret skills that he had learned from others, Song Yu could be said to be worthy of the title. He was the second person after Su Fengyin of Mount Liang. When Fan Bainu was led by Song Yu to a lakeside pavilion, he recognized the young king almost at first glance. Chapter 1834. There was no distinction between the host and the guest in the pavilion. The young king was surrounded by a graceful scholar in white, a tall and majestic old man, and a middle-aged man who looked 60 to 70% similar to the old man. After seeing Fan Bainu and the others, the young lord slowly got up and walked to the top of the stairs. With a smile on his face, he welcomed the princess of the enemy country who had quietly sneaked into Liangzhou. Fan Bainu didn't know why, but she didn't feel relieved after seeing this scene. Instead, she hated this young man even more. She didn't know why. Maybe it was because this person forced Chen Jibao to leave Bailiang. Maybe it was because this person was the eldest son of Su Xiao. Maybe it was because the tragic battle at the Calabash Gate spread to Beimang. Maybe it was because she had just heard the news of Hong Jingyan's death not long ago. Fan Bainu quickly suppressed the disgust in her heart and tried to keep herself calm. After all, in front of Su Fengnian, a master of martial arts evaluation, if she showed a little bit of abnormality she would be caught. Although the four men were originally drinking wine, there was a small and exquisite table of yellow rosewood in the pavilion. A whole set of tea sets was available. This was probably the way Bailiang treated their guests. They treated women who were not on the battlefield. Sure enough, the beautiful servant girl with the enchanting figure followed Fan Bainu up the stairs. Her eyes were gentle and her steps were light. She sat on one side of the table and skillfully began to make tea. Following the conclusion of Hong Jia's journey to the north, there was no lack of remnant citizens of the spring and autumn period who brought the northern Mang nobility the atmosphere of the Central Plains culture and elegance. Drinking tea was one of them. Before this, Northern Mang's impression of tea drinking in the Central Plains was nothing more than the two actions of placing the tea leaves and pouring the tea. Now, even the 7 prohibitions and 12 amenities, which were even more elaborate than during the Great Feng dynasty, had become a set of rules, and they even looked like they were being followed. Su Fengnian sat down again and looked at Fan Bainu who had taken off her veil hat. He introduced the other people to her. They were Mr. White Lotus from Dragon Tiger Mountain, Yang Xinxing, the current deputy provincial governor of Bailiang, and Yang Huchen, the son of Yang Xinxing who was temporarily the deputy general of Jizhou. In the end he added that they were not outsiders so she could speak freely. When Fan Bainu was carefully considering her words, Su Fengnian suddenly looked at the 3 Beimang guards outside the pavilion. He retracted his gaze and slowly said to her, "If this king did not remember wrongly, the white rainbow saber with the golden peach leather sheath was produced by the Yelu royal family 30 years ago. There were only 16 sabers in total. Excluding the few in the king's tent, there were only 9 sabers in the whole Beimang. Huang Songpu, Lu Gui and Yang Yuanzan had all received them. The last 2 sabers seemed to be from Dong Zhuo who became the king of the South Courtyard and Zhong Tan who was promoted to Xiaojemo. This king can carry this saber on his waist, and it seems to be an old item that has been hung for many years. This king's status is not lower than that of Commandery Princess. Why don't we go into the pavilion to drink and taste our Bailiang's green ant?" A trace of surprise flashed through Fan Bainu's eyes. She was about to speak, but the young king's next words almost made her stand up in anger. "The reason why I know the origin of this saber has nothing to do with encyclopedic knowledge. Tide Listening Pavilion has long known the real appearance of this saber. It seems that Su Shao personally took it from the waist of a Yelu prince on the grassland in the early years. Last year Yang Yuanzan left another one at the mouth of the gourd." She sneered and said, "Of course the prince has outstanding military achievements and is not inferior to his father's generation. But he doesn't need to use this saber to remind others." Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "Commandery Princess, you think too much. If this king wanted to show off his strength to you, he wouldn't be here to meet you for. Since you came from Yuzhou, wouldn't it be easier for me to let you go straight to the mouth of the gourd?" Fan Bainu suddenly stood up. Su Fengnian ignored her. When he reached for the wine cup he said calmly, "You came all the way to Liangzhou city. It won't be so easy for you to sit down after you leave." She smiled and turned to Shui Wei who was carrying a saber and hiding his identity, and said something in Beimang language. Shui Wei strode to the pavilion and she sat down calmly again. Su Fengnian asked directly, "This king is very curious. Who is the big shot who made Commandery Princess come to the south?" She also answered directly, "It's His Highness the Crown Prince." Su Fengnian was not too surprised. He grunted and said, "Then how much did he offer to buy the throne of Beimang?" Fan Bainu shook his head and said, "Your Highness' words are a bit biased. Who will sit on the northern Mang dragon throne in the future? Your Highness' decision today will indeed have quite a bit of influence. However, it still hasn't reached the level where your Highness is implying." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It won't be? Then why did Commandery Princess come to Beimang at the risk of being beheaded? To eat the northwest wind?" Fan Bainu wanted to say something but stopped. The servant girl who had been concentrating on brewing tea, had finished distributing the teapots. She should have served the tea, but she did not dare to disturb the 2 sides. She seemed to be in a difficult position. Su Fengnian came to her rescue and said, "Commandery Princess, this is this year's new tea from the spring deity lake. Try it." However, Liangzhou is not like Lingzhou. There is not much water in the well, not to mention the sweet spring in the forest. So, Commandery Princess, please make do with it." Fan Binu extended 3 fingers and took the teacup that was 70% full. She lowered her head and took a sip. Her waist was straight the entire time. Of course she was a moving beauty. She had a cold and inviolable aura around her. This aura that could keep ordinary people at a distance was exactly what a certain type of person wanted. It was believed that almost all men, if they had to choose between this commandery princess and that servant girl, would choose the former. However, Su Fengyan's eyes were clear the entire time. He did not pay any attention to the cowardly servant standing behind Commandery Princess Qingwan who was sizing him up with his hand on his blade. After she gently put down the teacup, Su Fengyan said, "This king originally believed that it was Yelu Dongchuang's idea. After all, before this person returned to Beimang, he had specially gone to Mount Wudong to meet with me under the accompaniment of Deng Mao. At the time he had also made a price. Back then Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry was able to leave the mouth of the gourd intact. Firstly, it was because he had tactfully avoided battle. Secondly, it was because the matter of the Ruran cavalry was mentioned in the transaction. In addition, our main target was Yang Yuanzhan's main army, so we were not willing to waste our forces on the Ruran cavalry. This king has met with such sincerity, and behind Commandery Princess stands His Highness the Crown Prince of Beimang, who has an even greater background than Yelu Dongchuang. This king feels that the following price should not be lower than Yelu Dongchuang's." In the ears of Commandery Princess Beimang, this news was earth-shattering. It was not strange that Yelu Dongchuang was ambitious, but he was lawless. Before the dust of the first great battle of Liangmang had even settled, he had already made a deal with the king of Beimang. If this was confirmed by the king's tent of the grassland, the two surnames that appeared to be in harmony but were actually at odds with each other would inevitably set off an unprecedented storm of blood. As a result, Su Fengyan's following joke did not make her feel the slightest bit funny. Instead, she felt a chill all over her body. For example, this king was still the idol His Royal Highness. When he met those rangers who mistakenly thought he was a master of Jianghu, he admired them very much. If they received less money, this king would not only not be happy but also be angry. He would feel that they looked down on the identity of His Royal Highness. So this time, when His Highness the Crown Prince sent Commandery Princess to Beimang, "You must bring enough money." She gently exhaled, staring at the young king for the first time, or it could be said that it was the first time she looked at the young man, but she was not in a hurry to speak. Suddenly, Su Fengyan looked up at the two expressionless ordinary guards outside the pavilion. "Huh? There's a murderous aura." Commandery Princess Qingwan was stunned at first, then her expression changed dramatically, and she immediately turned her head to look. But under the gaze of the people in the pavilion, the two guards were at a loss. In an instant, someone in the pavilion unsheathed his sword. The power of this sword was not weaker than Gu Jiantong's thunder of mind. Chapter 1835. Because of Su Fengyan's line of sight, both inside and outside the pavilion by the lake were also staring at those two cowardly shui guards, so much so that when the tall and sturdy man with the golden blade in the pavilion suddenly attacked, even Fan Binu, who was sitting behind him, didn't have time to show the slightest expression of alarm. The situation changed too quickly. Moreover, the momentum of that saber strike was too fierce, like a strong snowstorm that suddenly came during winter on the grassland. It was as if there was an immortal inside and outside the pavilion. Mr. White Lotus, who came down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain and then went up the Qingliang Mountain, was still habitually looking outside the pavilion with a smile. Baiyu was still holding a cup of green ant wine in his hand, and the ripples in the white porcelain cup were light. Yang Xinxing and Yang Huchen, who were leaning forward slightly, also put their attention on the two cowardly guards outside the pavilion. This pair of fierce generals on the battlefield were really eyeing them covetously, and they even had the unique majesty of fierce generals on the battlefield. And Princess Qingwan of Beimang maintained the posture of looking back with her back straight. Her slanted shoulders were round and attractive. The maidservant who was cooking tea was still paying attention to the charcoal fire with her head down, fearing that it would spoil the fire. The flickering light of the fire shone on her delicate face, imperceptibly adding a bit of radiance to her. In fact, the cowardly guard in the pavilion who attacked silently from the moment he unsheathed his blade to the moment he chopped down, so this blade shouldn't have instantly released such a powerful aura when it was close to the young lord's head. Just like when two armies collided, naturally the horse hooves would already be as loud as thunder before the battle. How could it be like a spring breeze drizzle? However, this saber strike had done it. Therefore everyone was caught off guard. Even Song Yu, who was the gatekeeper of the Qingliang Mountain, who had all kinds of mysterious finger techniques and naturally had sharp senses, was a step slower to react. A burst of fine dust splashed up from where he stood, and this martial arts master who might be the #1 level 2 master in the world was about to jump into the pavilion. But the next moment, for some reason, Song Yu landed on the ground again, and his body didn't move at all. He no longer cared about the situation in the pavilion, and his gloomy eyes slowly moved around the two cowardly guards like a snake looking at a mouse. Logically speaking, as the local tyrant of Northern Liang, this private meeting was supposed to be a show of strength to these Northern Mang characters who had something to ask of them. For example, in historical novels, throwing a cup was often used as a signal. Hundreds of executioners would swarm over from behind the screen, or a pot of boiling oil would be set up in an open space, with the owner holding chopsticks. Unexpectedly, the young lord from the beginning to the end, Beimang, was the first to attack. This group of Bei mortals knew that they were facing one of the 4 masters of the Beimang Wushu, and in the territory of the Su family's territory of the Su's family of the the Beiliang cavalry, of the Su of the southern of Beimang, of the southern of the families of the Ups. Mr. White Lotus's eyes were still looking outside the pavilion. The wine in his cup rippled violently and he sighed softly. When Princess Qing Wan looked back again, she didn't see the scene of heads falling to the ground and blood splattering everywhere. She only saw the deputy commander of the Beiliang Shui Guards, who had the same surname as her, still holding the sword in his hand. His whole body was full of power, like an eagle that had just swooped down from the clouds, his claws suddenly hooked onto the wooden frame. In contrast, the leisurely young lord was holding the cup with 2 fingers on his right hand, slowly raising it, and then smiling at her after raising the cup. It was very ordinary, like a friendly toast between 2 friends. But the young lord's left hand was raised high, and his 4 fingers were naturally bent. Only his index finger just happened to be pressed against the blade of the white rainbow sword in the golden peach skin scabbard. This unstoppable blade, after touching the young lord's finger, couldn't move forward even a little bit. Perhaps what could prove that the previous blade was indeed unstoppable was the black hair of the maidservant next to the young lord. The slightly undulating black hair was like a lotus in a pond. After waving the blade with the most true meaning of martial arts in his life, the deputy commander of the Beiliang Shui Guards was pale, his eyes were desperate, and his lips were slightly trembling. Su Fengyan's finger that blocked the Beimang royal family sword gently shook, and the white rainbow sword with the golden peach skin scabbard flew out of his hand, and with a bang, it was quickly nailed into a pillar of the pavilion by the lake. The Beiliang Shui Guards, who was determined to die, but also thought that the chance of success was very high, didn't care whether the young lord understood the Beimang language or not, and said in a trembling voice, "Weren't you successfully injured by Tuoba? And then in Huayang Pass you fought with Chen Jibao, why are you not injured at all?" Fan Bainu's hands were tightly clenched on his legs, and blue veins appeared on his white skin. He raised his head and shouted angrily, "Yelut Sanglang, are you crazy? Why did you assassinate the king of Beiliang without permission?" The burly dainty Shui guard was in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to the commandery princess's exasperated reprimand. He muttered to himself, "This is impossible," over and over again. He was confident that he had crossed the threshold of the celestial state. If he was facing Su Fengyan, who was at the peak of martial arts, of course it would be a joke. But the spy report clearly showed that the current young lord was in a bleak situation. Even if it couldn't be said that his life was hanging by a thread, his celestial body was almost shattered. Purely speaking of his body, he was even weaker than the ordinary Jianghu warriors who had reached the finger Shen state, let alone the great Vajra of Buddhism who had cast an invincible golden body. It was just like those Taoist immortals who had taken the shortcut to the sky. They seemed to have endless mysterious secret techniques, but in fact, they were vulnerable in front of the pure martial artists who were down to earth on the road of martial arts. After the deputy commander of the Beiliang Shui Guards was exposed, one of the young Beiliang Shui Guards outside the pavilion finally couldn't bear the torment in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes turned red and he roared, and then he blatantly pulled out his sword. Not only did he not look imposing, but he also gave people a feeling of sadness. However, before the young Beimang guard could take 4 or 5 steps forward, he was kicked in the waist by Song Yu from the side. The corpse that was killed on the spot flew out, giving the onlookers a feeling of fluttering willow catkins. Next, everyone present looked at the remaining Beiliang Shui guard in unison. Song Yu's eyes were cold, Yang Xinxing and Yang Huchen's eyes were sharp, and Mr. White Lotus, who had been reading too much, seemed to know his own limits. He didn't look outside the pavilion in vain. Instead, he put down the empty wine cup and smiled at the frightened maidservant who was cooking tea, as if he wanted to ask her for a cup of tea. The young Bailiang Shuigard had a pitiful look on his face. A strange scene appeared. It was still not outside the pavilion, but inside the pavilion very close to the young lord. Su Fengyin leaned back, barely dodging an extremely ruthless hand knife. The arm that was exposed from the shoe-embroidered sleeve was slender and beautiful, full of ivory gloss. But when her hand was used as a knife, it was full of murderous intent. Chapter 1836. If he was stabbed in the neck by this seemingly ordinary hand knife, he believed that it would be even easier than being chopped in half by the white rainbow sword. Princess Qing Luan, who was at a loss, stared blankly at the harmless maidservant who was brewing tea. The corners of her mouth held a faint smile, and the lingering charm between her graceful brows even remained the faint fear that she had deliberately faked after the previous unforeseen event. She twisted her wrist. The hand knife swept horizontally towards the young king's throat. The next moment, Su Fengyin held two arms with both hands and blocked two hand knives at the same time. One hand knife was from the mysterious maidservant who was cooking tea. And the owner of the other arm, even Song Yu, who knew everything about the Qingliang mountain, probably didn't expect it. Princess Beimeng widened her eyes and couldn't help but have a look of disbelief on her face. She didn't know when a girl was standing next to her. She stepped on the table with one foot, and her hand knife was probably only a thin line away from the temple of the maidservant who was sitting sideways. Su Fengyin didn't look at the maidservant who was cooking tea, but raised his head and smiled helplessly at the little girl who still had the childishness of a girl's body. In front of so many distinguished guests, it's not appropriate for you to make a bloody scene, right? The girl snorted with a fake smile, retracted her hand and then jumped up, grabbed the eaves of the pavilion by the lake with one hand, and disappeared after a light flip. Su Fengyin turned his head and said to the maidservant, "What is your relationship with the little girl in the princess's tomb?" The eyes of this young maidservant, who was actually very good-looking, were still gentle, without the slightest ruthlessness of ordinary Jianghu killers. She turned her eyes and saw that the young king was holding her hand, and there were drops of black blood oozing out from his fingertips. She raised her sharp chin again and saw that between the young king's eyebrows, there was a purple gold mark, as if an immortal had opened his third eye. She used the most mellow Gangnam-do voice and said softly with a smile, "Your Highness, you have a good method." Su Fengyin laughed it off. Blood that was as black as Su Fengyin's fingertips seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Her face was filled with relief as she slowly closed her eyes. After Su Fengyin let go of her arm, he held her shoulder and let her lie on the yellow rosewood table. She was just like an ordinary servant girl, slacking off and falling asleep. Su Fengyin replaced the maidservant and handed Bai Yu a cup of fragrant spring spirit lake tea. Mr. White Lotus took the teacup, sighed again and drank it in one gulp. Drinking tea was like drinking wine. The vice commander of the Cheshui Guards watched all of this with cold eyes. It was very likely that her real identity was the maid of the Princess Tomb female death warrior. When she attacked, he didn't have the intention to take advantage of the situation. At this time he had a heroic smile on his face. He didn't show any sign of kneeling down and begging for mercy. He said loudly, "Your Highness, my life, do you want to take it personally, or do you want someone to do it for you?" Su Fengyin reached out his hand and gestured for him to sit. With a northern Mang official's voice that carried the accent of Gusai province, he said with a laugh, "This king is truly strange this time. The family that you, Yelu Tsanglong, belong to has always considered themselves to be the orthodox Yelu surname. Didn't you, Yelu Hongkai and Yelu Donghua, this pair of grandfather and grandson's families, always view each other as enemies? You all hate that Yelu Hongkai, who had been loyal to the emperor for 3 dynasties, let down the previous emperor. Moreover, since you can sit here this time, you can clearly be considered a trusted aide of your northern Mang crown prince. Why would you help them turn around and stab the crown prince?" Yelu Tsanglong hesitated for a moment and finally sat down. He was puzzled. "Why does your highness think that I am allied with Yelu Hongkai? The assassination of your highness came from the Beimeng's crown prince. Isn't it more reasonable?" Su Fengyin didn't answer his question and asked, "Before you unsheathed your sword today, have you not used it for at least 2 years?" Yelu Tsanglong nodded. Su Fengyin's mouth curved up. This king also knows this kind of unorthodox sword training method that emphasizes the mind and not the strength. Tuoba Chun-sun must have secretly told you. Yelu Tsanglong's mouth was slightly agape. Obviously this young vassal king who could calculate was right again. Su Fengyin explained with a smile. When this king was traveling around Liang Lake, he often became a fortune teller. He didn't cheat every time. Yelu Tsanglong's mouth twitched. Su Fengyin raised his cup and took a sip of green ant wine. He narrowed his phoenix eyes and asked with a smile, You don't believe me? This famous deputy commander of the Cheshire Guards didn't say anything. He was still skeptical. Su Fengnian laughed and pointed at himself. It's actually very simple. The ancestor of your sword technique is far away but right in front of you. Perhaps no one noticed that when it came to Jianghu matters that didn't help the world, this young king seemed to be much more carefree. Yelut Songlong laughed involuntarily. So that's why. His family was close to the war god, Tuoba. Everyone in the grassland knew about this. Especially him and Tuoba Chunsun were sworn brothers. Yelut Songlong exhaled heavily and asked with a smile, Your Highness hasn't told me yet. How do you know that it was actually Yelu Dongchuang's idea that I went south? Su Fengnian said seriously, this king also only knew about it now. Yelut Songlong's expression turned sluggish. He was so aggrieved that his blood boiled. Yelut Songlong suddenly smiled and cupped his fists. This time I took the risk to assassinate your highness. It has nothing to do with Yelu Dongchuang. It's just that I admired your highness's reputation as the #1 person in the world. I couldn't help but make a move. Originally that move was for the Cheshire Guards at the beginning of next year. I hope your highness will be magnanimous enough to forgive me for this. I believe your highness can understand the thoughts of a martial arts fanatic like me. If this small matter causes a misunderstanding between the two kings and delays your grand plan of conquering the world, I, Yelut Songlong, will not be able to absolve myself from the blame even if I die 10,000 times. Su Fengnian's eyes were playful. Just as Yelut Songlong was about to instinctively think about the deeper meaning of the young king's words, this burly man suddenly turned his head with difficulty and looked at the insignificant woman in his eyes. What Fan Bai knew what Bei Mang's first commander. Originally, as long as he completed this business, there would no longer be Princess Qingluan in this world. She would only become a plaything on his bed. Could it be that the good-for-nothing crown prince had the guts to say no? If he, Yelut Songlong, was really annoyed, when the Bei Mang imperial court was turned upside down in the future, even the crown princess who won the title of Han Gu, in the chess and sword music school would also be snatched into his pocket. But at this moment, the Cheshire Guards vice commander Yelut Songlong was clearly a dying man. A dagger pierced through his thick neck. And the Bei Mang princess who was holding the dagger with both hands quickly pulled it out after her successful attack. Her movements were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Yelut Songlong covered his bleeding neck with one hand and pointed at the woman with the same surname who was even more ruthless than him with the other hand. Fan Bai Nu gently put down the dagger and didn't look at Yelut Songlong at all. She stared at the young king across the table. Your Highness, now you and I can continue the original topic. I will still do the business for His Highness the Crown Prince. And now, Your Highness seems to have no other choice. Chapter 1837. Su Fengnian expressionlessly pointed at Yelut Songlong's corpse lying in a pool of blood. To put it bluntly, he can appear here, can speak and do things for Yelu Dongchuang, then no matter whether Yelu Dongchuang really wanted to kill this king or not, it means that this king and your crown prince who can't do anything right are not reliable at all. If you put yourself in his shoes, how would you feel? She bites her lips so hard that she doesn't even notice the scarlet blood oozing out. Bei Mang princess, who is not stupid, has no answer to the young king's question. No one here is a fool. She doesn't want to and disdains to say those words that go against her heart. Even if Yelu Dongchuang did have the sinister idea of killing two birds with one stone from the beginning, but compared to Bei Mang's fatuous crown prince, whose confidant was successfully instigated by his mortal enemy, the former is still a more suitable business partner. After all, this business is not as simple as tens of millions of gold and silver, not hundreds of officials' hats, and not even the military power of 200,000 or 300,000 people. It is related to Beiliang, Bei Mang and Liang, these two countries. In a real sense, the whole world. If you are not the kind of ambitious and ruthless person who lacks temperament, real power, skill and even destiny, you can only be a joke. Throughout history, only the ambitious wolves are qualified to fight for the world. In fact, she is sitting here now is already a big joke. Yelut Songlong's knife, and the tea maid's assassination. Isn't it Yelu Dongchuang, the ambitious young man, showing his monstrous power in the grassland to the whole Beiliang and Su Fengnian? As for her, a chess piece played by the big people, how can she be on equal footing with the young man surnamed Su in front of her? She pulls the corner of her mouth, smiling bitterly. These years, she has always believed that the Beiliang cavalry that made the whole Bei Mang suffer was given to this young man by Chen Jibao with both hands. It was the white-clothed war saint's charity. Now looking at this young man who has been talking and laughing from the beginning to the end, this hidden thought in her heart is not as firm as before. At this moment, a poor guy who is in a more awkward situation than Bei Mang princess in the pavilion moved. Song Yu suddenly appeared next to the only timid Shui guard who was still standing. The latter raised his hands high and tried to move away from the sword at his waist as far as possible to show that he was an honest man. When he met the eyes of the king of Bailiang, the young guard swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "His Highness asked me to send a message to your Highness." Nodded his head a little bit. Then the cowardly Shui Wei said something inexplicable. Mr. White Lotus, who was in the pavilion, tilted his head and smiled at the young lord. As for the other peoples, they are. That sentence is of the Bimes of Baiman. His Highness wants to ask your Highness, in your Highness's Wutangin, are there more parasol trees or more purple bamboos? Even though many people in northern Mang, whether it was the northern court or the southern court, were curious about Su Fengyin, the new prince of Liang, the crown prince, who was at least the second most important person in northern Mang, being so interested in a small Wudong courtyard was still very boring. Princess Beimeng Princess didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she also felt disheartened. The reason why she became the leader of this trip to the south, in addition to her familiarity with Bailiang, is that her family has high hopes for the crown prince, or it is because she sees him as a rare commodity. After plucking up the courage to say this, the young cowardly Shui Wei felt as if he had been fighting for a day and a night. His legs felt weak and his entire body felt weak. Su Fengyin is stunned and then said with a smile, "Tell your crown prince that if there is a chance, this king invites him to come to Wutangin to count. He feels that if he can return to Beimeng alive, he must tell all his acquaintances. The young king of the Su family, like his father Butcher, is too powerful. He is worthy of being a Wu Dao master who is as famous as Tuoba, the grassland's god of war. He is worthy of being the king of Bailiang who killed General Yang Yuanzhan. The grassland men have never been merciful to weak enemies, but they are never stingy with their respect for the strong. His family elders once told him that the biggest difference between the grassland and the central plains of Liang is that the scholars there, as long as they are rivals in their hearts, they will never respect them, but it doesn't stop them from wagging their tails and begging for mercy when they are living under someone else's roof. But we grassland men are different. No matter how many generations of our ancestors were displaced, no matter how powerful the enemy was behind us, we will travel thousands of miles like wolves. This young man of Beimeng who worships martial arts in his bones is in awe, but also a little excited. In the grassland's most honorable timid guard, who doesn't have a relationship with the royal family? Everyone is arrogant, but who has seen this legendary figure with their own eyes like me? If it weren't for the fear of being killed on the spot, the timid guard would have taken a few steps forward. In the lakeside pavilion, Princess Beimeng had already given up, but her eyes lit up, and she can't suppress the excitement in her voice. "Your Highness." Su Fengyin nodded and then shook his head. "This king didn't agree to form an alliance with your crown prince, but I can give him another chance. The premise is that he must take out something more sincere than Yelu Dongchuang." Her eyes were shining and she said confidently, "No problem. As for the thing in my hand, your Highness, please take a look at it first. I believe your Highness won't be disappointed." Su Fengyin joked, "This king is already not disappointed today. Princess, don't worry. Let Steward Song take you to General Yang's mansion and find a quiet and elegant courtyard to stay for the time being. Some things can't be thoroughly explained in a few words, not to mention that this king also needs to weigh the pros and cons repeatedly." She put away the dagger, stood up and put on the curtain hat again, leaving this small pavilion that may leave a strong mark in the history books in the future. In less than an hour she walked side by side with Song Yu, who also looks gentle and elegant. This time, Princess Qingwan of Beimeng has a completely different mentality. Chapter 1838. Song Yu still didn't exchange any pleasantries and her expression was still warm. After leading the princess to a small courtyard, Song Yu turned around and left. She gently pushed open the door. The young Shui guard was standing at the bottom of the stairs, about to move to the side room. She suddenly asked, "What does His Highness mean by that sentence?" The Shui guard, who was the only one left alive, hesitated for a moment. He probably regarded this princess as a friend in adversity from the bottom of his heart, so he went beyond the rules and answered, "Princess, I don't know what His Highness means. This is not an excuse. To be honest, during this trip to Bailiang, I have privately pondered over this sentence countless times, but I still can't figure out the mystery behind it." She didn't say anything else, pushed open the door and closed it. She took off the curtain hat, leaned against the door and almost collapsed to the ground. Today's matter in the lakeside pavilion, there were layers of conspiracies and overt plots, complicated and confusing. In the end, she was just a woman who was far away from the center of the imperial court of Beimeng. After Yelu Tsanglong made his move, she was in a state of incomparable tension. It was really not easy to support herself to this room without batting an eyelid. For some reason at this moment, faces appeared in Princess Qinghuan's mind. First, it was the grandfather and grandson. The skinny Yelu Dongbei's dark face that revealed a mouth full of white teeth when he spoke. There was also his grandfather Yelu Hongsai's smiling face. The old man liked to smile at everyone, and when he smiled, he would reveal his sparse yellow teeth. Then it was a handsome face that she couldn't forget. It was the man in white who was silent no matter when and where in her memory. Finally, it was the pale face full of excitement and fighting spirit when the Crown Prince of Beimang told her to be careful before leaving. She breathed rapidly, gasping for breath. She closed her eyes in pain. Unconsciously, she vaguely remembered the face in the lakeside pavilion. She opened her eyes, gritted her teeth and said, "If that knife didn't stab Yelu Canglong's neck, but your eyes, it would be satisfying." Deputy Provincial Governor Yang Xinxing, who had been feeling uneasy, walked around the tables and glanced at the corpse of the female death warrior lying on the table. He cupped his fist and lowered his head as he said in a heavy voice, "Prince I Yang Xinxing have committed the crime of negligence. I am willing to accept the punishment without any complaints." Su Fengyin waved his hand and said with a smile, "It has nothing to do with old General. After all, she was able to enter this house in the first place because of our Liangzhou branch's Yangying branch and Fushui branch's responsibility. However, I don't dare to complain about my second sister's injustice. As for Chu Lushan, that guy is probably thick-skinned and is not afraid of my scolding. Therefore, old General and I are actually the most innocent." Yang Xinxing was unwilling to look up. Yang Huchen first patrolled the western area of the territory as the Deputy General of Ji Province. Then he secretly entered Liangzhou with the help of Beiliang's Yangying branch's spies. At this time, the one-armed general said, "Father, we know what kind of person Prince is. You don't have to pretend." General Chuanxiu, who was called pretentious by his son, immediately raised his head and glared at Yang Huchen. His face was full of anger. Yang Huchen naturally avoided the sharp edge. He quickly raised his wine cup and clinked it with Mr. White Lotus's teacup. The corpses of the Chieshui guards in the pavilion and in the lake, as well as the corpse of the female death warrior in the princess tomb, were quickly taken care of by the residence's nimble maidservants. Among them, there was a young maidservant who looked delicate and delicate. She usually didn't show off and looked like she would be blown away by the wind. However, when she carried away the corpse of the maidservant who was cooking tea, it was as easy as carrying a piece of silk that weighed a few kilograms. Yang Xinxing returned to her seat and ignored this. As for whether that maidservant was a spy from Beiliang's Yangying branch or the Fushui branch, and as for whether there were other people in this residence, she was an old man who had fought on the battlefield for half his life and spent half his life in the officialdom. She was not at all interested, nor did she feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was only natural that someone like her would take root in the Jidushi residence. Once one entered a noble house, it was as deep as the ocean. Which noble house in the world was not like this? Yang Xinxing seemed to want to say something but stopped. There was no more green ant wine left, so Su Fengyin directly began to cook tea. He was actually not inferior to the female death warrior of unknown origin. This made Yang Huchen click his tongue in wonder. When Su Fengyin served tea to Yang Xinxing, he said with a smile, "Old General, if you have something to say it directly. The Su and Yang families are now allies who share honor and disgrace. Mr. White Lotus can be considered as a witness." Yang Xinxing smiled knowingly, "Then I'll say it directly. Based on today's situation, the Crown Prince of Beimang, who has been mediocre for so many years, does not seem like a person who can be supported. The officials around him who support the Crown Prince of Beimang will probably be hard-pressed for many days." Su Fengyin said self-deprecatingly, "In my early years, I was not even as good as this Crown Prince. At that time I, His Royal Highness, did not even have a single official who sincerely supported the Crown Prince by my side." Yang Xinxing's expression inevitably became somewhat awkward. Yang Huchen, who rarely saw his father suffer in front of outsiders, did not hide his gloating. Su Fengyin leisurely drank a mouthful of spring tea and said softly, "Of course I and the Crown Prince of Beimang seem to be in a similar situation, but in reality we are very different. I am much, much luckier." Yang Xinxing thought for a moment and understood in his heart, "That is indeed the case." Yang Huchen also withdrew his smile and said with a heartfelt sigh, "Most people have only heard of Mr. Ishan's title of Poison Warrior and see him as an advisor of the Su family. They do not know of Mr. Ishan's extraordinary achievements in military affairs." Bai Yu also nodded lightly and raised his head to look at the lake outside the pavilion. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Mr. Ishan, I am also fascinated." Su Fengnian looked at the slightly swaying fire in the stove and did not speak. He stood up and walked a few steps, pulling out the rainbow blade with a golden peach sheath from the vermilion lacquer pillar. He then bent down to pick up the scabbard from the ground and slowly sheathed the blade. He naturally thought of the tide listening pavilion that stored the world's martial arts secret manuals. He muttered to himself in his heart, "Master, how good would it be if you could live for another 10 years? I will definitely fight for that chair for you and exchange the python robe for the dragon robe." Chapter 1839. Someone once said that the dense posthouse roads of the Liang dynasty were paved by the hooves of a certain cripple's warhorse. A mighty group of carriages stopped at the Little Beard posthouse in Yuzhou. The posthouse was not large, but it was cleaner and purer than the Central Plains posthouse. In fact, as the carriages traveled westward from Jizhou and Hezhou into Yuzhou, which was under the jurisdiction of Beiliang, they found that there were many posthouses along the way. They often saw posthouse riders flying by. They had heard that the Beiliang frontier army was full of proud soldiers and valiant generals, especially the cavalry. The important figures in the carriages had more or less heard of border military affairs. It seemed that there was a cruel rule that posthouse riders were guilty of running over people on the road. Therefore, when the 60 or so cavalrymen in the vanguard entered Yuzhou, they encountered a Beiliang posthouse rider riding from north to south for the first time. They found that if the posthouse rider in the north continued to head south, it was very likely that he would cut the entire group in half. It should be noted that the 3 or 4 carriages in the middle were all filled with nobles from the palace. What would they do if they clashed with the Beiliang posthouse riders? The 60 elite retainers from the capital immediately panicked. Although the officials in Beiliang wanted to worship them like ancestors on this trip to the west, the vanguard cavalrymen did not say anything and turned their horses to block the carriages behind them. They would rather jam together than let the posthouse rider pass unimpeded. The posthouse rider, who had been prepared to stop his horse, clearly did not understand what this powerful group of carriages was thinking. As he continued along the posthouse road, he could not help but turn his head to take a few more glances at the crossroads. His gaze was strange. He probably felt that the foreigners, who looked rather neat and orderly, were a bit too polite. Afterward, a lieutenant from the Armory Department of the Ministry of War explained that the posthouse rider had a feather proclamation on his back. It indicated that he was an ordinary posthouse rider in Yuzhou and that the spy report he passed on was of the most common type. However, the vanguard cavalry lieutenant who acted on his own initiative was not reprimanded. An old eunuch from the Directorate of Ribbon Insignia in a red python robe spoke the thoughts of everyone in the carriages. In Beiliang, it is better to be safe than sorry. Now, most of the Liang soldiers understood that there were 3 types of soldiers in the world: weak troops, strong troops, and the last type was called the Beiliang cavalry. Last time, the new Prince Liang had led less than 1,000 white horses into an important area in the capital. The result was that he had entered a place where no one could stop him. This incident caused Great Peace City to lose face, and caused a general of the imperial family to resign from his position in the imperial clan court. The Ministry of War did not interfere, but everyone in the Jingdo officialdom knew that this yamen, which held military power in the world, had not been kind to the generals from the Jingdo branch in the last half year. Every time they came to do something, it was like they owed tens of thousands of taels of silver. Later, at the end of the Battle of Guangling, the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon Cavalry suddenly came out of seclusion. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, who had returned from the Tu Liao, personally led the elite troops of the capital to intercept them. There were also the cavalry of Ji and Qingzhou in the north and south. There were also the local troops who did their best to serve. Now there was a rumor in Great Peace City that this time, it was Lu Sheng who had experience in the Guangling battle who stood out and not Su Gong who had merit in the Tu Liao border battle. It was because of that embarrassing interception that the emperor was too disappointed in this Gangnam-do Confucian general. The attitude of the little whisker slope into these emperor's envoys was neither warm nor cold. They were not attentive and flattering, but they were not cold. The head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was not surprised by this and did not nitpick on this matter. First, the eunuchs of Liang rarely left the capital. At most, they had some secret dealings with the weaving bureaus of the Central Plains and the salt and iron camps of the local officials. They would not publicly appear in the eyes of the officials outside the capital. Second, ever since the old emperor of Liang took in the eunuchs of the fallen countries, these eunuchs were deeply grateful to the Zhao Shi. No matter whether it was the old people who had experienced the fires of war or the younger generation eunuchs they had raised, there had not been any rumors of trouble in the internal court in the past 20 years. The matter of eunuchs interfering in politics had disappeared. Even the powerful cat Han Xingxian, the head of the ceremony directorate, was only known as one of the three great devils of the spring and autumn period. The Zhao Shi of Liang had no doubts about his loyalty to the head of the eunuchs in the world. Later, the young Song Tonglu took over the ceremony directorate and was well known among the civil and military officials. The little whisker slopen was not big enough to accommodate the imperial eunuchs, the imperial bodyguards and the elite cavalry of Jingji, totaling more than 1,000 people. If it were anywhere else, the prefectural government of each province would have made appropriate arrangements and promised that they would not disturb the people. As for whether they really did not disturb the people, the head eunuchs of the Directorate of Credentials would naturally turn a blind eye. However, after arriving in Yuzhou, there were many inns but not many. It was common for most of the imperial edicts to hide their meals and sleep in the open. On the other hand, the Directorate of Credentials took the initiative to discuss with the Yuzhou inns on how to avoid disturbing the people of Beiliang as much as possible. After the three eunuchs entered the inn, they gathered in the hall to discuss matters as usual. However, they were not in a hurry to speak. Instead, they drank a pot of tea prepared by the little whisker slopen deputy and waited patiently for news from a trusted eunuch. Very quickly, the young eunuch respectfully led a young scholar-looking figure into the hall. The young eunuch obediently left the hall, closed the door and waited outside. When they saw the young man in green, the three heads of the Directorate of Credentials immediately rose to greet him. They lowered their voices slightly and said with a smile, "Greetings, Lord Chen." The term husband was originally old Li Yang's way of speaking out of respect. It was specially used to address the big shots in the army or the ministers who held the power of the court. In the entire dynasty, there were probably only 7 or 8 people who were addressed this way. However, at that time the Eastern Wei, Southern Tang and several other dynasties that stood side by side with Liang still had national power. There was also the saying of husband, but it was extremely indecent. It was said that those men with delicate and pretty faces had delicate and pretty voices that were not inferior to those of orioles and swallows. Jiangnan had a culture of nurturing children and had a reputation of being a distinguished scholar. Among these there was more or less a hint of ridicule towards Liang. In the Yonghui era after Liang swallowed up the Central Plains, the concept of the husband of Great Peace City gradually disappeared. After the year of the auspicious talisman, it rose up again, especially in the internal court. It was highly revered. When the eunuchs of the palace met some of the Liang officials who were able to travel in the forbidden grounds of the palace, they all liked to respectfully call them husband. This time of course no one dared to confuse Jiangbei and Jiangnan. In the eyes of the eunuchs, among the civil officials, not even one of the 6 ministers could receive this honor. Only the head of the Hall of Secretaries Qi Yanglong, the assistant minister of the Hall of Secretaries Zhao Yuling, the left servant of the Minxiao province, Huan Wen, and the left servant of the scattered cavalry, Chen Wang, were worthy of being called husband by their surnames. The identity of the person in front of him was finally revealed. Qin Xiaobao Chen Wang was the best candidate for the next Grand Secretary of Liang. Chapter 1840. The head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was a thin, kind-looking old man. If he changed his eye-catching red python robe into a Taoist robe, perhaps he would have the air of a transcendent being. He only sat down after Chen Wang had sat down. He did not hide the worry in his expression at all. His voice was sharp but not ear-piercing as he slowly said, "Is Lord Qin really going north of Yuzhou? Without Prime Minister Qin as our backbone, our hearts are in a mess." Chen Wang, who was traveling incognito, was leaving the capital this time. Only a handful of people in the capital had the right to know about this, and they could be counted on 2 hands. He smiled slightly and said, "Eunuch Lu, there is no need to worry. This time I will send an imperial edict to Mount Qingliang. There won't be any mistakes." If it were someone else who gave such half-hearted consolation, no matter how good the head eunuch of the Directorate of Credentials was at maintaining his composure, he would still secretly fly into a rage out of humiliation. However, since it was Qin Xiaobao who said this, the old eunuch truly felt a bit more at ease. In the official world, only smart people could become high-ranking officials. As a result, their words and actions were often full of mystery. It was hard for both sides of the conversation to not think deeply, wishing they could break a sentence into 8 parts and ponder it over, glorifying it by saying that they didn't have enough comprehension. This was especially true for the likes of the old Minister of Appointments Zhao Yuling and the Prime Minister of Yonghui Yin Maochen. Who would dare to be careless when chatting with these extremely intelligent pillars of the court? Perhaps when they casually said, "Today's weather is not bad," the officials who heard it would chew on it for a long time, catching wind and making groundless accusations. How tiring was that? Of course, this kind of tiredness was still something many officials enjoyed. However, in a Liang court there were still a few people who were different. Even in the Zhao family wing of Great Peace City, where all the heroes of the world were in the net, some people still stood out from the crowd. For example, the old Grand Secretary Jianghu, Tantanan Huanwen. Now, there was finally another Qinhuang in the year of auspicious talismans. When speaking to these three people, no matter how big or small the official title was, one didn't have to rack their brains to deal with them. In short, it was a very worry-free matter. The reason was very simple. These were true scholars and great officials. One could not rely on words to flatter them and would not be punished for their words. The three of them might not be saints of the official world, but even if they had desires, presumably not everyone could understand them. What were the so-called gains and losses in their realm? In that realm they were. In these years, the Great Peace City officialdom seemed to hold the meteoric rise of Jean Lanting in high esteem. However, as for the truth, perhaps Tantanan's slap in the face in his early years had already revealed the secret of heaven. Each mountain was taller than the other. Smart people would always meet smarter people. Just by relying on intelligence, it was easy to become an official, but not easy to become a high official. It was already difficult to become a minister who truly grasped the power of an area of the court. To become a grand secretary who led all the officials of the world was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Right now, the Jingdo officialdom was completely convinced. No matter how much they thought of this Qin Xiaobao, it would not be too much. Compared to Zhang Julu, who had once made Great Peace City tremble in fear, Qin Huang's disadvantage was that his reputation as a teacher was almost non-existent. He also did not have the legacy of both his teacher and father-in-law. After all, Qin Huang came from a humble background. Although his father-in-law was also a relative of the imperial family, in reality, he did not have much help. His advantage was that Qin Huang was fully deserving of being a close official of the Son of Heaven, a trusted aide that the current emperor had single-handedly supported. Most importantly, regardless of whether it was helping Yin Maochen manage the Beijing and local reviews, serving as the imperial tutor in the diligent room, or finally being promoted to the minister of the secretariat, Qin Huang's conduct and nature were all seen by the entire Great Peace City. Compared to the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who immediately showed off his ability after shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, Qin Huang always gave people the impression that he was as gentle and kind as jade. Deep down he was not a person filled with aggression. To the civil officials of the court, this was undoubtedly great news. This meant that once Qin Huang became the head of the Minister of the Secretariat, the entire Liang officialdom would welcome a period of relatively stable peace. Even though there would still be conflicts in the officialdom, there would only be promotions and demotions. There would not even be that kind of miserable situation where one's career was sealed because of one person's hatred. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Right now, almost no one in the Liang officialdom understood why Qin Huang, who was rising step by step, wanted to become an official. Qin Huang had never personally said it, nor had he ever revealed such emotions. This time, when Qin Huang appeared in the carriages, the head eunuch of the Ribbon Insignia Directorate, Eunuch Lu, only realized it when he saw this left-scattered cavalry personal attendant. As for why Qin Xiaobao would secretly join the carriages, Eunuch Lu and the others all kept it a secret, not even daring to make wild guesses. That was why when Qin Huang said that he wanted to immediately leave the carriages and go their separate ways north, the three eunuchs looked at each other in dismay. Qin Huang's expression revealed a hint of absent-mindedness. After quickly gathering his thoughts, he said with a light laugh, "You three eunuchs might have forgotten that my hometown is in Beiliang's Yuzhou. Returning home in silken robes?" Eunuch Lu carefully probed, "Does Master Qin need several thousand Jingji cavalry to escort you?" Qin Huang waved his hand and said, "I don't even need a single rider to follow me. How could I dare to use official weapons for personal use?" Without waiting for Eunuch Lu to speak, the other old eunuch from the Ribbon Insignia Directorate said urgently, "Master Qin, you must not. Do not worry, Master Qin. If all the imperial bodyguards and Jingji cavalry were given to you, the three of us would not have the courage. After all, the dignity of the court cannot be lost. However, if you take away half of the people, I trust that no one will say anything. If anyone dares, we will pull out their tongue. Master Qin is the cornerstone of Liang. You must not be in any danger in Beiliang. Otherwise, the three of us will not have the face to return to the capital alive." The head eunuch Lu also nodded vigorously in agreement. Qin Huang smiled and said, "Eunuchs, the emperor has already personally requested someone to escort me back to my hometown." The three old eunuchs, who had spent most of their lives in the imperial palace of Great Peace City and were most skilled at biting words, were immediately shocked. Sincerely requested. Who in the world could make the emperor sincerely request someone to escort Chen Wang back to his hometown? Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool clearly did not have this ability. The ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb was probably also somewhat lacking. Chen Wang did not go too far. After telling the 3 eunuchs about some matters related to the imperial edict, he stood and left. After the 3 eunuchs in official robes personally sent Chen Wang out of the hall, they saw an unfamiliar young eunuch standing at the bottom of the steps. After looking closely, they still could not remember when the Directorate of Credentials had had such a junior. However, when Chen Wang saw him, he nodded slightly in greeting. The latter was unmoved. When the 2 turned to leave, the young eunuch's figure seemed to be slightly closer to the front. Not long after, a carriage quietly left the inn at Little Whisker Slope and headed north. Before Chen Wang boarded the carriage, he bowed to the coachman in thanks. "I have troubled you, sir." The young eunuch, who only wore an outer robe over the robes of an ordinary eunuch, had a cold expression. The carriage moved slowly. In less than half a mile, 2 riders stopped at the side of the road. One was an old man with a sword case on his back and a dignified aura. The other was a beautiful woman with a blade. They were the finger-profound realm expert Mi Fengjie, who had been personally recruited by the young vassal king into the Whispering Room. The other was Fan Xiaochai, who was now like the sun in the midday sky. These 2 riders acted as retainers, following the carriage at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. At the next inn, a young Bailiang official carrying a jug of green ant wine boarded the carriage and sat across from Chen Wang. He looked at this regular attendant of the scattered left cavalry, who was about the same age as him. He looked at this Bailiang official, Qin Xiaobao, who held the highest position in the Liang imperial court. He raised the jug of wine in his hand and asked with a smile, "Sir Qin, would you like a drink?" Chen Wang's expression was calm as he shook his head. "No." He sighed in his heart. "Good people do not come, but those who come do not come with good intentions. I reckon our prince will not be able to bear the consequences this time." No wonder he did not dare to personally come and run into a wall. Chapter 1841. Mi Fengjie, Fan Xiaochai, and now Su Beiji. This was probably how important Qin Xiaobao was to the young vassal king. If not for the fact that the second battle of Liangmang had already begun, perhaps he would have added the Yuzhou general Huang Fushi. However, it was clear that this left scattered cavalry officer didn't appreciate it very much. Along the way to the north, Qin Wang and Su Beiji did not have much interaction. So much so that even Su Beiji, a wonderful official who could joke around with anyone, had no choice but to borrow a post horse from a courier station. He might as well ride side by side with the 2 great spies of the Fushui room. Out of sight, out of mind. Before Su Beiji left, Su Fengyin did not ask him to accompany Qin Wang to his hometown in Yuzhou. He did not even reveal any intention of roping him in. He only gave Su Beiji one sentence: "No matter what this person does in Yuzhou, ignore him." Su Beiji was naturally aware of the hidden relationship between Qin Wang and Bailiang. He had no objection to this. In fact, if it were someone else acting as a foil, they might have done something bad with good intentions. Bailiang's officialdom might never understand Su Fengyin's subtle attitude toward Qin Wang, a Bailiang scholar. They would also not know how much Qin Wang had contributed to Bailiang in the past 10 years. They would also not know how much Qin Wang was disappointed in Bailiang. Most importantly, this disappointment was not right or wrong. This was the most fatal. In the twilight, they passed by a small post house called Ruyi. After Qin Wang got off the carriage, he walked into the post house with the taciturn young eunuch. Su Beiji and the other 2 also handed over their mounts to the courier to be sent to the stable to be fed. If nothing unexpected happened tonight, they would be staying here. Because Mi Fengjie had shown the Fu Shui Fang token, the Ruyi post house was especially attentive. The food and accommodation were arranged according to the standard of a military officer. To the small and large post house in Bailiang, the spies of the Fu Shui Fang and the Fuing branch were rare guests. But as long as they revealed their identity, they were usually important military personnel and could not be neglected. According to the laws of Northern Liang, in a state of emergency, there were only 2 people who could mobilize the courier riders to pass on military intelligence or take over the military force of the courier station. Other than the general who commanded the entire army, there were only 2 people who could be spies. They were still about 2 days away from Qin Wang's hometown. Because Su Beiji didn't need to follow this Qin Xiaobao back to his hometown, this former Lingzhou provincial governor who was jokingly called Bailiang Qin Xiaobao, once again brought a pot of green ant wine to find Qin Wang. It was very strange. Every time Qin Wang stayed in the courier station, he would choose to rest in the building. Although he could see far away, it was definitely not a good place to sleep. When Su Beiji found Chen Wang, he was standing by the window looking into the distance. Only when Su Beiji found a simple and crude stool to sit down did Chen Wang come to his senses. He smiled apologetically and sat on the edge of the wooden bed that had been temporarily set up in the courier station. The bedding and other things that had been hastily prepared were brand new and clean. It was hard to imagine that a renowned Huangzi official, who was already in the center of power, would be living in such a narrow and dark place. At this time, Chen Wang was not some criminal who had been banished to the cold border by the court. Su Beiji shook the wine pot and asked with a smile, "You're not drinking? If you're not drinking, then I'll be drinking alone again." Chen Wang hesitated and then shook his head. "There are many banquets in the capital, but I rarely drink. With your wisdom, you should be able to understand the reason." Su Beiji smiled. "Haven't you really returned to your hometown?" Chen Wang still shook his head. "People like me are most afraid of the word, what if? As time passes, it becomes a habit. Sir, please forgive me." Su Beiji said helplessly, "No wonder there's only one Qin Xiaobao in Liyang." Chen Wang made a rare joke. "Who is Beiliang's Qin Xiaobao?" Su Beiji took a sip of the green ant wine and wiped his mouth. "Even Sir Qin has heard of my name, Su Beiji?" Chen Wang nodded. "I hope you don't think it's an insult." Su Beiji said with a smile, "Although I don't feel honored, I don't think it's an insult to me, Su Beiji. I've only taken a sip of the wine, so it's not drunken talk. It's from the bottom of my heart." Chen Wang looked at this young Beiliang outsider who had experienced many hardships and laughed softly. "Sir, you have a lot of secret records in the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. I've read them many times. Since you say this is your hometown, then I'll make an exception and say some drunken words while you're drunk. Ever since Jianghu, there's a new custom in the official circles of the capital. It's to arrange seats for the civil officials of Beiliang according to knowledge, ability, reputation, and family background. It's a local evaluation that the Ministry of Personnel can never interfere with. Sir is at the top of the list, followed by Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, Administrator Li Gongda, Qin Shiliang of Liuzhou, Governor Song Yen of Yuzhou, Mountain Master Huang Shang of Green Deer Cave Academy, Wang Shihua, who was praised by Yao Baifeng as one of the 3 talented governors. Of course, there's an additional Sir White Lotus in the top ranks, but he's still behind you." Chen Wang paused for a moment and stared at the grandson of the king of Beimang's north courtyard who was slowly drinking the green ant wine. He slowly said, "So Sir's name in Great Peace City is far more well known than you imagine. I once calculated that in the court meeting of the Cultivation Temple, the emperor personally mentioned Beiliang civil officials more than anyone else. You once joked with the Minister of Personnel Yin Maochun, that if you could be recruited into the capital in the 3rd year of Jianghu, then Yin Maochun wouldn't have to be on duty in the Ministry of Personnel for half a year in the 4th year of Jianghu." Su Beiji used a finger to wipe the wine at the corner of his mouth and said, "Su Fengyin is not honest. The Fu Shui room must have records of this, but he never mentioned it to me." Chen Wang smiled and asked, "Are you not going to ask why I am telling you this?" Su Beiji heroically said, "There's no need to ask. I know that Lord Qin isn't the type to persuade others. Presumably, Lord Qin also knows that I, Su Beiji, can't be a servant of 3 surnames. Working for that fellow surnamed Su from Mount Qingliang, it would be best if I could become the Northern Liangdao administrator while I'm still alive. That would already be the last bit of hope I have left." Chen Wang shook his head and said, "Sir is wrong. I Chen Wang hope that you can go to Great Peace City." Su Beiji had just raised the wine pot and put it down. His eyes immediately became cold and sharp. He stared at Qin Xiaobao, who was said to be more useful than the head of the secretariat in the Liang officialdom. He smiled coldly and said, "Official Qin is so dedicated to the country. It is indeed unexpected." Chen Wang said indifferently, "In my view, without you, Beiliang can still defeat Beimang. However, with the addition of Su Beiji, who is seen as the right arm of the king of Beiliang, in the Liang imperial court, the Central Plains will be greatly reassured." Su Beiji was shocked. "Great Peace City is already so chaotic?" Chen Wang did not speak. His expression was heavy. Su Beiji stood up and placed the wine pot, which still had half a pot of green ant left, on the chair. He turned around and said, "Thank you, Official Chen, for your words. Some words, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, could cause ripples and reveal the whole picture of the sea." Chen Wang's words seemed to be directed at Su Beiji alone, but he was actually revealing the general situation in the capital, or rather the entire Central Plains. How Bailiang would make a choice would be based on these words that clearly stated the bottom line of the Liang imperial court. Chen Wang did not rise to see him off, nor did he look at Su Beiji's back. He said something off-topic, "Help me pass on a message to the king of Bailiang." He should not have looked on coldly back then. Su Beiji stopped walking. If Fu Shui Room had acted on behalf of that woman back then, official Chen would not have the chance to sit here today. Perhaps official Chen does not know, but Liang's Jianghu has been watching that woman for 12 whole years. It is even very likely that those Yuzhou nobles were secretly instigated and bewitched by Jianghu. If Fu Shui Room had rashly interfered, official Chen's identity would have been exposed. Bailiang's difficulties. After saying this, Su Beiji did not continue speaking. Saying more would be unnecessary. Chen Wang stood up and stood by the window, silent. Even after Su Beiji had left for a long time, Chen Wang continued to stare into the distance. He looked at this village with 1 eye, 2 eyes, 3 eyes, 100 eyes, 1,000 eyes, 10,000 eyes. He could not see her anymore. He could not see that when she was reading, when he raised his head, she was looking at him. Scholars were all heartless people, the most heartless of all. His eyes were hazy with tears and his lips moved slightly. I, Chen Wang, only wished that I had not been nominated on the imperial roll back then, only wished that I had returned home in dejection. There was a well at the corner of the street outside the Rui post house. There was an enormous wheel on the well platform. It took 2 strong men to move a bucket of water. The young eunuch who had been Chen Wang's driver walked out of the post house alone. When he saw this well that was not commonly seen in the Central Plains, he did not move. He stared curiously at the large wheel. It was as though this crude object was more attractive than the majestic halls of the Great Peace Imperial Palace, the flowery imperial gardens, and the towering trees that were older than Liang. Not long after, a young man with a blade at his waist came to the well. The two were within 5 feet of each other. The person who came was on the verge of death. Even if he was Su Fengyin. Chapter 1842. The young eunuch continued to stare at the well wheels as though he did not realize there was an extra person beside him. An old man in cotton-padded clothes stepped out of a carriage that stopped at the end of the street. He looked into the distance and then his footsteps became faster and faster. When the old man with blurred vision could vaguely make out the young eunuch's face, he actually started running. The old man, who was close to 70 years old, obviously did not run often, and his body was also very old. When he approached the well, he fell hard on his face, splashing up a cloud of dust. The old man with snow-white hair and eyebrows as white as frost did not get up, but crawled on the ground. When he raised his head to confirm the young eunuch's identity, he immediately burst into tears and kowtowed with all his might, choking and sobbing, "Father." The young eunuch only glanced down at the pitiful old man. He frowned as though he was trying to remember who the old man was. When he remembered, his brows slowly relaxed, but he did not speak in the end. After he frowned and before his brows relaxed, the young eunuch standing casually by the well gave Fan Shaochai and Mi Fengjie, who were standing far away, an invisible pressure that made their souls tremble uncontrollably. Their faces were pale and it was difficult for them to hold on. As the young eunuch's brows relaxed, the two seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The 2 grandmasters of the Whispering Room, who had always thought of the young eunuch as an ordinary palace expert, finally saw through the secrets of the heavens. The young eunuch who acted as Great Peace City's driver for Qin Xiaobao was definitely a first-rate person in the world, and very likely to be among the immortals of the land. Otherwise, he would not have returned to his natural state, and his physical body was one with the world. The old man kneeling on the ground had an extraordinary identity. He was the chief eunuch of the capital who had escorted Gao Shulu to Guangling Road to deal with Chao Changqing. Zhao Saiku, a remnant of Dongyue. He had once been a pawn Zhao Changling had placed in Liang. After the important hidden pawn became a pawn that no one cared about, Zhao Saiku focused on climbing up the ranks of the 24 bureaus of the Great Peace City Imperial Palace. He had never done anything wrong in his life and was favored by the Zhao family. He had been in charge of the Directorate of Credentials and the Directorate of Treasures. He was good friends with the master of the current Directorate of Ceremonies, Song Tonglu. After Song Tonglu became the leading eunuch in the world, he did not care for his master, and only treated Zhao Saiku with respect. Zhao Saiku had been in charge of the Directorate of Credentials for 8 years. In his decades of service he had never made a mistake. Therefore he was deeply trusted by the 3 generations of Zhao emperors. Otherwise, Liang would not have given him full authority to take over Gao Shulu, who had a celestial body but had been sealed in the mountains for 400 years. The martial divisions of the Jianghu in the past 400 years, especially the Four Realms, were all Gao Shulu's handiwork. If the chief eunuch responsible for delivering the edict to Liang eunuch Lu had encountered Zhao Saiku, who was of high seniority in the palace, he would have had to retreat to the wall and stand with his hands tied. But at this moment, Zhao Saiku was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing desperately to a young eunuch who looked old enough to be his grandson. He kept calling out the words "father." After eunuchs cut off their descendants and entered the palace, the first thing they would do was to recognize a senior as their adoptive father or master. Their respect was far greater than that of their biological father. This eunuch who eventually became the head eunuch of Zhao Diao Temple was no exception. However, Zhao Saiku had recognized two masters in his life. The second master worked in the Imperial Horse Directorate and did not have a high position. He was a familiar face in the Imperial Palace in the capital and had died in the Talisman of Eternal Peace. It could be said that he was extremely honored to have such a promising disciple like Zhao Saiku. However, Zhao Saiku's first master had long been forgotten. Zhao Saiku himself had never mentioned a word to anyone. The reason Su Fengyin came to Yuzhou this time was that Zhao Saiku, who had been enjoying his retirement in the Green Deer Cave Academy, suddenly came down the mountain and said that he had a great secret to tell him, the young vassal king. After Zhao Saiku hurried to Mount Qingliang, he told Su Fengyin about his father, a strange eunuch whom he had inexplicably kowtowed to when he first entered the palace. That eunuch did not seem very old at the time. At the time, Zhao Saiku only thought that it was because he was a native of Liang and had entered the palace early. At that time, the eunuch whom Zhao Saiku respectfully addressed as father was already very strange. It seemed that there was not a single place in the palace where father could not wander. Zhao Saiku had once followed this young master to purchase blankets and beds for the imperial family, to sweep and add lamp oil to the imperial ancestral temple, to put up yellow plaques for the Xinwu Gate in the north during the Double Ninth Festival, and to go to the treasury of the Minister of Treasures to wipe the seals of various generals. 5 years later, after the annexation of the Central Plains, Liang's rightful position began to stabilize. Zhao Saiku's master began to fade out of sight. Even Zhao Saiku, who had gradually risen to a high position, could not find any trace of him. There was not a single record of his master in the archives of the imperial household. His surname, hometown when he entered the palace and his work history were all absent. It was as if this person had never appeared in the imperial palace of Great and City. The last time Zhao Saiku saw father was the night before he left the palace, when he returned to his residence from the forbidden grounds of the palace where Gao Shulu's body was sealed. In the moonlight he saw a blurry figure flash by. But the old Martin Temple was incomparably certain that this figure was his first master, the true guide of the imperial palace of Great and City, a eunuch whose surname he did not even know. But Zhao Saiku only had the simplest of feelings for this father of his, this master who he could not find any clues about even after painstakingly flipping through the secret archives of the imperial palace of Great and City. That was to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Perhaps in the eyes of the young eunuch, the white-haired Zhao Saiku was just an insignificant passerby in his gloomy and heavy life. But Zhao Saiku's howls as he lay on the ground were sincere and genuine. Chapter 1843. Su Fengyin did not know the true background of this eunuch, but compared to the old eunuch Zhao Saiku, who was more of an official, Su Fengyin's status as a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation helped him grasp some key points. Therefore his first question was very shocking. Back then, were you the one who persuaded the invincible Wang Xianji to retreat to a corner of the Eastern Sea and not leave Wu Wu City easily? The young and elegant eunuch, who looked like a young man, turned a deaf ear to him. He bent down slightly and turned the wheel. The creaking sound was particularly obvious in the quiet evening street, where only the occasional sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking could be heard in the distance. Su Fengyin said to himself, I was very curious before. Why didn't the half-inch Tung Ben Shi, who knew that the rabbit was already dead, make a mad counterattack before his death? If the officials of West Chu who had passed through the palace 3 times, were unable to kill the late Emperor Zhao Zhuan because Great Peace City still had Cat Man Han Xingxian on the surface, Lu Haoshi in the dark, Gu Jiantang in the Ministry of War, and the group of immortals from Mount Longhu worshipped in the imperial astronomer? Then why did Chao Changqing, who had changed from Confucianism to tyranny, not directly enter the city to kill the current emperor Zhao Zhuan, when he faced only the defeated Chai Qingshan and Shenyuan Qingfeng? I couldn't figure it out. The last time I entered the capital, I didn't feel any trace of your aura. However, after Huyan Dagwan, who had broken into Great Peace City, arrived in Beiliang, he said something similar to Hong Shixiang, reminding me that the Zhao family of Liang might still have a hidden trump card. So this time, when Zhao Siku found me and mentioned you to me, I began to understand the reason. After seeing you with my own eyes, my guess was confirmed. Su Fengnian waved his hand, indicating for Mei Fingjie and Fan Shaochai to retreat as far away as possible. He looked at the young eunuch who fit the vision of proving the true meaning and returning to youth in the Taoist scriptures and smiled. Do you know how I feel when I see you? Su Fengnian asked and answered his own question. If one day you were in a small place outside of Great Peace City, you might suddenly see a child happily eating candied haws on the side of the road and discover that person was the strongest person at the time. This would probably be the feeling, slightly absurd and also slightly depressing. The young eunuch straightened his back and twitched the corner of his mouth. He seemed to find the young king's words interesting. The young eunuch did not move. He who was lying on the ground on's back. He was like riding a cloud. And then he flew up to the end of the street. Could be said to have reached perfection. Facing this person, Su Fengnian felt like facing Wudong's chief Wang Zhongluo before he started practicing martial arts. It was like facing the aggressive Han Xingxian outside Shenwu City. It was also like facing Wang Shenji when he was at the peak of his power and entering Bailiang. Su Fengnian knew that if he had not been severely injured by Tuoba on the Dragon Eye Plain, the two of them would have had a 50-50 chance of winning. But now, if the two of them were to fight to the death, he would lose without a doubt and die without a doubt. Of course his opponent would also die. Because this was Bailiang, not Great Peace City in Liang. Su Fengnian said slowly, Lonin does not last long. In this world only the chi of the dragon is strong and young. That is why you are able to do something unprecedented and achieve immortality in the human world. The young eunuch did not speak, but a sound came from the bottom of the well. It was very pleasing to the ear. It was like someone was tapping the surface of the water with their fingers and playing a piece of heavenly music that lingered endlessly. Since you have already seen through the mystery, then you should know that I am the one with immortality in Sui and City. If I leave Sui and City, I am not truly immortal. I believe this is also why you did not immediately retreat after seeing me. Su Fengnian nodded. Then he said in bewilderment, Sui and City? That is an old story from a very long time ago. The young eunuch turned his head to look in the direction of Great Peace City. This time the sound came from the rolling of the wheels. When Liang was founded, I was already serving in the palace of Sui and City. At that time the place where the Zhao family stood had not yet been renamed Great Peace City. In these 200 years I have seen a lot of life and death. Those who sat on the dragon throne and those who wanted to sit on the dragon throne, those who studied, those who carried swords and armor, all died. Even their grandson's grandson died. I am still alive. Hearing such a shocking legend, even Su Fengnian felt that it was inconceivable. It was not easy for martial artists to ascend. There was also a saying that immortality was only in the heavens. This meant that it was impossible to achieve immortality in the human world. Even if one ascended to the realm of immortals on earth, unless one was like Hong Shixiang who had voluntarily died and reincarnated, the great Tao of heaven and earth would not allow such an unconventional existence in the human world. Plants withered and flourished. Life, old age, illness, and death were the natural laws. For this reason, Buddhists abandoned their physical bodies and went to the Western Pure Land of Buddha. Taoists did not practice and naturally only wanted to become a person on the mountain. Tracing back to the origin, there were gains and losses. It was not easy for the long-lived people in the world, like Wudong Mountain's immortal Song Jiming, to live for 200 years. The reason why Lu Songtao was able to live longer than Song Jiming was because he had drawn a prison on Mount Lantua and was no different from a living dead. Compared to the person in front of him, who was of the same age as the country, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. Seeing through Su Fengnian's doubts, the young eunuch closed his mouth and said, I am not a cultivator. I have never thought about ascending. Life and death are only in this world. Su Fengnian asked directly, then did the ancestors of the Zhao family make an oath with you? They want you to protect the descendants of the Zhao family and the throne of Liang? The young eunuch shook his head. His voice rose in the autumn wind. The emperors of the Zhao family know of my existence, but they may not be able to see me. I need to absorb the chi of dragon to nourish my chi and blood essence so that I can live forever. However, it is inconvenient for me to see the real body of the flood dragon at close range. Moreover, the young eunuch finally showed a smile for the first time. His tone also lost some of its murderousness. Moreover, it is one thing for a thief to sneakily take things and put them in his bosom, but if he openly appears in front of the owner of the stolen item, he is too shameless. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. The young eunuch sat at the mouth of the well. He did not sit upright, nor did he have a lazy attitude. He was just so natural and casual. In the distance, the old eunuch who had already left Great Peace City and lived in seclusion in the mountains of Baelyang prayed in his heart. Please don't fight. There was an old saying in the marketplace that even the gods could not stop. It was used to describe the difficulty of certain matters. But the two people in the eyes of the old eunuch were the ones who could not be stopped. It was more likely that they could stop the gods. Chapter 1844. Ever since I entered the palace, I've never left Sui and city. I've only shown my face once in a while. I haven't fought many people, and even fewer people remember me. In recent decades, that scholar Chao Changqing has been very. The young eunuch suddenly fell silent, as if he didn't know how to describe the spirited scholar from West Chu in his memory. In the end, the young eunuch didn't make a final conclusion for Chao Changqing from West Chu. He just brushed it off and raised his head to look at Su Fengnian. For the first time he truly asked, "Will you usurp the throne and become the emperor?" Su Fengnian said frankly, "Because of Su Shao, I won't be the emperor. But if my master can live another 10 years after Su Shao leaves, I will fight for him." The young eunuch stared into Su Fengnian's eyes and nodded. "You and I are both sincere." Su Fengnian, the king of Baelyang, was sincere in speaking frankly. The eunuch's sincerity was to leave the capital and come to Baelyang of his own accord. At the time, Su Fengnian was slaughtering people both inside and outside the imperial astronomer. The young eunuch probably didn't do anything because the situation in the Central Plains at the time wasn't enough for Baelyang to decide the fate of the world. As expected, the young eunuch smiled. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you leave when I was in the capital." Su Fengnian smiled. "It wasn't easy for you to keep me at the time." The young eunuch thought for a moment. "At the time, Hong Xixiang's remnant soul was by your side, and Dong Tai was watching the battle. It really wasn't easy." The young eunuch extended a hand. Su Fengnian also took the opportunity to sit at the mouth of the well. The young eunuch sighed. "There are fewer and fewer people who can sit down and reason things out peacefully. I've seen many people with my own eyes. The higher the official position, the greater the military power, the harder it is for them to control their hearts. Almost all the emperors of Liang are like this." Su Fengnian smiled. "When you say these words, there is no killing intent but killing intent. That's not very appropriate, is it?" The young eunuch said with a composed expression, "Am I not talking about myself?" Su Fengnian said helplessly, putting aside martial strength, "You and I have met our match." The young eunuch raised his head. In the twilight, he saw dark clouds hanging low, as if a storm was coming. He turned his head and looked at Su Fengnian. "In Great Peace City in the past few decades, I have seen the young Su Shao and Jianghu. I didn't like them very much." Su Shao, who had entered the palace for the first time, was still a surplus general at that time. From head to toe, he exuded a sharp aura of killing gods and Buddhas. Zhang Julu, who had served as the Huangmen of the Hanlin Academy for many years, walked in the ranks of the imperial court retreating. Even if his rank was very low at that time, you would still see the arrogance of the world from him. I knew that Chao Changqing had entered the palace 3 times, but he did not appear. In comparison, I find Huanwen more pleasing to the eye. He is a very smart person, but he pretended to be a fool his entire life and was always kind to others. So I met him alone twice in the palace about 20 or 30 years apart. The second time he still recognized me at a glance but pretended not to. He just smiled and greeted me. Of the past emperors of Liang, the current young emperor, Zhao Zhuan, can be considered the most generous. Of course, this is only in comparison to his father and ancestors. Hearing this quietly, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "So that's why you have this trip to Baelyang." The young eunuch shook his head and said, "As long as the surname is Zhao, it doesn't matter whether I am Zhao Zhuan or not." The young eunuch then said flatly, "Unfortunately, your surname is Su, not Zhao." As these words were said, a drizzle began to fall on the street. The contours of the stone street seemed to soften. This well was located at the corner of the street in front of the post house, so Qin Wang could just see the scene from the top of the post house. Although it was dark and rainy, Qin Wang still recognized the identity of the young man who had appeared beside the well. Qin Wang hesitated for a moment, but still walked down from the post house. However, before he could walk out of the gate, he found that Su Beiji was already sitting on the threshold, blocking his way. Su Beiji picked up a jug of wine from somewhere and seemed to be talking to himself. He said he wouldn't come, but he came. In the end, he didn't even see the person in question. It seems that this usually ordinary coachman is not ordinary. Qin Wang said in a low voice, "Su Beiji, you better not block my way. That person's cultivation is definitely beyond your imagination. Even your prince can't imagine it." Su Beiji's expression was normal as he took a sip of wine. Su Beiji, perhaps Su Fengyin doesn't need to fear anyone in the world, but the person he is facing right now is an exception. Qin Wang's tone was anxious. It was obvious that it was no small matter to make Qin Xiaobao, who was known for his steadiness, lose his composure. Su Beiji turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you want to drink some wine to calm your nerves?" Qin Wang almost cursed it out loud, but seeing those clear eyes, Qin Wang sighed heavily and took the jug, taking a big gulp of green ant wine. Chapter 1845. Su Beiji didn't take the wine pot that Qin Wang handed back to him. Instead, he looked at the end of the street again and muttered, "I fought with that guy from Beimang all the way back to Beiliang. During that time, I narrowly escaped death many times. For example, I was blocked by the 5th raccoon of Bubang Mountain, but I never doubted that I could make it to Beiliang alive. Deep in my heart, I always felt that as long as I was by that guy's side, even if the sky fell, he would be the first to go up. In short, he would die first, then we would die." Su Beiji grinned. "Just like how this guy won't tell me how much the Liang Imperial Court values me, I won't tell him either." Suddenly, Su Beiji slapped his thigh. "Damn it. That time when I arm wrestled with Zhong Hongwu in Lingzhou's Dragon Eye County, I was so drunk that I passed out. It was this guy who carried me back. Don't tell anyone about the drunken talk." Qin Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're still thinking about this kind of thing at a time like this?" At this time, Qin Wang remembered that in the Ministry of Revenue's files, there was a trivial matter about Su Beiji that was easy to overlook. In Beiliang, Su Fengyin and Su Beiji, who were close friends, actually never called each other brothers. However, Su Fengyin was a persimmon while Su Beiji was a tangerine. If it wasn't just in Beiliang, but in the imperial court, the relationship between the two could probably be called a model of a ruler and his minister. Qin Wang thought of the current emperor. He smiled knowingly. He also sat on the threshold and began to drink. It was a very unfamiliar taste. After all, he hadn't drunk this kind of hometown wine for more than 10 years. But he still felt that Beiliang's hometown had raised him, and Liang Imperial Court had recognized his worth. There was no way to have the best of both worlds and not let down one's family and country. Would he let them both down in the end? Just like how he let her down? Qin Wang suddenly raised his head and finished the green ant wine in the pot in one gulp. Su Beiji suddenly laughed. "Master Qin, actually, maybe there will be a day when you return to your roots." Qin Wang gripped the wine pot tightly and said softly, "I'm not going back anymore. Regrets in the world often begin with the word goodbye. And the most fortunate things in the world would only happen when they truly meet again. Unfortunately, there were many regretful things and few fortunate things." Qin Wang repeated, "I'm not going back anymore." The young eunuch slowly stood up and pressed one hand on the wheel of the well. "Your father, Zhang Julu, Chao Changqing, and you, as well as those old people from the previous dynasty who have long been forgotten by people before Liang, are actually the same kind of people. I don't like any of you, but if I ask myself honestly, the reason I don't like you is that I envy you." The young eunuch fell into reminiscence. A few years after Liang was founded, the diligent room that taught the children of the Zhao family existed for a few years. A long time ago, I admired scholars very much, so I often went there to listen to the sound of reading. I've forgotten a lot of the content, but I don't know why, but I still remember some of it. The wind and rain are bleak, the wind and rain are whistling, the wind and rain are gloomy, seeing the gentleman. Seeing the gentleman. After the young eunuch came back to his senses, he looked down at the young king who was still sitting on the well and said with a smile, "In my heart, Chao Changqing and the others are gentlemen, and so are you. So whether you live or die, I'm very happy." The rain on the street was getting heavier and heavier, and the young eunuch's smile was getting thicker. Perhaps being regarded as a gentleman by an unknown eunuch is not something to be happy about, right? Su Fengyin stood up. "Of course, being regarded as a gentleman is something to be happy about. But seeing you, I'm not happy." The young eunuch smiled and said, "If you're not happy, let's fight?" Su Fengyin smiled and replied, "That's exactly what I want. It's better not to talk about things that can be solved with fists. If we can't fight, we can sit down and continue to reason." The young eunuch praised, "No wonder you said that your skin is thick. I've seen it." Su Fengyin raised his head and looked at the gray sky. "Someone once taught me that walking the Jianghu, one must be thick-skinned to be popular." At this moment, Fan Xiaochai in the distance seemed to be unable to bear being reduced to a spectator. She slowly unsheathed the cold knife at her waist and began to run madly in the rain. Mei Fingjie could not stop her. If one took a closer look, they would notice that Fan Xiaochai's clothes were dripping with rainwater. Although it seemed light, Fan Xiaochai's body was originally leaning forward, but after a dozen steps, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was forced to bend his back and charge forward. On this street, every drop of rain represented a true meaning. Bit by bit, blood began to flow out of Fan Xiaochai's 7 orifices, but this stubborn woman continued to charge madly forward. Every step she took made the ground more and more oppressive and stagnant. With his back to Fan Xiaochai, Su Fengyin casually waved his sleeve, and she was immediately sent flying backward and crashed into a wall. Her back was pressed against the wall and some of the blood and rain slid down. Mei Fengjie turned back to look at Fan Xiaochai who had returned. His eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. The young eunuch stretched out his arm and opened his palm. All the raindrops that fell on his palm did not turn into rain. Instead they bounced up one by one. They did not bounce up in a straight line either, but instead flew in an arc and finally gathered into a circle. The young eunuch smiled. I'm actually not very good at fighting, but I've never lost. This time, Su Fengyin directly pressed his left hand against the cold knife at his waist. I'm not as old as you, but I've definitely fought more than you. And I have never died. Having never lost, of course there was a domineering aura in the ordinary. Having never died, on the other hand, sounded like a joke, but it was absolutely impossible to laugh. On a small street there were 2 land immortals. One was the youngest and the other was the oldest. Because of the difference in age there was a difference of several hundred years. The wind and rain were dark and a gentleman could be seen. But they still had to fight. The old eunuch could not help but have the urge to curse. Didn't they say that gentlemen use their words and not their fists? Chapter 1846. The rain was as soft as silk, like a graceful beauty slowly weaving a bead curtain. The navy blue ball of water in the young eunuch's hand was suspended in the air, rising and falling slightly. Lightning flashed faintly as if a fire dragon was swimming. Su Fengyin's pupils constricted as he gripped the hilt of his blade. Thunder. Was there anyone in the world who could wield thunder? But it was not strange for this eunuch, who was skilled at retaining his youthful appearance. At this moment, the young eunuch no longer had his previous gentle aura. Facing Su Fengyin, who was standing 5 feet away, his face was solemn and his eyes were as black as ink. It was like a flood dragon looking at a python. There was both disdain and contempt in his eyes, but it also contained a thunderous rage. Before this, when the 2 of them were discussing Tao from the bottom of a well, the young eunuch did not seem like a martial grandmaster who could make Jianghu tremble with a stomp of his foot. Instead he seemed like a young private tutor. He was serious, rigid, and antisocial. But when he talked and acted with those he liked, he could be described as a modest gentleman with a restrained edge. But the more this kind of person was abnormal, the more terrifying it was. It was like when Wang Xianji, who claimed to be the second in the world, suddenly declared that he would be the first. In those 60 years, naturally, whoever stood in his way would die. Perhaps all the heroes of Jianghu, including Dong Tai and Chao Changqing, who would shine brightly in the future, would die early. Another example was when Hong Shixiang, after leaving the mountain, really became angry. What would happen? It would be unimaginable. Perhaps Su Fengyin, who was determined to kill, could be counted. So Hong Jingyan died right under Tuoba's nose. The Liang eunuch in front of him, whose name was unknown, was exactly like this. His 5 fingers slightly contracted, and the thunder in his hand instantly seeped into his palm and disappeared. But his entire arm suddenly showed the strange scene of a fire dragon lingering around. The young eunuch breathed slowly. 7 thin white breaths faintly came in and out of his 7 orifices. On his white jade-like face, it was like 7 white snakes were hanging upside down. At the same time, Su Fengyin had not only unsheathed his sword, but his body also spun forward in an instant. His feet left the ground, his sleeves fluttering, he simply chopped at the young eunuch. The latter only raised the arm that had swallowed a heavenly thunder and clamped the cold saber that contained Su Fengyin's abundant divine will between 2 fingers. 2 fingers pinched the white rainbow. Between his fingers, sparks of electricity sputtered wildly, illuminating the young eunuch's face. Su Fengyin, who seemed to have opened the heavenly eye between his eyebrows, silently chanted, "Open shoe style." The tip of the blade that was pointed at the young eunuch's forehead suddenly released a stream of vigorous energy that was as thick as an arm. The young eunuch tilted his head. Even though the attack was close and even though the stellar energy was as powerful as a ballista, he was still able to easily dodge it. Only a few strands of hair that had been cut off by the sharp chi slowly fell into the rain. As the young eunuch tilted his head, his free left hand moved as fast as lightning towards Su Fengyin's chest. He had once heard those learned scholars in the diligent room of the palace say that there were strong winds every year in the southeast that could uproot mountains and shake city towers. Su Fengyin was struck in the chest by a punch. He seemed to be unmoved, but the purple-red date mark between his eyebrows wavered and rippled. It turned out that this punch did not harm the body but the spirit. The young eunuch who had succeeded in his punch said softly, "Abandon the saber." As these two words left his mouth, he changed his fist into a palm and slammed it against Su Fengyin's chest. Under this palm, Su Fengyin's entire robe trembled violently. The jade pendant hanging from his waist suddenly shattered and turned to dust. Su Fengyin still held the cold saber in his left hand, unmoving. The young eunuch frowned slightly. He wanted to move his arm that had been holding the cold saber with 2 fingers. He took 2 steps forward, and then slapped on Su Fengyin's forehead. Su Fengyin's whole body slid out. His feet plowed a gully of more than 10 feet on the ground of the small street. It was just that the farther he was from the young eunuch, the shallower the gully became. The rain behind Su Fengyin was squeezed by the majestic qi, hanging slanted and clearly visible. Su Fengyin took 1 step back and 1 step forward to stabilize his body. His feet gently stepped on the surface of the bluestone street, like 2 lotus flowers on a pond. The young eunuch was slightly surprised, but then he felt relieved. The young king still pulled out the cold saber made of ordinary material from between his 2 fingers. Tonight's battle in the rain between the two was a battle of wills between people of high cultivation realms. Whether one had a weapon or not was not the key to victory or defeat. Moreover, this cold saber was not a divine weapon. Might even be a burden. But the young king was so persistent in not giving up the saber. It must be because there was a deep-rooted thought in this person's heart that was entrusted to this saber. Perhaps the cold saber in his hand had extraordinary meaning, or perhaps all the Bailiang sabers in his hand were enough to hold. Which one it was very simple. He just needed to break the cold saber in his hand to identify it. The young eunuch raised his arm and waved it casually. The raindrops connected into a line, and finally condensed into a 3-foot-long sword of will. Su Fengyin, who had learned all of Li Chuangong's essence, was no stranger to borrowing swords. On the contrary, it was the Grandmaster who was most familiar with this matter in Jianghu. If Su Fengyin claimed to be second, perhaps even the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had achieved Dao through swordsmanship, would be embarrassed to claim to be first. But at this moment, when Su Fengyin saw this scene, it was as if a strange scene that he had never seen before unfolded in front of him. Chapter 1847. This was not necessarily because the young eunuch was of a higher level. Both sides were celestial beings and there was no difference in strength. But the young eunuch's actions were extraordinarily bold. Even though they were enemies, they had to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. If one were to say that the old man's method of borrowing a sword, whether it was borrowing a real sword from another person or borrowing sword intent from the world, it had the presence that Li Chungang could return it if he wanted to, and not return it if he wanted to. Even the heavens could not do anything to him. Then this young eunuch had taken a different path. He did not fight with the heavens and the earth, and only created for himself between the heavens and the earth. This was like how Li Chungang could not do it, but his talent was too great, so he was very lazy. But the young eunuch was diligent. The rain around Su Fengyin seemed to pause for a moment, and then his figure flashed away. The young eunuch closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the rain. Then he casually swung his sword behind him. The 3 feet of rain disappeared after the swing of the sword. The young eunuch drew another sword from the rain, this time to the side of his left hand. One sword after another. The rain did not lessen and the rain did not stop. The young eunuch had already swung the 3-foot sword 60 times. Su Fengyin still did not appear. If not for the fact that the young eunuch had not stopped swinging his sword in all directions, Fan Shaochai and Mei Fingjie might have thought that the young king had left the street. The young eunuch had a relaxed expression, and still had the energy to speak as he swung his sword. In my mind, other than Lu Dongxian, whose existence represents the peak of the world, Gao Shulu, Li Chungang, and Wang Xinji are invincible when they are at their peak. They are not always invincible. For example, when Li Chungang returned to the Jianghu, when he was on the banks of the Guangling River, and when Wang Xinji was in Martial Emperor City of the Eastern Sea and not in Bailiang, even if I was in Great Peace City, I was not a match for them. I fear that only Ancestor Lu could match them, and the two sides would fight to their heart's content, each with a chance of victory. As for you, Su Fengyin, in the end you are still lacking. In fact, as long as you don't abandon your previous life, you can also reach that height. It's just that you don't want to live under someone else's roof, so you destroyed your own destiny. Otherwise, who would be able to stop Su Fengyin from doing as he pleased? How difficult would it be to kill Emperor Zhao Zhuan and then live a carefree life in the martial world? Whether or not Bailiang can stop Beimang's million-strong cavalry has nothing to do with you enjoying the Empyrean sorrow for getting all by yourself. The young king did not appear, nor did he answer. The young eunuch with an imposing aura didn't seem to mind and lightly waved his sleeve. The world fell silent. Just like that, the rain that covered the sky and covered the earth on the side street completely stopped. On the bluestone slabs, the rainwater no longer flowed downwards. Su Fengyin, who had nowhere to hide, was standing under a roof at the end of the street, like a passerby taking shelter from the rain. The young eunuch stretched out his hand, bent his index finger, and gently flicked a drop of rainwater hovering above his head. The phenomenon collapsed. The rain continued to pour down. He looked at the young king in the distance, who had an equally serene expression. The cold blade in his hand had long been fragmented, and he was only relying on his will to condense it. He asked curiously, "You have the mystic understanding realm cultivation base of an earth immortal, plus you have 300,000 iron cavalry in your hands, why are you so unsatisfied?" Su Fengyin slowly put his blade back into its sheath. Everyone in Mount Qingliang knew that no matter when or where this king appeared in the public sight, almost everyone would hang their cold blade. Many people didn't think deeply about the reason. After the Battle of the Dragon Eye Plain, after the death of Qi Danghua, Su Fengyin only took out his blade when he was sleeping. He didn't want to be empty-handed the next time someone needed him to save them. Perhaps with his current cultivation base, there was no difference whether he had a blade or not. But Su Fengyin still insisted. Under the roof, the young king walked down the steps and finally spoke. "People live in this world and do everything according to their heart's will. How is it different from the heartless plants that grow in the sun? You don't feel proud for the people you care about and you don't live so happily. It seems sullen, but isn't it a kind of happiness? At least there are people who are worth your sacrifice. Zhang Julu is for the common people, Chao Changqing is for the woman in his heart, my master Li Yishan is for the people of Bailiang, Su Xiao is for the children." Su Fengyin finally asked with a smile, "Do you have them?" The young eunuch's face changed slightly and his eyes were cold. He stomped his feet and said in a deep voice, "Come out of the dragon." In the well, a water dragon as thick as the mouth of the well crazily rushed out. It went straight to Su Fengyin. The young eunuch, who was most familiar with the operation of heaven and earth, knew it best. Ancestor Lu was still young when he reincarnated, Wang Xinji had already ascended, and Li Chungang had become a thing of the past. Now Su Fengyin was far from returning to the peak, so he was the real first person in the world. It was absolutely not like what Su Fengyin joked that a child eating sugar-coated haws on the street could become his opponent. His enemy was only in the sky, not in the world. Su Fengyin lowered his head and glanced at the cold blade on his waist. He took a breath, squatted down and put his palm on the street. He closed his eyes and didn't know why. Then he stood up and Su Fengyin began to run forward. The rain splashed and lotus flowers bloomed with every step. The young eunuch suddenly shouted angrily, "Su Fengyin, how dare you?" Su Fengyin went forward. Behind him there was a cavalry, armored horses and Bailiang heroes. Although they were dead, their souls were still there. You want to use the fate of Zhao to reduce Bailiang's fate? Then come. On the battlefield, the souls of Bailiang's fallen heroes were all facing north and south. Chapter 1848. If the young eunuch looked at Su Fengyin before, he was like a flood dragon that walked into the sea and looked down at a giant python that was entrenched in the deep mountains and big lakes. But at this moment, facing the iron horse behind the young lord, this strange eunuch who was the same age as the king showed an expression of facing a formidable enemy for the first time. The great grandmasters of Jianghu were fighting for Qi, while the emperors of the human world were fighting for fate. Coincidentally, they met on this street. Although neither of them were monarchs, the young eunuch relied on the fate of the Zhao family of Liang to cultivate the celestial being state. As the eldest son of the Su family of Bailiang, Su Fengyin was closely related to the rise and fall of the Liang dynasty. Therefore both sides had both. The street leading to Rui Courier Station was north-south. At this time, Fan Xiaochai and Mi Fengjie were standing at the end of the street. The young eunuch stood beside the well at the intersection. Qin Wang and Su Beiji were standing at the entrance of the station. They could only vaguely see the young eunuch's figure through the gloomy rain. For the time being, they could not find Su Fengyin's trace. They only saw a water dragon as thick as a giant tree gushing out of the well. It leaped high beside the young eunuch and then pounced on him. The dragon's body was so long that it seemed to have no end. Su Beiji asked with a smile, "Green dragon out of water? What's the relationship between this eunuch and the cat Han Shengxian?" Qin Wang frowned and pondered. He did not speak. Su Beiji slowly got up, closed his eyes and opened them repeatedly. He murmured, "This world is a bit strange." Qin Wang said softly, "Taoism and Buddhism have been known as Fangzhang since ancient times. It is said that the land of Fangzhang was divided into the three pure holy lands and the Western Buddhist kingdom. Living in it, each has supreme supernatural power. Like a general in the battlefield, they can predict the enemy's moves and have the advantage of time and place." Su Beiji said worriedly, "According to what you said, the guy surnamed Su is obviously in his own territory, but the eunuch took away his advantage?" Qin Wang did not answer the question. "The small street is not a suitable place for a large group of war horses to gallop. Why are there such dense and heavy hoofbeats?" Su Beiji stood up and looked up. "Don't misunderstand. That fellow surnamed Su wouldn't go so far as to scheme against you, much less mobilize the Yuzhou cavalry. Besides, would martial arts grandmasters at mystical realm like them need the help of the world's cavalry? It's meaningless." Qin Wang nodded. On the small street, just as Su Fengnian was about to collide with the water dragon, the young eunuch with a gloomy expression sighed and reached out his hand. For some reason he pressed down on the wheel of the well. In the blink of an eye, there was no more rain between heaven and earth. The originally dark sky seemed to have cleared up a little, as if time had reversed. Su Beiji realized that he was still sitting on the doorstep. Qin Wang shook the wine pot in his hand. He had clearly finished the green ant wine, but there was still half a pot left. Mei Fengjia's face was blank. Fan Shaochai lowered his head and looked. His clothes were intact and undamaged. The old eunuch, Zhao Siku, stood at the end of the street, completely confused. Su Fengnian had unknowingly returned to his seat on the well. It was as if he had never stood up and had never engaged in a fierce battle with the young eunuch in the rain. As the old saying goes, the thunder is loud but the rain is small. This time, it was simply loud thunder but no rain. But in reality that was not the case. For example, the cold blade at Su Fengnian's waist was indeed in pieces. The young eunuch's expression was complicated as he snorted coldly. Su Fengnian smiled. "I knew you wouldn't dare to fight with your life on the line." The young eunuch was puzzled. "When did you know that all of this was in my spiritual sense?" Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. "When it was raining, I sensed that something was wrong. When I truly understood it, it was when I grabbed a handful of rainwater from the street." The young eunuch said with a stern expression, "You were heavily injured by Tuoba. When I fought with you, I naturally would not take advantage of you. In this curtain of rain, no matter how desperate the battle was, in the end, you would only exhaust your spiritual sense and would not truly harm your body." Su Fengnian did not speak. He turned his head to look at the Liang eunuch, who was slowly moving his hand away from the wheel, and smiled playfully. The young eunuch laughed coldly. "The young emperor did not instruct me to fight to the death with you. Although he is the ruler of a country, he still does not have the right. I also do not have such boring thoughts." Su Fengnian stood up and nodded. "At this moment, even if I extended my neck to Great Peace City for Zhao Zhuan to chop, he would not dare to kill me." The young eunuch was slightly angry. "If that is the case, why do you still control the remnant souls of the Bailiang heroes who died in battle? What, are you flaunting your power to me?" Su Fengnian said coolly, "If I did not do this, ask yourself what would happen in the future. If Bailiang lost, everything would be over. The fate of the Su family that affected the Zhao family would no longer exist. Then, regardless of whether I died on the battlefield of Liangmang outside the pass, you would most likely have to leave Great Peace City again to pull out the weeds by the roots. If you were lucky enough to win, no matter if it was the Liang dragon chair or not, you would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. How could you allow someone else to sleep beside you? You would definitely kill me, Su Fengnian, as soon as possible." The young eunuch said in surprise, "If that is the case, then you should not have put your trump cards on the table. You and I both know that in Great Peace City you cannot win against me, so you cannot kill the Zhao Emperor. In Bailiang I cannot win against you. Once I leave the city, your chances of victory will be greater. Why make me wary? Once I die, there will be no one else in this world who can become the person you hate to win. At that time, won't you be able to do as you please and truly do as you wish?" Su Fengnian's smile was bright as he gave an inexplicable answer. "Since I see a gentleman." The young eunuch laughed. "I see you, Su Fengnian, Zhang Julu, Chao Changqing, and the others as gentlemen. Do you really treat people with such sincerity?" Su Fengnian shook his head and repeated, "Since I see a gentleman." The young eunuch was puzzled at first and then understood. "When I see you, Su Fengnian, I see a gentleman. When you, Su Fengnian, see me, you see a gentleman. The friendship between gentlemen, the competition between gentlemen, will not change one's original intentions because of the identity of friend or foe. This was the original intention and also the foundation of some people. Bailiang guarded the northwest gates. Their original intentions were not for the Liang imperial court or the people of the Central Plains. Then, regardless of how the Liang imperial court that had truly received Bailiang's favor made things difficult for them and how the Central Plains ignored them, how could Bailiang change its original intentions because of this? The young eunuch said self-mockingly, "I am a eunuch who is your natural enemy. Can I become the gentleman in your heart?" Su Fengnian habitually put his hands in his sleeves and said softly, "Those who can agree with me are people of the same path. In my opinion, a person is limited by one's background, knowledge, and camp, so their understanding is naturally different. However, there are some bottom lines in the world that are the same. For example, even if you are doing evil things, you should understand that you are not doing things with a clear conscience. For example, someone who has experienced hardships and tribulations and feels that the world is unfair, but he should not vent his anger on everyone in the world. Plants grow towards the sun, which is the natural law, and there is nothing wrong with it. However, people who stand between the heavens and the earth have to follow the rules of the world. The Confucian school proposes strict etiquette, which is both confinement and a shortcut." The young eunuch nodded and said, "In the final analysis, it is the 3 words reason. The Confucian sage once said, 'Follow your heart's desire and do not violate the rules.' Isn't that a true meaning of following one's heart? I once read Lu Zu's article in the palace that advocated the integration of the 3 religions, as well as the works of the Confucian sages and the teachings of the other 2 religions. The roots of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism are actually different roads leading to the same goal." The young eunuch suddenly laughed and said, "I never expected to talk about these empty principles with an enemy vassal king like you." Su Fengnian also laughed and said, "If Bailiang is lucky enough to defeat Bei Meng, I am afraid that we will meet again in the future." The young eunuch sighed and said, "I hope it is only a matter of victory and defeat, and not a matter of life and death." Su Fengnian sighed and said, "In fact, I envy those who are willing to be reasonable and follow their wishes." The young eunuch smiled and said, "Is there really such a person?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Yes, there is. Bailiang's Lu Jinu, Ji Province's Wei Jingtang. Unfortunately, they are all dead." Chapter 1849. The eastern exit of Miyun Mountain Pass suddenly contracted. It was as slender as a woman's waist. Xie Shibian relied on this type of geographical advantage to stop wave after wave of crazy attacks from the northern Mang cavalry. The 500 Death Elite cavalry from the Longxiang army had already been completely wiped out. Along with the 1200 Death cavalry from Zhongtan who had charged out of the pass, the corpses of both sides and the war horses were piled up at the exit, forming a 5-foot-tall natural short wall. The corpses of both men and horses were stacked on top of each other. Fresh blood flowed out, making the scene look slippery and sinister. This was probably the most unique horse-blocking formation in the history of war. Regardless of victory or defeat, this battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. The cavalry of Feng Xiang and Lin Yao on the left and right had originally suffered slightly lighter losses. However, as the corpse wall continued to pile up, the endless stream of Beimang cavalry had no choice but to give up on breaking through from the front and turn to the left and right in an attempt to break through for the main force behind. If it weren't for the fact that Xieshi had received all of the crossbows from Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry, the support horses would have been able to shoot down the Beimang cavalry that had charged out of Miyun Pass. If it weren't for the fact that Xieshi had received all of the crossbows from Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry and had enough arrows to shoot down the Beimang cavalry that had charged out of Miyun Pass, the fearless Zhongtan elite cavalry would have already opened the door. Once the Beimang cavalry formed a complete front line outside the pass and allowed the Zhong family elite cavalry to act as the arrowhead to break through the formation, it would definitely be a massacre without any suspense. Xieshi's cavalry came from a variety of sources. Their overall strength wasn't outstanding in Liuzhou and couldn't be compared to Chao Wei's cavalry formed by Liangzhou's border cavalry. In addition, the 500 Longxiang army that could be called experienced soldiers had all died in battle. This made Xieshi's life hanging by a thread. He really couldn't take a single step back. As long as there was a loophole in the defensive formation and the Beimang cavalry took the opportunity, they would definitely be defeated. This had nothing to do with whether or not the youths in Liuzhou and the two towns' cavalry dared to die. On the battlefield, both sides were fighting for a breath of air. Fortunately, Xieshi Shibian displayed the extraordinary talent of West Chu's twin jade annulus at such a crucial moment. He was like a craftsman with a unique eye, carefully and conscientiously patching up the holes, deploying the troops time and time again. If it was said that doing a Taoist rite in a snail's shell was a derogatory saying, then Xie Shibian forcefully turned this saying into a positive one, turning something rotten into something magical. Under Xie Shi's command, these 1,600 youths all abandoned their horses and picked up their spears. Together with the 600 cavalry that were temporarily pulled out to form an independent army, each holding a light crossbow and horse bow, these 1,600 people under Xie Shi's command had already blocked the gaps in the crumbling formation 7 times. Only then did they stop the Beimang cavalry from surging out like a flood. During this period of time, almost every dangerous situation could be said to be a scheming battle between Xie Shi's Shibian and Beimang's general Zhong Tan. The latter purposely hid the true strength of his personal guards many times and mixed them in with the normal Mang cavalry. Then, with a spurt of energy, they were all accurately seen through by Xie Shi's foresight. Xie Shibian's true command of this cavalry army that he still wasn't that familiar with had reached the level of commanding like an arm. This not only required Xie Shibian to be completely confident in all of the details of the entire battlefield, such as the number of light crossbow arrows left on his side, the degree of damage to the soldiers' stamina from the cavalry bows and infantry bows, the thickness of the cavalry formation on the 2 wings and other things. He also needed to be extremely clear about the enemy cavalry situation, and even more so, he needed to carry out a rotation of his own forces without allowing for the slightest mistake. This way he wouldn't weaken the entire defensive position, while also maintaining the necessary stamina for a protracted battle. Xie Shibian's command could be said to be impeccable. Under this type of situation that was as firm as a boulder, the most obvious price to pay was that the 5 messenger cavalry all had horse throats. Even though Xie Shibian didn't personally enter the battlefield, his lips were also dry and cracked, his face pale. However, Xie Shibian's eyes were always clear and bright, sparkling with brilliance. This young general who had entered the northwest border less than half a year ago already won the respect of all of the Bailiang cavalry under his command. There were some people who were born for the battlefield, destined to leave behind a name that the later generations couldn't forget in the bloody history books. The spring and autumn arms armor Yi Baikue was once one, the white-clothed war Saint Qinjibao was always one, and Xie Shibian would also be one. In reality, the commander of the Beimang cavalry, Zhong Tan, who had stopped his horse at the foot of the mountain wall at Miyun Pass, had personally witnessed this bloody battle where both sides died extremely quickly. Even though he wanted to personally chop off the head of this young Bailiang commander, he couldn't help but admire this person's ability to use troops. As the pillar of the new generation of the Beimang army supported with all of its resources, and the eldest son of General Zhong Shintong, Zhong Tan was completely different from his uncle, Zhong Liang, who was a martial arts grandmaster. Zhong Tan's ambition wasn't in Jianghu since he was a child. When he was still a teenager, his eyes were always fixed on the Liang-Mang border. Time and time again he would read the map of the 2 countries' border situation on the table with his father. The arrogant and conceited Zhong Shintong once confided to the young Zhong Tan that on the Liang-Mang battlefield, although Bailiang's Yan Wenluan or our dynasty's Yang Yuanzhan were fully deserving great generals who could take charge of an area, compared to people like Qin Jibao, Dong Zhuo and Chu Lushan, they were still a bit inferior. To determine whether a general could become the pillar of a country, it depended on 2 things. The first was to be able to attack and defend as he wished in a specific battle, using troops without any loopholes. The second was to be able to reach the height of having more troops in a battle that would determine the survival of a country. Under the premise that the battle strength was equal, having 1,000 soldiers could kill 1,500 enemies, having 100,000 armored soldiers could kill 200,000 enemies. When one had 1,000,000 cavalrymen, that would be the time to rule the world.